Chapter 77. Delving Deeper. Ah, what is this? Within a chamber of the shattered spiritual domain of Zhongyu, Chu Yang stumbled upon a multitude of vials. Their appearance bore a striking resemblance to the elixirs of laws that Qian had once bestowed upon the two maidens. Elixirs of laws? A surge of exhilaration washed over Chu Yang. He was astounded to discover that the adversary possessed such a plethora of these vials, no less than 60. Little did he know, Zhongyu had acquired those 80 vials of the ancient lamp soul artifact at an exorbitant price, ultimately forking out merely a fraction of that sum due to the connection with the Saint's son. Of course, the 20 vials borrowed from Qian would never be returned. I'm about to strike it rich. Chu Yang's heart raced with excitement. Naturally, he would not consider trading these elixirs. The current situation called for bestowing them upon Huang. Once Huang broke through to the 6th tier, coupled with the elixirs previously procured, he would truly become invincible. Furthermore, with so many elixirs of laws in this place, he harbored no doubt that Zhongyu would meddle with them. Thus, he promptly retrieved 10 vials and tossed them at Huang. The elixirs of laws could be consumed directly, yielding effects that were far more immediate than merely comprehending the Stone of Laws. Subsequently, Chu Yang offered some to the two maidens, only to be met with their refusal. Qin Luoxue remarked, "Let Huang break through first. His attributes are exceedingly rare, making the path to the 6th tier even more arduous. 60 vials might suffice for common attribute spiritual beasts, but for Huang, whose attributes were scarce, it was likely still insufficient, hence their desire for Huang to advance further. As for Su Ming and the others, they naturally dared not accept these were possessions of the disciples from the myriad spirits' sacred land. Even if the owner were deceased, they would not entertain the slightest notion of coveting them." Chu Yang shook his head. The tyranny of the myriad spirits' sacred land had already left an indelible mark upon their hearts, and it would take time to alter that perception. An unprecedented event has transpired. A disciple of the myriad spirits' sacred land has been slain. Such occurrences have not been witnessed in decades. The spirit master who retreated into the mist trembled at the knees. Although competition within the sacred land was fierce and often accompanied by death, they would never allow their disciples to perish at the hands of outsiders. With long strides measuring nearly 1.70 meters, he hastily made his exit without a backward glance. "Brother Chu, I believe it would be prudent for you to leave Linhai City post-haste and seek refuge in a remote location for a while." Watching Chu Yang venture deeper into the island, Su Ming voiced his concerns. Chu Yang's demeanor suggested he was entirely unaware of the formidable nature of the sacred land. To have endured for centuries, reigning as a dominant force, the myriad spirits' sacred land's foundation was not something to be trifled with by mere familial powers. "Fear not, there is no need for concern," Chu Yang replied calmly. The Su Ming sibling sighed softly. How audacious he was. Meanwhile, as they pressed further into the depths, news of Chu Yang slaying Zhongyu swiftly circulated across the island. The focus was not on Zhongyu himself, but rather the formidable power that loomed behind him. "What? Brother Zhong has been slain?" Qian abruptly sat up from a stone, disbelief etched across his face. Although he had little fondness for Zhongyu, he was, after all, a favored aide to the Saint's son. How could he be dead? Beside Qian, a middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and inquired, "Are you suggesting that this Chu Yang has acquired a Stone of Laws?" He then rose, declaring, "Young Master Qian, it appears I must pay him a personal visit." Qian hastily concurred, "Yes, Mr. Zhang. It is indeed best for you to handle this yourself. Be sure to eliminate this individual, and also bring back the two women accompanying him." With Zhongyu's demise, the Saint's son would undoubtedly be incensed. Though Zhongyu's appearance was unremarkable, his prowess and flattery was unparalleled. Moreover, he had secretly aided the Saint's son in numerous unsavory dealings. Thus, Zhongyu held substantial standing beside the Saint's son. Now that he had perished on Ghost Island, it would surely attract the Saint's son's attention. The Qin family, being one of the largest powers on Ghost Island, might also face reproach for failing to safeguard Zhongyu. This would not bode well for the Qin family's future. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow. Abducting women was not in his character. He sought only the Stone of Laws, lamenting that as a dignified 7th-tier spirit master, he had yet to possess a single 6th-tier spiritual beast. Such a fact would be a source of embarrassment. Meanwhile, Yi Qingtian and others from the overseas sacred land were equally astounded. They understood the myriad spirits' sacred land's dominance and aggression. How could someone dare to slay their disciple within its territory? Who exactly is Chu Yang? Yi Qingtian inquired. An elder beside him responded. It is said that he is the one who acquired 3 vials of elixirs from Qian Shaoyan at the auction without paying. Yi Qingtian recalled, astonished. Is it truly him? He then added, such a pity to have provoked the sacred land. His days are surely numbered. As Chu Yang and his companions continued onward, they searched for treasures. Indeed, the resources on this island proved to be abundantly rich, and they stumbled upon numerous medicinal herbs and materials, resulting in significant gains. Although we couldn't procure much from the auction, the harvest here has been more than sufficient. Chu Yang mused, his spirits lifted as he surveyed the various herbs thriving in the black soil, a satisfied smile adorning his face. Moreover, he had collected many unknown materials. Su Ming and the others shook their heads in resignation. How could he remain so unfazed? Have you all sensed that as we delve deeper, the oppressive aura intensifies? Qin Luojiao furrowed her brow. Previously, her soul energy could extend several paces, yet now that range was continuously shrinking. Chu Yang nodded, acknowledging the change. Could it be that something lies at the center of this island? He then turned to Su Ming and inquired, how far are we from the central location? Not far. We should reach it by today. Boom! The sounds of battle erupted ahead. Someone is fighting. Could there be another treasure at stake? The eyes of the group sparkled with anticipation on this island. Skirmishes between spirit masters generally arose from the desire to seize coveted treasures. Chu Yang and his companions had encountered numerous such instances along their journey. As they traversed the mist, the scene that unfolded before them left them in a state of shock. Dozens of ghostly attribute spiritual beasts were locked in combat. Among them were various forms: tigers, leopards, wolves, and bears. Flying creatures and even humanoid figures were present. The sight of a legion of skeletal warriors sent shivers down their spines, as though they had stepped into the realm of the dead. What has transpired here? Chu Yang gazed bewilderedly at the fray of skeletal apparitions. These ghostly beasts battled fiercely, their bones shattering and splintering. Yet, due to their immortal nature, those bones transformed back into energy, reintegrating into their forms, an exceedingly bizarre phenomenon. Such occurrences have been known to happen in previous years. It is said that they become bored, and since they cannot truly die, they seek out engagements to occupy themselves. Combat serves as the most effective outlet. Su Ming elucidated. They possess some understanding of this matter. Chu Yang's lips twitched. What does this even mean? Are these spectral beasts courting their own demise? Of course, there exists another perspective, suggesting that these ghostly attribute spirit beasts might be vying for the ultimate dominion. Chapter 78. Assault of the Seventh Order Beasts. Chu Yang gazed upon a horde of fearless spectral beasts. Among all varieties of ferocious creatures, none could rival their audacity. What is that creature doing? Suddenly, Chu Yang noticed one of the humanoid skeleton soldiers devouring the bones that other spectral beasts had shed. This skeleton soldier was diminutive. Standing approximately 1.5 meters tall, its gray bones marred with pockmarks and an overall weathered appearance. Chu Yang observed that after this skeleton soldier consumed a sufficient quantity of spectral bones, a section of its cranium became remarkably polished and radiant. Su Ming shook his head in bewilderment. Chu Yang's mind jolted. Could this be a form of evolution? Or perhaps merely a breakthrough in its realm? However, Qin Luoxiao suggested, perhaps this beast has comprehended certain skills related to consumption. Chu Yang grinned. I must claim this skeleton soldier. He scrutinized the other battling spectral beasts, noting that none possessed the same ability as this particular skeleton soldier. Thus, Chu Yang's interest was piqued. He wished to study this first-order skeleton soldier more thoroughly. As for whether to form a contract, that remained to be decided. Suddenly, a shadow darted from the darkness beneath the skeleton soldier, rudely seizing its head and sprinting away. This was the latest skill learned by Yi, known as Shadow Leap, allowing one to traverse seamlessly through interconnected shadows. This was an exceptionally powerful assassination technique, particularly effective on the ghostly island where sunlight could not penetrate. In essence, Shadow Leap possessed certain spatial attributes, yet it was limited, requiring connection through shadows. Nevertheless, Chu Yang was immensely pleased with this skill. At this moment, as the beasts engaged in their fervent battle, none noticed that a first-order skeleton soldier had vanished from sight. Chu Yang breathed a sigh of relief, surprised by how smoothly things had transpired. Su Ming sighed. Only with Brother Chu's formidable dark attribute spirit beast could such a feat be accomplished. Had it been an ordinary person, they would surely have been detected by these beasts. The spectral beasts were inherently reckless, relying on their indestructible nature to confront all adversities head-on, regardless of the consequences. If this rowdy bunch had spotted Chu Yang and his companions, they would undoubtedly have sought to engage them in a confrontation. The last time the ghostly island emerged, numerous members of the Su family had met their demise at the hands of these spectral fiends. Chu Yang stored the skeleton soldier within his spirit realm, intending to study it thoroughly later. Thus, he had achieved his objective for this journey. As for gathering medicinal herbs, it would depend on luck. Whatever could be collected would be collected. With several days until the tide rose, Chu Yang was in no hurry to depart. Instead, he delved deeper into the island in search of various herbs. The deeper into the island, the more formidable the spectral beasts became. However, the abundance and quality of herbs and materials also increased. Qin Luoxue and her companion discovered several soul stones of differing attributes, which would greatly aid in the construction of a more perfect spirit realm. The members of the Su family also reaped substantial rewards, arguably their most bountiful harvest to date. One family member even discovered a rule stone the size of an eyeball, which elicited excited shouts, inadvertently attracting several seventh-order spectral beasts. Chu Yang's expression turned grave. Judging by their skeletal forms, these three beasts resembled a tiger, a giant python, and a colossal eagle. Could a skeletal eagle actually take flight? Chu Yang marveled. Indeed, in this vast world, the extraordinary was commonplace. However, among the three beasts, the giant eagle possessed the greatest strength, boasting peak seventh-order cultivation. This was the entity that posed the most significant threat to Chu Yang. If one were to assume that the soul power of ordinary beasts was typically 2 tiers lower than their cultivation, then the soul power of spectral beasts would be 3 tiers lower than their cultivation. Thus, this giant eagle's soul power would be at the early stage of the 7th order. This surpassed Chu Yang's peak 6th order level by a whole tier. The members of the Su family were filled with regret. Had it not been for their excited exclamations, these formidable beasts would not have been drawn to them. Brother Chu, we have implicated you this time. We will hold them off momentarily, hoping to buy you 3 some time. Su Ming stated solemnly, handing 2 rule stones to Chu Yang, hoping he could deliver them to the Su family upon his escape. What's the rush? It's not yet a matter of life and death, Chu Yang replied. He furrowed his brow, assessing the 3 beasts. The tiger and the giant python posed little concern for him. The 2 7th-order late-stage spectral beasts had soul power equivalent to the peak of the 6th order, although their peak 6th-order soul power was comparable to his. With the aid of soul techniques and soul instruments, he could easily surpass them. Only the giant eagle, with its early 7th-order soul power, presented a formidable challenge. In truth, faced with such a situation, Chu Yang's first thought was to utilize Qin Luoxue's Tianqing Peng to flee. However, the Tianqing Peng was only at the peak of the 5th order and had yet to touch upon the rules, while the giant eagle was at the late stage of the 7th order, making escape from its grasp impossible. Additionally, his father-in-law's spirit beast was of no use in this moment. The atmosphere was saturated with a peculiar oppressive force, suppressing any outsider to below the 7th order. This meant that his father-in-law's spirit beast could only exert peak 6th order prowess here, still insufficient to contend with the 3 7th order beasts. The spectral beasts, being reckless, unhesitatingly launched an assault against the group. The 7th order beasts were colossal, measuring over 20 meters in length, despite existing merely in skeletal form. Their golden bones exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure and power. Dual sword slash. Spirit transformation technique. At the instant the 3 beasts initiated their attack, Chu Yang unleashed 2 golden tier soul techniques against the giant tiger and the giant python. The 2 silver swords intertwined like silver dragons, slicing toward the soul fire residing within the giant python's head. Simultaneously, a silver dragon resembling the sacred dragon of the abyss materialized, claws bared, lunging at the tiger. This was the soul technique, spirit transformation technique. By manifesting soul power into the form of a spirit beast, it attacked the adversary. In an instant, both beasts emitted anguished cries, their skeletal heads illuminated by the green soul fire flickering as though it might extinguish at any moment. This was the result of Chu Yang's soul techniques injuring their souls. The essence of soul techniques lay in enhancing the offensive capabilities of soul power. Thus it was evident that these 2 beasts of equivalent rank were no match for Chu Yang. It was also clear that a spirit master inherently possessed formidable combat strength. Of course, this was when battling against beasts devoid of spirit treasures. Should they engage with other spirit masters, it would devolve into a contest of soul power. Moreover, some spirit beasts were equipped with spirit treasures, which would cause immense complications for spirit masters. Moreover, there exist peculiar spirit beast entities with soul attributes that can effortlessly annihilate spirit masters of the same rank. Chapter 79, The Transaction. Just as Chu Yang was thwarting 2 ferocious beasts, a colossal eagle had already taken flight, arriving with astonishing speed despite its lack of wings. In the blink of an eye, Its razor-sharp talons tore a fourth-tier spirit beast asunder. Splutter. A member of the Su family spat blood, his complexion instantly paling. He was the spirit master of the fourth-tier beast that had just been shredded by the eagle. The eagle's speed was so formidable that he had no time to react before his spirit beast met its demise. The might of the eagle was overwhelming, slaughtering the fourth-tier beast with the ease of butchering livestock. Without granting anyone a moment to respond, the eagle launched another assault, this time targeting Su Wei. "Sister, get down!" Su Ming shouted, unleashing the primal force within him as he dashed forward to push Su Wei aside. "No!" Su Wei cried out in anguish. Witnessing Su Ming on the verge of being attacked by the colossal eagle, Su Ming was the young clan leader, the future heir. The Su family could do without her, but not without him. Simultaneously, Chu Yang formed a seal with his hands, and the soul artifact, Night Shadow Needle, shot forth from his soul sea, directly pressing towards the eagle's soul fire. The latter emitted a shriek, and the greenish soul fire within its eye sockets flickered like flames. However, unlike the howling of the giant tiger and giant python, the eagle merely experienced a momentary hesitation in its flight. "Go!" Chu Yang commanded softly. The others hurriedly mounted their flying spirit beasts and took flight to the side. Su Ming gasped for breath, finally comprehending the true terror of the seventh-tier, ferocious beast. He had narrowly escaped the jaws of death. He quickly urged the Su family members to board their flying spirit beasts and flee through the gaps between the three ferocious beasts. Just as Chu Yang settled onto the back of the sky blue Pong, the colossal eagle regained its senses, its soul fire in the eye sockets returning to normal, and it lunged forward once more. Indeed, with my peak 6th-tier soul power, I could only stave it off for a moment without inflicting any damage. Nevertheless, the brief pause granted them precious time. Thus, Chu Yang unleashed the Night Shadow Needle again, and once more, the eagle's body hesitated for a fleeting moment. After several repetitions, although the eagle remained on their tail, it was unable to launch an attack due to Chu Yang's resistance. For the time being, a precarious balance of mutual restraint was established. On the back of the sky blue Pong, Qin Luoxue furrowed her brow and remarked, "It seems we are heading towards the very heart of the island." Ahead, the Su family members, racing forward, felt a jolt of realization. How careless. Su Ming's expression changed dramatically. Because the colossal eagle had obstructed their path earlier, they had no choice but to travel this route, not realizing they were delving deeper. The further they ventured inward, the more formidable the ferocious beasts became. At this moment, they found themselves utterly powerless against the seventh-tier beast, let alone the creatures at the island's center. Chu Yang frowned, but he could not afford to be distracted, for behind them, the giant tiger and giant python, having endured a brief agony from the soul fire, resumed their pursuit. The ghostly attribute beasts were indeed reckless. Had they been any other type of beast, they would have fled from Chu Yang's soul power assault. Yet these two continued their relentless charge upon regaining their composure. Truly a mindless bunch, they exhibited no fear of death. The colossal eagle screeched, diving from the sky. And despite its recklessness, it recognized that Chu Yang posed the greatest threat. Chu Yang frowned. The three ferocious beasts were attacking from different directions, and any misstep could spell his doom. Moreover, the oppressive soul power in this area significantly curtailed the range of his soul attacks. Alas, if it comes to that, I shall have no choice but to enter the spirit domain. However, I prefer not to open my domain to too many individuals. Such a concentrated essence of spiritual material and law power, along with treasures like black soil, could lead to considerable trouble if it were to leak out. Just then, a voice echoed from behind. "Kid, I've finally found you. Hand over the lost stone, and I may spare your life." With a rustle, the mist parted, revealing a flying spirit beast descending. A middle-aged man stood upon the back of a Qingyun crane, his eyes gleaming with excitement as they fixed upon Chu Yang. This man, donned in a green robe and possessing a scholarly countenance, was none other than Chen Ling, a seventh-tier spirit master who had hurried over from Qian Xiaoyun's side. At this moment, Chen Ling transmitted a wave of soul power. "Kid, as long as you surrender the lost stone, I can assist you in repelling the three ferocious beasts." Chu Yang glanced at him, then at the Su family members. "Brother Chu, you all should leave. We've already implicated you long enough," Su Ming said apologetically. After all, this predicament stemmed from their excitement upon discovering a lost stone. Chu Yang then addressed the middle-aged man. "As long as you can ensure their safe passage, I shall willingly present the lost stone." After all, they had ventured into this perilous territory due to their guidance, and he felt a sense of responsibility. The latter, however, shook his head. "No, there are too many of them. Taking them along would only turn them into live targets for the ferocious beasts. This can be easily resolved. Senior, you could shelter them within your spirit domain, while I will divert the attention of these ferocious beasts." Subsequently, Chu Yang sent a mental message to Su Ming, detailing the specific method. Without hesitation, Su Ming replied, "As long as the senior can lead us to safety, I am willing to part with the Law Stone." He then produced a Law Stone the size of an eyeball. The middle-aged man, Chen Ling, brightened, his breath quickening. It truly was a Law Stone. With this stone, his spirit beasts could undoubtedly break through to the 6th tier in a short time. While spirit masters themselves possess considerable combat prowess, their most formidable offensive capabilities still lie with their spirit beasts. Despite the fact that a spirit master's soul power often exceeds that of many spirit beasts of the same tier, when faced with soul attribute beasts, without protective soul artifacts, they would ultimately find themselves slaughtered. Thus, the mightiest force of a spirit master remains the ferocious beasts. They themselves, more often than not, serve in a supportive capacity. You trust me so readily? Aren't you afraid I might seize it from you midway? Chen Ling scoffed. Once within his spirit domain, with these individual strength, they would be entirely at his mercy. Su Ming smiled wryly. You see our predicament, senior. At this point, what is there to fear? It would be merely a matter of death. Chu Yang also spoke directly. As long as you ensure their safe departure, when I emerge, I shall surely present you with a generous reward. As he spoke, Chen Ling produced several vials of rule liquid. Chen Ling's eyes blazed with fervor, his excitement palpable. Very well. I agree to this transaction, but in addition to that piece of rule stone, I demand 20 vials of rule liquid. Chen Ling declared, making a bold demand. Chu Yang gritted his teeth and acquiesced. After all, these vials of rule liquid would ultimately need to be obtained from Su Ming's other piece of rule stone. He certainly could not engage in a losing bargain. All right, I shall await you in Linghai City. All of you, enter my spiritual realm. Chen Ling permitted. Addressing the members of the Su family, Brother Chu, Su Ming began to say something, but was halted by Chu Yang's intervention. Rest assured, I am fine. Chu Yang replied coolly. Su Wei's eyes brimmed with tears. Let us go. Your presence will only hinder me. Chu Yang stated coldly. Despite the urgency, Chu Yang's hand seals did not cease, continuously directing his energies against the colossal eagle that lunged towards him. Kid, I will be waiting for you in Linghai City. If you fail to show up, the threat in Chen Ling's tone was unmistakable, especially since Chu Yang still had his 20 vials of rule liquid at stake. He then turned his gaze towards the two women who were also on the back of the sky blue pong, frowning as he remarked. It is said that beautiful women often bring calamity. No wonder Qian Shaoyun insisted I take both of them with me. However, Chen Ling ultimately refrained from making a move against the two women. He could not bring himself to forcibly seize another man's wife. If word of such actions were to spread, how would he ever face others again? After all, many individuals around him were already married. Moreover, his alliance with the Qian family was merely a temporary arrangement, solely for the acquisition of the rule stone. Otherwise, why would he auction off his own high-quality cultivation method at the auction? As he witnessed a throng of individuals vanish, the three ferocious beasts immediately emitted roars, charging towards Chen Ling. You say they lack brains, yet they seem to possess some. Chu Yang scoffed. Kid, stop them. Chen Ling shouted. Despite being a 7th-tier spirit master, he could only exert peak 6th-tier strength on Ghost Island, putting him on par with Chu Yang. Naturally, the latter could not stand idly by as the three ferocious beasts pursued Chen Ling and swiftly intervened, using his soul energy to restrain them. Only after Chen Ling had vanished into the mist atop his spirit beast did Chu Yang let out a sigh of relief. He then activated his soul energy again, employing soul techniques and soul artifacts to momentarily stun the three spirit beasts, allowing him to escort the two women into the spiritual realm. When the three ferocious beasts regained their senses, they found that the man had long since disappeared, unleashing a chorus of enraged roars. Soon, the three beasts, harboring mutual disdain for one another, reverted to their typical brutish behavior, engaging in a fierce battle amongst themselves. Within the spiritual realm, Chu Yang envied the giant panda once again. Yet, he felt utterly powerless. Once my mother-in-law awakens, it shall be your time for reckoning. He chuckled to himself. After completely restoring the soul energy expended in battle, he finally exited the spiritual realm. By this time, it was already the next day, and the three ferocious beasts had long vanished, leaving behind a battleground in ruins. System, activate today's blind box. A flash of black light enveloped him. As the system's voice rang out, congratulations, host. You have obtained a silver quality recipe for the revitalizing pill. Chu Yang's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart racing uncontrollably. This was something he desperately needed. To concoct pills, one must first understand the steps involved in alchemy, followed by what effects the pills should achieve and the required materials. Item name, Revitalizing Pill Recipe. Item note, this is a silver quality recipe for the revitalizing pill, detailing the method for its refinement. Without delay, Chu Yang eagerly opened the recipe. It stated that the revitalizing pill was a potion designed to restore the spirit energy of spirit beasts. The optimal choice for refining the pill was soul fire. with spirit beast fire being a secondary option. Chu Yang frowned. What exactly was soul fire? He recalled hearing Qin Luoshua mention that the green, ethereal flame within the head of a ghostly attribute spirit beast was called soul fire, but evidently, the pill referred to something other than this soul fire. Upon further inspection, he discovered that this particular pill required over a dozen materials, all of silver-quality spiritual herbs, with varying quantities for each. Chu Yang's scalp tingled. The mere creation of a silver-quality pill entailed such complexity, making him fear the process of concocting the evolution pill would be even more intricate. The road ahead was indeed daunting. Chu Yang stored the recipe away. Now was not the time to delve into these matters, as he had yet to gather all the spiritual herbs mentioned in the recipe. Soon, very soon, he would be able to conduct another 5 consecutive draws. The thought excited him, as it had been proven that such consecutive draws typically yielded exceptional items. What treasures would he unveil this time? His anticipation grew. Surveying the ravaged surroundings, Chu Yang's brow furrowed. He realized he had lost his way. The area was shrouded in mist, obscuring his sense of direction. If this were an island, logically speaking, he should be able to reach the coastline regardless of the path taken. With that in mind, Chu Yang boldly chose a direction and forged ahead. Ghost Island had emerged from the depths, drawing countless spirit masters to its shores. Even now, as time passed, individuals continued to land upon its shores. Likewise, many souls had been eternally laid to rest upon this island. As the tide rose, they would sink into the depths of the sea, becoming nourishment for the ocean's ferocious beasts. Chu Yang pressed onward, now certain he was heading towards the island's center. Feeling an increasing pressure against his soul energy could only extend a few meters beyond his body. Reluctantly, he instructed Yi to scout ahead for him. A chasm lay ahead. Chu Yang frowned. Did that mean he would have to take a detour? Moreover, from the information relayed by Yi, he understood that the oppressive aura emanating from the chasm originated from within. Was the treasure spoken of by the masses situated within that very abyss? Chu Yang's interest peaked. Ever since discovering the Rule Stone and other treasures within the lairs of the giant panda and golden giant tiger, he had developed a profound fascination for treasure hunting. Let us gamble. Perhaps a bicycle will turn into a motorcycle. Chu Yang resolved, gritting his teeth as he ventured towards the chasm. Half an hour later, he arrived at the edge of the abyss, which seemed to stretch endlessly, resembling a celestial chasm before him. Below, a dark void awaited, with the howling winds echoing from within, akin to a ferocious beast roaring, deterring any would-be adventurers. A tremendous aura radiated from the abyss, the oppressive force preventing Chu Yang's soul energy from escaping his body. Suddenly, a crescent-shaped wind blade shot forth from the depths of the chasm, striking the cliffside with a thunderous boom. Crack! A section of the cliff crumbled and plummeted into the inky abyss below. There were spirit beasts battling down there. Chu Yang was taken aback. That azure wind blade was unmistakably a strike unleashed by a wind element spiritual beast. There must be a treasure below, otherwise, who would engage in such a fierce confrontation in this desolate place? His heart surged with anticipation. Summoning Huang, he mounted its back and descended from the abyss. Naturally, he chose not to land directly where the wind blade had struck, but rather at a safe distance below. As he descended, the intensity of the battle became increasingly palpable to him. Were there not just 2 opponents? Furthermore, the spiritual beasts on the opposing side likely possessed a cultivation level of at least the 6th tier. It was inconceivable that low-tier spirit masters could reach such a location. And the attacks being unleashed by the battling spiritual beasts exuded immense power, imbued with a rich essence of law, undoubtedly surpassing Huang in strength. They must be 6th-tier spiritual beasts without question. Chapter 81, Breaking Out of the Shell. Chu Yang treaded cautiously, wary of disturbing them in the slightest. Fortunately, the spirit master soul power was suppressed here, rendering them unaware of his silent arrival behind them. The terrain below the abyss was convoluted and treacherous, resembling a chaotic pile of rocks. The fog here was not particularly dense. In fact, visibility was significantly better than above. Upon reaching this area, Chu Yang immediately retracted Huang into his spirit domain to prevent its massive form from being detected by the opposing spirit masters. As he surveyed the scene, a flicker of astonishment crossed his mind. He had initially assumed that the spirit masters were engaged in a fierce struggle over a treasure, yet that was not the case. In the heart of the battle stood 4 spirit masters side by side, each summoning a ferocious spiritual beast, launching relentless attacks against a formidable creature ahead. Chu Yang observed closely. The beast was a turtle, colossal like a small mountain, its deep shell as impenetrable as a mighty divine mountain. Despite the frantic assaults of the 4 spirit masters, they were unable to inflict any damage upon it. Chu Yang felt a surge of perplexity. Since entering Phantom Island, he had encountered only ghostly attribute beasts, yet this turtle was indistinguishable from an ordinary beast, its body composed entirely of flesh and blood. Damn it! If our spiritual beasts were not suppressed to the 6th tier, this mere mid-tier 7th tier turtle would never be able to withstand our advance. One of the spirit masters exclaimed. His face darkened with frustration. All 4 of them had peak 7th tier spiritual beasts, yet they found themselves powerless against a mid-tier 7th tier beast. Their eyes burned with desire as they gazed beyond the turtle, where something seemed to draw their attention. Chu Yang followed their gaze and discovered a golden orb radiating brilliant light behind the turtle. No, it was not an orb. It was a droplet of golden blood. Chu Yang's gaze trembled. This droplet was the size of a fist, spinning like a golden divine pearl, emanating a dazzling brilliance that illuminated the surrounding gorge, transforming it into a golden sanctuary. Chu Yang was stunned. This blood was extraordinary, pulsating with a unique wave of power that seemed to transcend the essence of law. Soaring high, vast, and profound. Was this the blood of a ferocious beast or a spiritual beast? Chu Yang could not be certain. Blood from spiritual beasts or ferocious beasts above the 6th tier inherently contained the essence of law. Yet this power surpassed the laws. What level of being could this blood belong to? A 10th tier emperor? Or even higher? One thing was clear. This droplet of blood did not belong to the turtle before them. At that moment, one of the spirit masters eagerly declared, "If we could obtain this droplet of blood, it would be sufficient for all 4 of our spiritual beasts to simultaneously break through to the peak of the 8th tier. As for the 9th tier, that is impossible. Our spiritual beasts do not possess royal quality. Not so fast." Someone shook their head. "I believe it could enable even more of our spiritual beasts to ascend to greater heights. In fact, the effect of this blood is countless times superior to that of the essence of law." The other 3 nodded in agreement. This droplet of blood was truly remarkable. Akin to the blood of a deity, possessing unparalleled might. The golden light radiating from the blood illuminated the surroundings, casting a brilliant glow, resembling a golden sanctuary. The turtle, resembling a divine mountain, stood guard, preventing the 4 spirit masters from advancing. It seemed to be protecting that droplet of blood, disallowing anyone to approach. The 4 spirit masters were left helpless. Here, their soul power was suppressed, and they could not unleash their soul techniques to attack. Chu Yang quietly observed from behind, a frown creasing his brow. The source of the suppression of the spirit master soul power did not emanate from the golden blood, but rather from deep within the fissured earth. Upon first sight of the golden blood, he had mistakenly believed it to be the treasure that people spoke of, yet upon closer inspection, he realized otherwise. While the droplet of blood indeed radiated a surge of power, it did not possess the ability to suppress the soul power of the spirit masters. Instead, it exuded a faint force that suppressed the cultivation of spiritual beasts. Could it be that the reason the foreign spiritual beasts were confined to below the 7th tier was due to this droplet of blood? Chu Yang himself did not possess any spiritual beasts above the 6th tier, so he could not deeply perceive this phenomenon. However, that did not diminish his thirst for the golden blood. After all, the individuals ahead had just claimed that the effects of this blood might surpass that of the essence of law. He was in dire need of such auxiliary items. But how could he obtain it? And how would he escape from the eyes of the 4 7th-tier spirit masters and that turtle beast afterward? It would have to rely on Yi. Just then, the azure-blooded dragon within his spirit domain, which had yet to break free from its shell, began to stir. Was it finally going to hatch? The azure-blooded dragon had remained dormant since Chu Yang acquired it, absorbing the blood of the golden giant tiger. Chu Yang had also hunted numerous 5th-tier ferocious beasts for it to consume, causing the blood egg to grow from its initial size of about a foot to its current 5 or 6 feet. It was now firmly rooted atop the spirit vein like a massive stone. At this moment, the blood egg glimmered enticingly, emanating a faint red light. Following a gentle tremor, cracks began to appear on the surface of the blood egg, and a vivid scarlet radiance burst forth from the fissures, casting a blood-red glow across the vicinity of the spirit vein. This extraordinary spectacle naturally caught the attention of the Qin sisters within the spirit domain. "Sister, Chu Yang's blood dragon is about to hatch," Qin Luo exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. Chu Yang had previously mentioned that this spiritual beast was of royal quality. Witnessing the birth of a royal quality spiritual beast was indeed a rare occurrence. Qin Luo Xuen nodded, equally eager to behold the scene of a royal quality spiritual beast's emergence. The cracking sounds resonated from the blood egg as the blood-red light radiated from the cracks, illuminating the surroundings with a hellish crimson hue. "I've never seen a blood attribute spiritual beast. I wonder what it will be like," Qin Luo eagerly remarked. Mother once said that blood attribute spiritual beasts excel in combat, growing stronger with each battle. They are indeed a rare attribute. At that moment, the entire blood egg suddenly erupted, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar as a blood-colored dragon surged skyward from within it, resembling a streak of crimson light piercing the heavens. The two sisters were left in awe. What kind of figure was this? Its entire body was a vivid red, devoid of any other hue, including its eyes, dragon horns, scales, and claws, all exhibiting a blood-red tint. At first glance, one felt as if they were immersed in a vast ocean of blood, with twin horns adorning its head, 2 claws beneath its belly, and 2 dragon whiskers swaying in the wind. It bore a striking resemblance to the wild dragons, albeit with 2 fewer claws and the absence of the majestic mane that would extend from its neck to its tail, rendering it slightly less imposing. Nevertheless, Chu Yang was quite pleased. He had acquired yet another pinnacle 5th-tier spirit beast. Chapter 82, An Ominous Sign. The Azure Blood Dragon had been sealed within the blood egg for an unknown number of years, and it had been nurtured by Chu Yang with the blood of ferocious beasts. Furthermore, the blood of the 7th-tier golden giant tiger, imbued with the power of laws, bestowed upon the Azure Blood Dragon a glimmer of understanding of the laws right from its birth, specifically, the law of blood. Had he known that blood infused with the power of laws would aid in comprehending said laws, he would have sought to hunt several more beasts of 6th tier or higher. Chu Yang felt a twinge of regret. His father-in-law's spirit beast was still within his spirit domain. Hunting several 6th-tier ferocious beasts would have been a trivial task. Had he managed to slay a few more beasts of that caliber, perhaps the Azure Blood Dragon-esque grasp of the law of blood would have progressed even further. After all, for a blood attribute spirit beast, high-quality blood would facilitate a swifter comprehension of the law of blood. The Azure Blood Dragon exuded an air of majesty, its roar echoing throughout the spirit domain, as if celebrating its own birth. However, the next moment, a voice imbued with authority resonated from a nearby mountain peak, seemingly disrupting its understanding of the laws. Much to its displeasure, the Azure Blood Dragon hesitated, casting its gaze downward. In an instant, its proud demeanor dissipated, replaced by an air of extreme servility. Its entire form doved down, landing beside Huang, unabashedly licking Huang's dragon claw with its tongue as crimson as blood. The 2 women were left speechless, and Chu Yang found himself perplexed. How did it suddenly turn into a sycophant? Yet, he sensed a deep reverence emanating from the Azure Blood Dragon. Was it in awe of its true dragon form or its royal quality? This was something Chu Yang could not ascertain. However, he felt the latter possibility was more likely. After all, a similar phenomenon had occurred with the spirit beasts of the Qin sisters. It was worth noting that those spirit beasts were also a fire dragon and an ice phoenix, leading Chu Yang to believe that they might be revering Huang's royal quality, for Huang's potential surpassed theirs. I have heard that blood attributes are most suited for combat. Thus, I shall name you Warrior. Chu Yang decided upon a name for the newly born Azure Blood Dragon. Spirit Beast, Warrior, Azure Blood Dragon. Quality, Royal Quality. Tier, Pinnacle 5th Tier. Attribute, Blood Attribute. Skills, Blood Control, Blood Armor, Blood Explosion, Blood Shadow Clone. Spirit Treasure, none. At this moment, Warrior conveyed a message to Chu Yang. Do you desire this drop of golden blood? Warrior nodded. Being of blood attribute, high-quality blood would greatly assist in its comprehension of the laws. Chu Yang gazed at the drop of golden blood, realizing that Warrior's timely emergence was likely due to this very drop. The previous spirit masters had mentioned that the effects of this blood surpassed those of the liquid laws, making it an excellent auxiliary material for Warrior, who had already grasped a hint of the power of laws. Thus, this drop of blood was something he must acquire. He began to ponder. Initially, he had intended to give it to Huang to expedite its understanding of the law, but now it seemed more suitable for the blood attribute Warrior. Chu Yang looked towards the 4 spirit masters ahead, their soul power currently suppressed, leading him to estimate their strength at the pinnacle of 6th tier. Given that outsiders on Ghost Island were restricted to below 7th tier, in terms of soul power, Chu Yang felt no fear of anyone on the island. However, facing 4 pinnacle 6th tier spirit beasts simultaneously was beyond his capability, especially if any of them were equipped with defensive spirit treasures, which would leave him entirely at a disadvantage. Whether he could succeed now depended solely on Yi. Chu Yang could only place his hopes on Yi, whose skill, Shadow Leap, was the only opportunity to obtain that drop of blood. Then, at Chu Yang's signal, in the blink of an eye, Yi arrived behind the turtle. Although the mist below the abyss had thinned somewhat, the sun still failed to penetrate, allowing Yi to execute Shadow Leap without hindrance. At that moment, the 4 pinnacle 6th tier spirit beasts continued their assault on the turtle, which had withdrawn its head into its shell, impervious to the raging wind and rain. Yi's successful arrival relieved Chu Yang. The next step was to obtain the blood. Surrounding Yi, a swirling black mist coalesced into a large hand, instantly sweeping towards the golden blood. However, at that very moment, the drop of golden blood appeared to be stimulated, erupting with a dazzling golden brilliance. This radiant light was incredibly intense, resembling a miniature sun illuminating the earth. In an instant, This golden light shot forth from the depths of the abyss, soaring into the sky. The stunning phenomenon startled all spirit masters on the island. Even those in Linghai City could vaguely see the golden light piercing the heavens. What was happening? All the spirit masters gazed in astonishment at the island's center. This was an unprecedented phenomenon. Could it be that the legendary treasure was about to emerge? All spirit masters were shaken to their core. It was undoubtedly a treasure. Even the strongest spirit master would be suppressed in its presence. If one could refine the treasure, even the holy lands would have to bow before them. Charge! Seize the treasure! The spirit masters shouted, rushing madly towards the island's center. Even many spirit masters from Linghai City, who initially had no intention of entering Ghost Island, were now frantically racing toward the island. Who wouldn't be tempted by a treasure that could suppress all spirit masters' cultivation? Ling, seated atop the Chu Yang crane, turned back to gaze at the island radiating with brilliant golden light, ultimately sighing before turning to fly towards Linghai City. His spirit beast cultivation was too low, merely at the pinnacle of 5th tier, making him insignificant among the throngs of spirit masters charging towards Ghost Island. Thus, he wisely chose to retreat. Now, armed with the rule stone and the law liquid obtained from his previous purchases, he possessed enough resources to enable his spirit beast to swiftly break through to 6th tier, rendering him indifferent to the so-called treasure. Kid, you still owe me that rule liquid. You better come out alive, or else, humph. On the island, whether it was the Qian family led by Qian Shaoyan or Yi Qingtian from the sacred land of the sea, they all took note of this astonishing phenomenon and began converging towards the heart of the island. As the number of spirit masters increased, the battles grew more intense, with numerous skirmishes over treasures and countless underhanded tactics being employed. Already, there had been casualties among the 7th-rank spirit masters on Ghost Island. The death of a 7th-rank spirit master naturally incited a frenzy among the crowd, who began to act recklessly. The conflict among the spirit masters was already fierce, and now a horde of reckless skeletons had joined the fray, transforming the entire Ghost Island into a veritable slaughterhouse. Rivers of blood flowed from the island into the ocean, staining the surrounding waters crimson. The overwhelming stench of blood attracted a multitude of ferocious sea creatures, leading to even more spirit masters meeting their demise at the jaws of these aquatic beasts. Chu Yang's heart raced, and at the moment the drop of blood erupted with light, he sensed impending doom. Chapter 83, The Cataclysm of the Spirit Domain. Just as the night returned, the turtle that had been hiding within its shell extended its head, revealing a pair of golden eyes. Simultaneously, another turtle head emerged from the rear of its shell, its regal golden gaze fixated upon the shimmering golden blood floating before it. A two-headed turtle, the 4 spirit masters exclaimed in astonishment. Although they had not noticed the figure of the night, nor understood why that drop of blood had suddenly exhibited such a remarkable phenomenon, the presence of this turtle left them in shock. They had been attacking for so long without realizing they were up against a two-headed turtle. A moment's carelessness could spell lethal danger. As if responding to the anomaly caused by the drop of blood, a chilling glint flickered in the two-headed turtle's golden eyes. Subsequently, its 4 limbs rose like towering pillars, supporting its massive, mountain-like body. Rumble. The ground trembled, and the debris above the abyss shattered, cascading downwards. In the next moment, the colossal two-headed turtle charged toward the 4 spirit beasts. With each step it took, the earth quaked beneath its weight. Its towering height of over 20 meters exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. Facing the frenzied assaults of the 4 spirit beasts, the two-headed turtle showed no inclination to evade, allowing the attacks to strike its hard shell, which remained unscathed. You 3, restrain it while I attack from another angle, one of the 4 spirit masters declared. Ignoring the opinions of the others, he summoned a flying spirit beast, soaring over the two-headed turtle towards the drop of golden blood behind it. Liang, you want to get away with this? Came a shout from behind. Another spirit master also summoned a flying spirit beast to pursue. The remaining 2 exchanged glances, unwilling to lag behind, and followed suit. Liang's eyes gleamed with golden light as he gazed upon the increasingly close drop of golden blood, his heart ablaze with desire. Haha, this treasure shall be mine, Liang. His laughter rang out as his main spirit beast, the diamond-quality spirit beast, the Silver Buddha, which had just attacked the two-headed turtle, opened its massive mouth, preparing to swallow the dazzling golden blood. Liang, how dare you? Came the furious shouts of the 3 behind him. The two-headed turtle let out a roar, swinging its sharp claws towards the Silver Buddha. However, despite its formidable defense, its attack speed was a fraction too slow, allowing the Silver Buddha to evade easily. The expressions of the 3 behind Liang darkened. How could such a precious treasure be snatched away by their opponent? Yet, before Liang could finish his triumphant laughter, his expression changed drastically. No, no, spit it out quickly. He bellowed at the Silver Buddha, but it was already too late. The silver Buddha's body began to swell like a balloon, and cracks appeared all over it, resembling a shattered pottery vessel, as crimson blood gushed forth. No, Chu Yang shouted in fury, but he was powerless to intervene. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as the silver Buddha's several-meter-tall form was instantly reduced to dust. The terrifying aftermath of the explosion surged forth like a cataclysmic tornado, sweeping through the depths of the abyss. With massive stones the size of trees being tossed about in the energy storm, Chu Yang, caught in the backlash, was flung several dozen meters away and crashed violently against the rocky wall, his fate uncertain. The three who had been charging forward were also thrown back. But thanks to their spirit beasts, they emerged unscathed. Chu Yang, positioned relatively far away, was still pushed back several dozen steps by the residual force of the explosion. The only one unaffected was the two-headed turtle, though both of its heads had retreated into its shell. This explosion was akin to a spirit beast's self-detonation, and the silver Buddha itself was at the peak of 7th rank, so the explosive power was unimaginable. A violent tornado erupted from the abyss's depths, carrying an overwhelming force skyward. What on earth is happening now? A spirit master near the abyss frowned at the raging tornado. First, there was the golden light phenomenon, and now a tornado was ascending from below. What could possibly be hidden within this abyss? This left many spirit masters near the abyss apprehensive, questioning whether it was still safe to descend. After a prolonged period, the energy storm finally calmed. The site was left in ruins, with a massive crater blasted into the depths of the abyss. Huh, how dare you let a spirit beast consume that drop of blood? Now it's met its end. Zhao Qing sneered, devoid of any compassion. That drop of blood was clearly extraordinary. A lower-ranked spirit beast would be unable to withstand the immense energy contained within, leading to its body being ruptured. To speak truthfully, Zhao Qing was now drenched in cold sweat. He had been closely following Chu Yang, and had it not been for Chu Yang testing the waters ahead, he might have been the unfortunate one. Seizing the opportunity while the storm had yet to subside, he made his way to the drop of golden blood. His eyes gleamed with fervor. Such a treasure should naturally be directly absorbed into the spirit domain. Zhao Qing mocked Chu Yang's foolishness, and without hesitation, he opened the spirit domain's passage, drawing the drop of golden blood into his domain. This way it won't explode, right? Zhao Qing smiled contentedly. But soon after, his expression turned ashen, fear etched across his face, a stark contrast to the confidence Chu Yang had displayed earlier. My spirit domain! Zhao Qing cried out in terror. In the next moment, Chu Yang witnessed a scene that would be etched in his memory forever. A point of golden light burst forth from Zhao Qing's forehead, and then, with a resounding explosion, Zhao Qing's head detonated, revealing a vast spirit domain that descended into the abyss. The spirit domain began to expand, and soon cracks appeared all over it. This is bad. Almost simultaneously, Chu Yang and the two other spiritual masters were struck with alarm, and they swiftly retreated into their respective spirit domains. Following Zhao Qing's demise, his spirit domain remained unable to withstand the overwhelming energy of the golden blood, which was poised to erupt. What is a spirit domain? It is a miniature world. At this moment, the explosion of a spirit domain would be tantamount to a cataclysmic event within a small world. No matter if they were 6th or 7th tier, even a 10th tier emperor-level spirit beast would likely be unable to endure such a force. Boom. The energy emanating from the depths of the abyss was beyond mere strength. It was apocalyptic. At the heart of Phantom Island, a wave of deathly aura suddenly surged from the abyss's bottom, instantly sweeping across every corner. The faces of all the spiritual masters shifted dramatically, utterly bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Quick, follow me into the spirit domain, one of the masters shouted, hastily activating his domain to shelter his closest kin from the impending doom. Crash! A vast and terrifying wave of energy erupted ferociously from the abyss's depths, engulfing large swathes of the island in an instant. With a thunderous roar, the ground was upheaved, ancient trees were uprooted, and massive boulders were thrust skyward, only to be torn into powder by this devastating force. Wherever this annihilating energy passed, everything was reduced to nothingness. Spirit beasts, ferocious creatures, and spiritual masters alike melted away like spring snow beneath the scorching sun. Chapter 84. Suppression Failure? At the very center of Phantom Island, the cataclysmic energy raged, sweeping through the heavens and the earth. Everyone stood in stunned silence, having never witnessed such a spectacle. Even the mere energy radiating from the island's core instilled a primal fear deep within them. What on earth was happening? Some gazed vacantly, as if the mist enveloping the island had been blown away, revealing the terrifying explosion. An advanced spiritual master pondered aloud, given the scale of the explosion. It resembles the detonation of a spirit domain. A spirit domain explosion? The lower-tier masters looked utterly bewildered. This phenomenon occurs when a spirit domain is unable to contain the energy it harbors, leading to such an explosion. I once witnessed a similar event in a perilous location. One of the masters recounted, recalling an incident where another had attempted to store an immensely powerful artifact within their spirit domain, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. With that, he turned to leave Phantom Island, knowing that the artifact was far beyond their reach. To forcibly seize it would only lead to the same fate as the master whose domain had just exploded. Nevertheless, many other masters were increasingly intrigued. What manner of treasure could contain such vast energy? Let us go take a look, just a glance, no touching. A group of spiritual masters awaited the explosion's conclusion. Chu Yang had entered his spirit domain, untouched by the explosion. However, he found himself in a quandary. Acquiring this droplet of golden blood was no simple feat. Spirit beasts could not devour it, nor could it be housed within the spirit domain. What to do? If this substance could be utilized in battle or to comprehend the laws of blood, it would undoubtedly be an unparalleled treasure. The quality of this golden blood was exceedingly high, providing immense assistance in both combat and the understanding of blood laws. If only he could find something to suppress it, preventing an explosion within the spirit domain. Chu Yang mused. Suppression? Suddenly, Chu Yang's eyes lit up. An idea sparked within him. Moments later, he exited the spirit domain. Finding the area beneath the fissure to be remarkably empty, the two-headed turtle had vanished, leaving only the droplet of golden blood suspended in the air, still radiating a dazzling brilliance. Chu Yang summoned Zhang Yi, realizing that he might have to rely on it. Use your blood control technique to try and contain this droplet. Do not allow it to experience any violent fluctuations. The blood control technique was a skill mastered by Zhang Yi, enabling it to manipulate blood. However, given its current peak 5th-tier cultivation, it would be challenging to control the entire droplet. Yet, for the sake of its future, Zhang Yi was determined. It swung its massive crimson body toward the blood and opened its cavernous mouth, swallowing the entire droplet. Of course, Chu Yang did not permit it to digest the blood. Otherwise, it would meet the same fate as the silver-bodied Buddha. At that moment, Zhang Yi closed its enormous eyes, attempting to control the droplet with the blood control technique. How effective this would be, only time would tell. The purpose of the blood control technique was merely to delay the violent eruption of the droplet. After a considerable time, Zhang Yi conveyed a message back to Chu Yang. He took a deep breath. Success or failure hinged upon this moment. Should he fail, he would follow in Zhao Qing's footsteps. Meanwhile, the two spiritual masters who had retreated into their own spirit domains emerged within the abyss. Upon opening their eyes, they found Chu Yang commanding his spirit beast to swallow the droplet of blood. It was sheer folly. Just moments ago, someone had proven this course of action to be futile, yet he dared to proceed. One of them remarked coldly. The previous Cheng Liang was a living testament to the danger, having perished in the subsequent explosion. Now, seeing this young master repeating Cheng Liang's mistake, they braced themselves for a hasty retreat. However, the next moment, their expressions changed drastically. The young master had actually transported both the spirit beast and the droplet of golden blood into the spirit domain. Following closely, he entered as well. What the hell? One of them exclaimed, his face contorting in disbelief. Did he not see the preceding explosion? Did he really dare to attempt this? That scene had left a profound impression on Chu Yang, as well as instilling a psychological shadow in the two masters. At this moment, both prepared to retreat into their spirit domains once more for safety. However, moments later, their expressions shifted to astonishment. The anticipated explosion of the spirit domain did not manifest, leaving only the howling winds in its wake. What is happening? His spirit domain, didn't he explode? One exclaimed in shock. The other pondered, from his appearance. This master is quite young and does not resemble an elder who has practiced for many years. He must be a disciple of some sacred ground. He likely possesses a treasure capable of suppressing that droplet of golden blood. Having shared a glance, they simultaneously declared, wait. As 7th-tier spiritual masters, they had few rivals on the entire planet. Even a sacred ground would find it difficult to capture them. If they were to obtain that droplet of blood, their spirit beasts could advance to 8th tier, and at that point, who could stand against them, save for a few ancient figures? Thus, even if he were a disciple of a sacred ground, they could not let him escape. Within the spirit domain, Chu Yang had successfully transported Zhang Yi along with the droplet of blood inside. Within mere breaths, the golden radiance erupted once more from the droplet, signaling the onset of a violent reaction. Should it fully erupt, Chu Yang's spirit domain would inevitably collapse. However, at the very moment they entered the spiritual realm, Chu Yang harnessed the power of the domain, transferring both Zhang Yi and the drop of blood into a towering 9-story pagoda, the sacred spirit tower. This tower, which he had refined, had long served to suppress the soul sea, for his soul power was insufficient to activate the sacred spirit tower, leaving it to passively defend itself. At this moment, Chu Yang relocated it into the spiritual domain, hoping to utilize this soul artifact to subdue the drop of blood. Once inside the first level of the sacred spirit tower, Zhang Yi hastily expelled the drop of blood from his mouth. As it had begun to thrash violently after the tumultuous transition from the outside world to the spiritual realm, if he did not expel it, he feared that he might be instantly harmed or even perish due to the blood's energy. After expelling the drop of blood, Zhang Yi was once again swiftly brought back into the spiritual domain by Chu Yang. It was imperative that they did not linger within the sacred spirit tower at this moment. Chu Yang clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on the tower, his breath hitching, and beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He was uncertain of the caliber of this blood, whether the sacred spirit tower could successfully contain it. If it could not, the blood, having endured the tumultuous transit and the expulsion by Zhang Yi, combined with the vanishing of the blood control technique applied to it, would unleash its energy in a cataclysmic eruption. The golden radiance instantaneously illuminated the entire first level of the tower, and after a moment of obstruction, it began to spread outward into the spiritual realm. Chu Yang's heart lurched, droplets of sweat cascading down his face. The sacred spirit tower had failed to contain the drop of blood? Chapter 85, The Sacred Spirit Tower. Witnessing the golden light radiating outward, Chu Yang's hands trembled. He could foresee a fate similar to that of Zhao Qing, his head exploding like a watermelon, followed by the spiritual realm descending upon Ghost Island, culminating in an explosion. No, I must send Luo Shui and the others out of the spiritual realm. He recalled noticing the two spirit manipulators upon entering the spiritual realm. If he could transport the two women outside, perhaps there would be a glimmer of hope. Just then, the sound of dragon roars and phoenix cries erupted. As if countless spirit beasts were unleashing their fury, the sacred spirit tower appeared to react, emanating a resplendent spectrum of colors from its structure. The dazzling light illuminated the entire spiritual realm as if divine radiance had descended. What is happening? The two women, who had been leisurely enjoying their time with a giant panda in the grand villa, were startled by this phenomenon and stepped out of their rooms simultaneously. Before their eyes, the vibrant hues enveloped the surroundings, casting the spiritual realm in a sacred light. At the source of this radiant glow stood a towering 9-story glass pagoda, slowly rotating, with golden light attempting to burst forth from its interior. What kind of soul artifact is this? The two women gasped in astonishment. Though their experiences were limited, they had heard tales from their mother, Yun Li Hui, and could instantly discern that this 9-story glass pagoda was no ordinary soul artifact. Its quality was undoubtedly exceptional. However, what followed was even more astonishing. The peculiar runes imprinted upon the tower, resembling various spirit beasts, suddenly appeared to come alive, swirling around the tower. Ultimately, those beast-like runes detached from the tower, morphing into countless small spirit beasts that danced around the glass pagoda. There were true dragons, divine phoenixes, cheilants, white tigers, black tortoises, vermilion birds, colossal kuns, and even extraordinary entities resembling flames and spirits infused with thunderous power, as well as giants formed of rock. An overwhelming multitude of small spirit beasts manifested, encircling the tower with their cries. The two women were so astonished that they covered their mouths. Even the artifacts their mother had mentioned did not exhibit such phenomena. Yet, Chu Yang paid little heed to these wonders, having encountered them once before. His focus lay elsewhere. As the myriad spirit beast runes swirled out and transformed into miniature spirit beasts, the golden light that had penetrated the sacred spirit tower was finally subdued once more within its confines. Seeing this, Chu Yang let out a sigh of relief. Feeling drenched with perspiration, the sacred spirit tower had ultimately succeeded in subduing this unknown caliber of blood. Perhaps my cultivation is still too low. If I could actively activate the sacred spirit tower, such a perilous situation might never have arisen. For now, relying solely on its passive defense was what had invited such danger. Yet, he was powerless to change his circumstances. Without a diamond-grade cultivation technique, he could not advance. He could only hope to uncover such a technique within a blind box, or, upon returning to Luotian City, to search the ancient secret realm, perhaps discovering something of value. The two women approached, noticing Chu Yang drenched in sweat, and Qin Luojiao produced a handkerchief to wipe his brow. Although they were unaware of the specifics of the ordeal, Chu Yang's state suggested that what had just transpired was perilously close to disaster. It's all right, it's all right. Chu Yang extended his arms, pulling the two women into an embrace. The feeling of being alive was truly exquisite. Just moments ago, he had felt an overwhelming sense of imminent death. Even now, his hands trembled uncontrollably. Whatever happens, we will always be by your side. Qin Luoxue grasped Chu Yang's slightly trembling hand, resting her cheek against his chest. Gazing down at the two beauties nestled against him, Chu Yang pressed gentle kisses upon their foreheads, gradually relaxing his demeanor. Subsequently, he led the two women into the sacred spirit tower, where the energy unleashed by the golden blood had settled into a tranquil state. It resembled a slumbering lion. As long as it was not provoked by external forces, it would not erupt with energy. "This is a drop of blood?" Qin Luojiao exclaimed in surprise. The aura emanating from this drop of blood was far more profound than that of her mother's spirit beast. How could such a thing exist on Ghost Island? Qin Luojiao pondered, perplexed. Currently, the most formidable beings on Earth did not exceed the 9th tier. Such a creature should not exist. Chu Yang squinted. This island is likely not as simple as it appears. He suddenly recalled that before entering the island, a member of the Su family had mentioned that the island resembled a turtle. However, Chu Yang shook his head, deeming it improbable. How could there exist such a colossal beast or spirit beast in the world? Yet previously, when the two-headed turtle attacked 4 spirit beasts, its razor-sharp claws effortlessly cleaved through stone walls, rendering the external rock as soft as tofu, offering no resistance whatsoever. Yet, when it encountered the internal rock layer, it sparked with flying embers. The two-headed turtle's lethal claws could inflict no damage. Even the subsequent explosion in the spiritual realm had failed to obliterate that abyss. It was evident that within that abyss, extraordinary entities surely resided. Perhaps there were high-quality materials hidden within. This island is truly remarkable. It would not be surprising if it could nurture certain soul stones or spiritual treasures. Soon, Zhang Yi entered the sacred spirit tower, positioning himself beside the drop of blood to comprehend the laws of blood. Chu Yang did not rush out immediately. His spiritual domain showed no signs of abnormalities, perhaps having already drawn the attention of the 2 spirit masters. Thus, he had to devise a foolproof strategy. At that moment, he was refining a soul artifact of the Treasure Palace, a diamond-quality defensive soul artifact obtained from Wang Qianhua. The Holy Spirit Tower was currently suppressing that drop of blood within the spiritual domain, making it temporarily impossible to return to the Soul Sea. Consequently, it was imperative that other soul artifacts were stationed in the Soul Sea to prevent ambushes by the Spirit Masters. Time passed slowly. The 2 7th-tier Spirit Masters remained vigilant in the abyss, waiting for Chu Yang to appear. They must have sensed our presence. One of them frowned. "Let us continue to wait. I refuse to believe he will remain hidden until the tide rises." The other replied calmly. The young man possessed at least 2 treasures. One was that drop of blood, and the other was an artifact capable of suppressing it. Either of these treasures could significantly enhance their strength, hence their patience. The colossal anomaly generated by Ghost Island even attracted some powerful individuals heading to Kunlun Mountain, leading to the presence of several 7th-tier spirit masters on the island, though their powers were similarly restrained to the peak of the 6th tier. Thus, even they, formidable as they were, dared not let their guard down on this island. Especially near the island's center, the spectral beasts that had been obliterated by the tremendous energy surge during the explosion in the spiritual domain were now fully revived, rushing once more towards the spirit masters who dared to tread into the heart of the island. In an instant, battle erupted anew. Chapter 86. The Reawakening of the Sacred Spirit Beast. Within the spiritual domain, Chu Yang opened his eyes. 2 days had passed. Surely, there was no one outside now. Yet, as soon as he stepped out of the spiritual domain, he found himself met with the furious glares of 2 individuals. What the hell? Startled, Chu Yang swiftly retreated back into the spiritual domain. "Kid, if you have the guts, stay in there forever," one spirit master bellowed. They had been watching this spot for 2 days, and they had anticipated that their quarry would outpace them yet again by retreating into the spiritual domain. The other spirit master took a deep breath. "Let us continue to wait. After all, there are still a few days until the tide rises. I'll outlast him." Inside the spiritual domain, Chu Yang's expression darkened. Indeed, the 2 7th-tier spirit masters were lying in wait for him. He glanced at the spirit beast left by his father-in-law. But regrettably, this was Ghost Island, where the cultivation of any foreign spirit beast would be suppressed to below the 7th tier. Never mind, I'll wait a bit longer. Subsequently, Chu Yang ventured to the area where the black soil was located, beginning to study the medicinal herbs. Finally, after 2 days had elapsed, a surge of restlessness returned to Chu Yang's previously calm demeanor. The moment for a 5 consecutive draw had arrived. "System, grant me some luck." Chu Yang rubbed his hands together. He was uncertain if the system could yield something like a teleportation talisman. "System, open the blind box." "Congratulations, host. You have obtained a vial of black dog blood." "Black dog blood? What on earth is that good for?" Chu Yang exclaimed. "Let us draw again." "Congratulations, host. You have received a pair of Spring Festival couplets." Chu Yang's face turned grim. "Are we celebrating the new year now? What use are Spring Festival couplets to me?" Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Let us draw again." "Congratulations, host. You have acquired a Christmas reindeer-themed 3-piece set." Chu Yang's eyebrows twitched. What on earth are these items? While I might appreciate them, they do nothing to enhance my strength. He could no longer restrain himself and roared. Just give me a spirit beast cultivation pill. 3 times, 3 whole times. Black dog blood. Spring festival couplets, Christmas reindeer set. Were these of any use? Absolutely none. System, draw again. Chu Yang clenched his fists. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a peachwood sword. Chu Yang nearly spat blood. Again, black dog blood and a peachwood sword. Was he meant to become a monster-catching master? He felt utterly deflated, having lost all hope. He had originally thought that the chances of drawing something valuable would be greater with 5 consecutive draws, but alas, not even a single item to bolster his abilities. Having opened 4 out of 5 blind boxes, he truly felt despair. Selecting one at random from the remaining 6, he said, "Let us open this one." A flash of black light illuminated the space, and an elegant spirit beast materialized within the blind box space. Chu Yang's eyes sparkled. Had he finally drawn something of value and significance? It was a stunningly beautiful and graceful spirit beast, adorned with a pair of elegant butterfly wings and a phoenix-like head. Behind it, 9 long tails, reminiscent of colorful ribbons, waved gracefully in the air, exuding an aura of elegance. Its entire body shimmered like gold and silver, presenting a silvery hue that radiated a silver light, while its 9 lengthy tails glimmered with a golden brilliance. Exuding elegance, it also projected an air of nobility. Then, a voice that sent him bouncing with excitement echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the sacred spirit beast, the 9-tailed phoenix butterfly. Sacred? Comparable to the quality of the underworld desolate sacred dragon? Chu Yang breathed heavily. Although he still did not fully comprehend the quality of a sacred beast, he surmised it was undoubtedly exceptional. However, upon seeing the attributes of this spirit beast, he was utterly astonished. Spirit beast, 9-tailed phoenix butterfly. Quality, sacred. Rank, initial stage 1. Attribute, space-time attribute. Skills, none. Spiritual treasures, none. A space-time attribute? Chu Yang exclaimed. The sight of Wang Qianyue's void bat with its spatial attributes had once filled him with envy. Its escape capabilities were nothing short of remarkable. He never expected to draw a 9-tailed phoenix butterfly with space-time attributes from a blind box. The phrase time as the sovereign, space as the king was no stranger to him as a time traveler. Now he possessed both time and space. How could he not be thrilled? Without hesitation, he immediately formed a contract with it. The 9-tailed phoenix butterfly opened its eyes, its graceful form swirling around Chu Yang, dancing like a little sprite. After playing with the 9-tailed phoenix butterfly for a moment, Chu Yang began to contemplate his escape route. Ultimately, he redirected his focus to his father-in-law's spirit beast. Although that spirit beast could not be in sync with his thoughts, it still offered a glimmer of hope. He silently prayed, hoping that the 2 individuals outside did not possess flying spirit beasts above the 7th tier. As long as they could not catch up to his father-in-law's spirit beast, there would be no significant issue. Had the 9-tailed phoenix butterfly been of a higher rank, he would not have regarded them as a threat at all. Subsequently, Chu Yang informed the large creature that had been cultivating on the spiritual vein and then turned to exit the spiritual domain. Just as he emerged, he was nearly sent flying to the ground by a powerful shockwave. Had he just stepped out to be attacked? However, when he beheld the scene before him, a surge of joy welled up within his heart. The 2-headed turtle had inexplicably re-emerged, now assailing several spirit masters in its vicinity. Moreover, it was not merely the 2-headed turtle. A multitude of colossal tortoise-like beasts had also emerged from the depths, weaving through the abyss and engaging in fierce combat with the spirit masters who had ventured into this realm. Perhaps due to the vanishing of that drop of blood, these ferocious creatures had succumbed entirely to a state of frenzy. Their golden eyes glinted with a chilling, murderous intent, although their attack speed was sluggish. Each strike reverberated like a cataclysm. Yet, the spirit master's spirit beasts were incapable of inflicting any harm upon them. Nevertheless, the 2 spirit masters lying in wait for Chu Yang remained steadfast, their focus unwaveringly fixed on the 2-headed turtle. It was evident that even in this moment, they were unwilling to relinquish their hold on this treasure of a boy, Chu Yang. Their attention was drawn entirely to the 2-headed turtle, completely oblivious to Chu Yang's emergence behind them. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Yang promptly summoned the formidable spirit beast of his father-in-law, Qin Shufeng. This magnificent creature, a 4-winged phoenix-crowned bird, spread its wings to a span of over 20 meters. The powerful gust it generated instantly toppled the unsuspecting 2 spirit masters to the ground. A cry of despair erupted as one of the spirit masters, having been flung by the 4-winged phoenix, was subsequently crushed by the 2-headed turtle, instantly reducing him to a pulpy mess. Chu Yang was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating such an outcome. But then a cold smile crept across his face as he urged the 4-winged phoenix to soar skyward into the mist. "You shall not escape," bellowed the remaining spirit master. regaining his composure as he evaded the two-headed turtle's assault and summoned his flying spirit beast to pursue Chu Yang. After guarding this spot for so long, how could he allow the other to leave so easily? As for the other's demise, it was of no concern to him. What a pity. There must be numerous treasures within the domain of a 7th-tier spirit master. Chu Yang sighed as he sat astride the four-winged phoenix, a smile breaking across his lips. He was genuinely grateful to that two-headed turtle. Initially, he had been prepared with both soul techniques and soul artifacts, never anticipating that his adversaries would become ensnared by the ferocious beasts. Otherwise, he would never have managed to escape so smoothly. The four-winged phoenix navigated through the mist, heading towards the island's edge. According to Su Ming's earlier words, the tide was likely to rise soon, possibly at any moment. Without looking back, Chu Yang flew out of the island on the back of the four-winged phoenix, heading straight for Linhai City. There was no longer any need to linger on this island. Upon nearing Linhai City, he switched to Qin Luoxue's Tianqing Peng. The four-winged phoenix was a trump card and should not be easily detected. Just as he was approaching Linhai City, a thunderous roar erupted from Kunlun Mountain. This roar resembled both a human and a beast. It sounded like thunder, shaking the very heavens. Even from such a distance, the Tianqing Peng faltered momentarily, nearly plummeting into the sea. Was the tide about to rise? Su Ming had mentioned that upon hearing this roar, one must hastily return to Linhai City, as it heralded the onset of the tide. At this moment, Chu Yang's expression turned grave. Behind Kunlun Mountain, from the depths of the ocean, a golden light burst forth, soaring into the sky. The roar emanating from within Kunlun Mountain grew increasingly thunderous, akin to a frenzied beast, imbued with rage and murderous intent. The roar was intermingled with surging soul power, radiating outward from Kunlun Mountain in all directions. At this juncture, all spirit masters on Phantom Island began to prepare for their return, merely awaiting the conclusion of this ominous sound. The roar intensified, gradually culminating in a scene that left all spirit masters astounded. The sea surface affected by this roar began to boil, with countless droplets of water shooting upwards, spiraling into the sky. How is this possible? Chu Yang marveled, realizing that this roar bore no fluctuations of spirit power, implying that the beast within Kunlun Mountain had merely utilized soul power to conjure such a spectacle upon the ocean's surface. In the collective understanding of all spirit masters, this was an impossibility, for soul power could only wreak havoc on a mental level, incapable of inflicting physical harm. Yet now, this scene shattered everyone's conventional beliefs. What kind of ferocious beast could this be? Chu Yang pondered aloud. Qin Luoxue and her companion shook their heads in disbelief. They too had never heard of soul power being able to induce physical destruction. In that moment, all were eager to witness what manner of beast could create such a phenomenon solely through soul power. The roar persisted for several minutes before gradually waning, as though it had exhausted its strength, ultimately dissipating into silence. It is likely that only a soul attribute spirit beast could possess such formidable soul power, Qin Luojiao remarked. In the same rank, a spirit master's soul power typically surpasses that of most spirit beasts. However, soul attribute spirit beasts are an exception. Their physical forms may lack the strength of other spirit beasts, yet their soul power eclipses that of spirit masters of the same tier. Indeed, even without soul artifacts, soul attribute spirit beasts can annihilate spirit masters of equivalent rank. Yet even soul attribute spirit beasts cannot inflict physical damage, Qin Luoxue added. Regardless of whether it be spirit masters or soul attribute spirit beasts, pure soul power attacks can only cause destruction at a mental level. This is a universally acknowledged fact, Chu Yang speculated. Could it be that the ferocious beast of Kunlun Mountain possesses some form of soul artifact, harnessing its power to create the boiling effect upon the ocean's surface? It remains uncertain, but this is the only plausible explanation. With no alternatives, the group commenced their return to Linhai City, as the tide was set to rise, and the entire Phantom Island would once again submerge beneath the waves. Chu Yang cast a final glance at Phantom Island, Kunlun Mountain, and the golden light emanating from the depths of the ocean behind it, ultimately resigning himself to depart. There were still too many secrets concealed here, but with his current strength, he was utterly incapable of exploring them, let alone uncovering their mysteries. Linhai City remained as bustling as ever. Upon arriving at the city gate, Chu Yang spotted Chen Ling waiting for him atop the Chian crane. Kid, I thought you wouldn't return, Chen Ling exclaimed. Chu Yang still owed him 20 bottles of Rule liquid. This was the very reason he had been waiting here. With a resigned smile, Chu Yang tossed the 20 bottles of Rule liquid to him. He could always retrieve them from Su Ming later. Where is everyone? Chu Yang inquired. They have already returned to the Su family. Chu Yang immediately felt a sense of being deceived. Chen Ling offered no further explanation. But upon witnessing Chu Yang honor his promise by handing over the 20 bottles of Rule liquid, he cautioned, Beware of the Qian family, boy. Since ancient times, beautiful women have often brought disaster. With that, he mounted the Qiyun crane and soared into Linhai City. Chu Yang stroked his chin, pondering whether the Qian family intended to take action against him or if it was due to his two young ladies. Subsequently, he pondered that Qian Xiaoyun and Zhongyu both belonged to the sacred land of all spirits, and it was likely that they were both serving the Chao surname Holy Sun. It would be best if they did not provoke me, otherwise, he would show no mercy simply because of the sacred land of all spirits. Thereafter, Chu Yang directly approached the Su family to find Su Ming. Let us commence the acquisition of various medicinal herbs, he declared. Additionally, I have advanced 20 vials of the liquid of laws on your behalf. Su Ming smiled awkwardly. Were it not for Chu Yang, they would have never acquired that piece of law stone. In fact, had it not been for Chun Ling's intervention, the Su family might have suffered significant losses. However, now, 20 vials of the liquid of laws were merely a trifle for them. With that fist-sized law stone, they could concoct an abundance of law liquid. Of course, Chu Yang was indifferent to how they chose to utilize the law stone. He only desired his 20 vials of law liquid. He could sense that Huang was on the verge of a breakthrough, and it would occur within these few days. At that moment, what sacred land could he possibly regard with any seriousness? He then entrusted Su Ming with the numerous treasures he had obtained from the Fu and Wang families, requesting his assistance in acquiring various medicinal herbs. Meanwhile, various factions began to arrive in Linhai City, engaging in fervent discussions about the roar from Kunlun Mountain. The most prevalent rumor suggested that the sound emanated from a ferocious beast of unparalleled quality, which explained the resulting commotion. This further solidified the belief that legendary divine beasts resided within Kunlun Mountain. Consequently, those spirit masters above the 7th rank resolved to venture deep into Kunlun Mountain during next year's ebb tide to seek out the truth. By the time nearly all spirit masters returned to Linhai City, the free trading convention quietly commenced. This trading event primarily revolved around barter. Some exchanged law liquid, but those were high-quality items. The most commonly appearing items were water attribute and ghost attribute soul stones, which could not only be used to forge soul devices, but also to construct spirit domains. Thus, the demand was immense. At the trading convention, Chu Yang only managed to exchange for a few spirit herbs, as he found little else of interest. Chapter 88. The Celestial Treasure, 7-Colored Tianxin Lotus. The area of black soil was becoming insufficient. As the variety of medicinal herbs increased, there was no longer space to plant them in the black soil. Thus, Chu Yang decided to establish a sanctum upon the spiritual vein to cultivate low-tier spirit herbs. The Su family was also diligently gathering various spirit herbs, irrespective of grade, but they had to be alive. Meanwhile, within the Qian family estate, the Lord of Linhai City's government personally visited the Qian family. Patriarch Qian, as in previous years, I must entrust you with the law liquid obtained from this year's auction in Linhai City to be delivered to the sacred land. He spoke while producing several large crates from his spiritual domain, filled with law liquid destined for the sacred land. The sheer quantity was so staggering that even a 7th-rank spirit master would be tempted. The Lord then presented 15 vials of law liquid to Qian Xiannan, saying, "These 15 vials are a birthday gift for the elder of the Qian family." He subsequently produced several more vials of law liquid, stating, "These 5 are a token of my goodwill. I hope Patriarch Qian will not find them lacking." Each year, the Qian family made a pilgrimage to the sacred land to celebrate the birthday of their ancestor. So the city lord's office prepared the annual offerings to be entrusted to the Qian family, saving them considerable effort. The Qingyue auction house, affiliated with the city lord's office, received a substantial amount of law liquid each year. While the Qian family coveted this law liquid, they dared not harbor any greedy intentions. Should the sacred land discover any foul play on their part, even their ancestor would be unable to protect them. Rest assured, I shall uphold my responsibilities. Qian Xiannan responded. The Lord then presented a water attribute, Song Hai Jiao to him, which was intended for the Holy Sun. As the Lord departed, the elder dispatched to meet the ancestor at the sacred land returned. Qian Xiannan eagerly inquired, "What did the ancestor say?" The elder replied. The ancestor stated, "Do not concern yourselves with that insignificant Luo Tian city. Let us proceed unimpeded." Qian Xiannan nodded. "In that case, let us take advantage of the birthday celebration to act." Thus, Chu Yang had lost interest after a brief tour of the free trading convention, as he was far more exhilarated by the imminent breakthrough of Huang. After administering all the law liquid he possessed to Huang, he devoted himself entirely to mobilizing the laws of the spirit domain to assist Huang in comprehending the laws. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the celestial treasure, 7-Colored Tianxin Lotus. Just as Chu Yang was focused on aiding Huang's comprehension of the laws, he abruptly halted. How curious to receive such an odd item today. A celestial treasure? He had never heard of it before. Within the blind box space, a resplendent lotus was gently rotating, radiating a breathtaking seven-colored glow. Chu Yang gazed intently. Item name: seven-colored Tianqin lotus. Item remark: this is a celestial treasure capable of refining soul power. Refining soul power. Chu Yang's expression turned quizzical. Did soul power even require refinement? Regardless of the quality of the cultivation technique, the resultant soul power was always of the same silver quality. He had never heard of soul power being refined. Chu Yang found little significance in it. Nevertheless, he proceeded to refine the seven-colored Tianqin lotus. After the refinement, the lotus took root in his soul sea, gently spinning. However, Chu Yang furrowed his brow, as he sensed no change within his soul sea. Forget it, it matters not. It doesn't hinder anything. He then resumed his focus on assisting Huang's breakthrough. Unbeknownst to him, this item would prove to be immensely significant on his path to the pinnacle. Days later, within the spirit domain, a sudden eruption of intense black light emanated from Huang, saturating his entire being with the profound laws of the wild. A formidable aura radiated from him, exuding a presence that completely transcended the peak of the 5th rank. He had finally broken through. Chu Yang felt a surge of excitement, his whole body trembling. The wild laws within his spirit domain, combined with the law stone the size of a basin and over 60 vials of law liquid, had culminated in this long-awaited ascension to the 6th rank after such prolonged effort. The breakthrough transformed Huang's physique to nearly 20 meters in length. Although he had yet to engage in actual combat, Chu Yang could discern a significant enhancement in all of Huang's attributes. Was this what Luo Shui and the others referred to as the characteristics of a supreme spirit beast? If, prior to reaching the 6th rank, the rare attribute Tame Dragon Python could contend with Huang, then after the 6th rank, it would no longer pose a challenge. This was the essence of a supreme spirit beast. The leap from the peak of the 5th rank to the 6th rank represented a monumental transition from non-existence to existence in terms of laws, generating a qualitative shift that would allow it to overshadow other spirit beasts in every attribute. Given this, it was time to consume that elixir. As he spoke, a golden elixir materialized in Chu Yang's hand, its rich spiritual essence swirling within, radiant with a golden divine light. It was precisely after returning from the Lord's mansion that the elixir emerged from the blind box. However, this elixir comes with a prerequisite for its use. The spirit beast must have broken through to the 6th tier, or it would be utterly ineffective. After waiting for so long, Huang has finally achieved the 6th tier. Thus, Chu Yang could hardly contain his eagerness to administer this elixir to Huang. As the elixir was consumed, an endless torrent of spiritual essence surged into Huang's vicinity, resembling rivers converging into the sea. The ethereal essence enveloped Huang like a flurry of goose feathers, forming a colossal black cocoon. At that moment, it seemed as though the spiritual essence within the domain had been completely drained. Even the king-grade spiritual vein struggled to keep up with the demand. Thankfully, this did not disrupt the overall situation. Consequently, apart from Zhan, who continued to comprehend the laws of blood, the other spirit beasts were compelled to halt their cultivation. Chu Yang clicked his tongue, relieved that this was within the spirit domain. Had it been in the outside world, even the concentration of spiritual essence in a holy land would likely be insufficient to support Huang's breakthrough. After all, the efficacy of that elixir was somewhat terrifying. It appeared that Huang's breakthrough would require several more days. Suddenly, a change flickered across Chu Yang's expression as he swiftly approached Di Huang. Had it only been a few days, and it had already reached the pinnacle of its tier? He felt a wave of astonishment. Was this pace not excessively rapid? Subsequently, through their contract, he learned that Di Huang had actually mastered the skill of time acceleration. It could manipulate the flow of time in its vicinity, differentiating it from the normal passage of time. Hence, Di Huang had been cultivating within this accelerated temporal state, resulting in its astonishing progress. Chu Yang stroked his chin. It appeared that the potential for maneuverability had significantly expanded. His heart raced with excitement. He had often lamented the slow cultivation speed of his other spirit beasts, but now it seemed he had found a solution. For several consecutive days, the Su family had gathered a substantial amount of medicinal materials for him, including many from their own medicinal garden. Upon learning of Chu Yang's impending departure, Su Ming once again urged him, "Brother Chu, you ought to find a place to hide quickly. Alternatively, a complete change of appearance would suffice. We have discovered that Zhongyu holds an extraordinary identity, being a favored one beside the Holy Sun, so it is not just the Holy Land that may come after you. The Holy Sun himself will not let you off easily." Chu Yang accepted the medicinal materials with a smile, saying, "No worries, if they truly lack discernment. Then I shall have no choice but to send them to meet the King of Hell." His tone remained calm, devoid of any tremor, as if he truly regarded the Holy Land with indifference. The next day, Chu Yang, accompanied by the two women, boldly soared towards Luotian City on the mighty Tianqing Peng. It was at this moment that several high-ranking members of the Qian family mobilized, also en route to the Holy Land to celebrate their ancestor's birthday. Sensing the pursuers trailing behind him, Chu Yang smiled broadly. Were they truly coming to deliver various resources to him? They were quite eager. Yet he continued on his path at a leisurely pace. Is everything really all right? Qin Luoxue inquired with concern, fearing that the Qian family might possess hidden tactics. For the past 2 days, they had been procuring medicinal materials for Chu Yang and were unaware of the recent events in his spirit domain. Rest assured, with a husband like me, nothing will go awry. Qin Luojiao shot him a sidelong glance, but since he spoke with such confidence, she decided to trust that everything would indeed be fine. A day later, at a considerable distance from Linghai City, the Qian family finally ceased their concealment. The howling winds roared from all directions as numerous flying spirit beasts emerged. Several high-ranking members swiftly took control of the flying spirit beasts, encircling Chu Yang and the 2 women in the center, determined to capture them in the shortest time possible to avoid any damage to the Qian family's reputation. Old scoundrel, dare you slay a disciple of the Holy Land? Surrender at once. The voice of Qian Xian Nan resonated, infused with his formidable soul power at the mid-6th tier. He stood atop a hurricane eagle, arms crossed, glaring at the encircled Chu Yang. The latter scoffed, unfazed by the soul power assault. One disciple of the Holy Land perished. Is there any need for such a ruckus? It's absolutely deafening. Chu Yang irritably dug at his ears. Impudent braggart. Qian Shaoyan stepped forward. Whether it be Linghai City or Luotian City, they lie within the jurisdiction of the Holy Land. Even the existence of the cities is merely a matter of a word from the Holy Land. You dare to show contempt for the Holy Land? I see that you wish to be erased from the map. As a disciple of the Holy Land, he could hardly tolerate the emergence of such audacious individuals who dared to disregard its authority. Is that so? Chu Yang remained unfazed. In that case, Luotian City shall now belong to me. Go back and inform Wanjing Holy Land that they need not interfere in Luotian City's matters from henceforth. Otherwise, I shall not be agreeable. Presumptuous. Qian Xian Nan's fury ignited. How could anyone dare to speak thus within the jurisdiction of the Holy Land? Was he attempting to claim dominion? I see your youth and shall not hold your words against you. As long as you obediently surrender the 2 women beside you to the Holy Sun, I shall spare your life today. Chu Yang's expression immediately turned cold as he fixed his gaze on Qian Xian Nan. I will grant you another opportunity to rephrase your words. I hope you do not misstep. Brat, you seek death. Qian Xian Nan was enraged. This young man truly knew no bounds. Thus, he resolved to seize him forcefully. With a wave of his hand, several elders on flying spirit beasts launched themselves from all directions towards Chu Yang. Chu Yang let out a cold snort, forming a hand seal. Suddenly, the figure of the 4-winged phoenix crowned bird appeared, its formidable aura released without reservation. Chu Yang had initially intended for Huang to take action, but after a moment's consideration, he decided to hold back his trump card for a climactic moment. Boom. A tremendous pressure abruptly descended upon the approaching elders of the Qian family. The terrifying force compelled them, along with their spirit beasts, to plummet. Upon sensing this aura, Qian Xian Nan's expression shifted dramatically. An 8th-tier spirit beast? How could this be possible? Isn't this young man from that insignificant place known as Luotian City? How could he possibly have an 8th-tier spirit beast by his side? However, before he could recover from his astonishment, the massive wings of the 4-winged phoenix crowned bird flapped, unleashing countless wind blades that sliced downwards. In an instant, cries of agony filled the air, faced with the casual strike of an 8th-tier spirit beast. The elders of the Qian family found themselves utterly defenseless. Qian Shaoyan stood in shock, bewildered by the unfolding scene. Why was this happening? Wasn't he merely a country bumpkin from a small place? Watching the elders plummeting from the sky, he was left completely dumbfounded. Qian Xian Nan's eyes turned crimson. He realized that the Qian family had utterly failed today. The opponent had feigned weakness to lure them into a trap. With so many elders lost in one fell swoop, the Qian family would take a long time to recover their strength. Beast, my Qian family is backed by the Holy Land. Do you dare to lay hands on us? Qian Xian Nan roared in fury. Ha! Your words are rather laughable. I would dare to slay even a disciple of the Holy Land. What then is your Qian family to me? Upon finishing his words, before he could issue a command, the 4-winged phoenix-crowned bird opened its beak and emitted a piercing screech. Immediately, a fierce whirlwind erupted from its mouth, hurtling towards Qian Xianan. Run! The latter's countenance changed drastically as he seized Qian Shaoyan beside him, attempting to flee. Yet, how could they possibly outrun an 8th-tier wind attribute spirit beast? If you dare to kill me, my Qian family will pursue you relentlessly, and we will surely obliterate the entire Luotian city in the days to come. Qian Xianan shouted. With your Qian family? or your esteemed ancestor, or perhaps the sacred land behind you. Let me tell you the truth. If the sacred land dares to come, Luotian City shall become their burial ground. Following this, the claws of the four-winged phoenix-crowned bird descended with ferocity. Tears streamed down Qian Xiaoyan's face as he bellowed. Zhongyu, you scoundrel, you have brought ruin upon my entire family. Beneath the 9 springs, I shall transform into a vengeful spirit and pursue you to the ends of the earth. From the very beginning, he had no intention of provoking Chu Yang, at most. He felt a twinge of jealousy. But ever since Zhongyu arrived, everything had changed. First, his involvement had led to his enmity with Chu Yang. And due to his constant temptations, he had divulged his intention to seize the 2 women to his family. Otherwise, how could such a calamity have unfolded? Alas, it was precisely because of his poor associations that the Qian family faced disaster today. Qian Xiaoyan regretted his earlier choices. However, beneath the claws of the four-winged phoenix-crowned bird, even his profound remorse could not alter fate. When an 8th-tier spirit beast strikes, it is almost a one-sided massacre. None of those from the Qian family survived. What treasures might be revealed this time? The Qian family's influence is formidable, boasting several 6th-tier spirit masters. Thus, he eagerly anticipated the treasures that might lie within the spirit domains of these 6th-tier masters. After Qian Xianan's demise, his spirit domain plummeted to the ground, merging with the real world. Naturally, the first thing Chu Yang examined was his spirit domain, for he was the clan leader, after all. To his astonishment, he discovered several large chests filled with rule liquid within the spirit domain. How incredibly wealthy is the Qian family? Chu Yang was left utterly dumbfounded. There were no fewer than several hundred bottles of rule liquid. How many years of accumulation must this represent for the Qian family? He was, of course, unaware this was merely the annual income of the city lord's mansion supplied to the sacred land of all spirits. Even if he had known, he would not have cared. The Qian family possesses quite an abundance of treasures, truly befitting their surname. High-grade medicinal materials of considerable quality, various soul stones, and even a rule stone the size of a child's fist. This left Chu Yang overjoyed. Chapter 90. Mutated Soul Power. With this rule liquid, a breakthrough to the 6th tier in battle would be imminent. Just then, a blue figure swiftly darted away into the distance, only to be caught back by the Tianqing Peng. It was the preordained Holy Sun's Song Hai Jiao. Qin Luoxue had arrived. At this moment, Song Hai Jiao was struggling incessantly, yet it could not escape the clutches of Tianqing Peng. Keep it. It will be a fine addition to Su Sheng and the others when we return. The diamond quality spirit beast sisters naturally looked down upon it. Their minimum requirement was king quality. This had resulted in them only contracting 2 or 3 spirit beasts thus far. Chu Yang himself did not lack water attribute spirit beasts, so he could only reserve it for his own use. He subsequently inspected the spirit domains of several other elders who had fallen, but the spoils were far inferior compared to Qian Xianan's. Let us return to Luotian City. However, it was at this moment that an unexpected turn of events unfolded. 2 factions suddenly surged in from the distance. The leader of one faction was a youth in his 20s, standing straight on the back of a spirit beast like a long sword, exuding a fierce aura. Behind him trailed an elder and a petite girl. The other faction, however, was led by an elderly man, hunched over with a face lined with wrinkles, his eyelids drooping as if he were on the verge of slumber. I never expected to follow the Qian family so closely, only to be preempted by others. The youth proclaimed from atop his spirit beast. Upon hearing his voice, Chu Yang immediately recognized him. Is he from the Fuhai Sacred Land? Indeed, the newcomer was Yi Qingtian from the Fuhai Sacred Land. Ever since the Song Hai Jiao was auctioned off by the Qian family, he had been closely monitoring their movements. They had even trailed behind Qian Xiaoyun and others onto the island, but due to the mist and the suppression of soul power on the island, they ultimately lost track of them. Thus, they could only return to Lehigh City to regroup. Today, they had finally followed their trail again. The elder beside him then spoke. I will take this Song Hai Jiao. His voice was feeble yet distinct. You are the one who competed with the Qian family at the auction? Chu Yang had some recollection of this individual. The elder had previously mentioned that he had ventured into a perilous location and obtained some rule stones. Initially, Chu Yang speculated he was referring to Kunlun Mountain, but upon further reflection, he realized it must be another place, as a 7th-tier spirit master had explicitly stated they dared not enter that location. It seems your targets are all that Song Hai Jiao. Unfortunately, I cannot hand it over. Regardless of whether that Song Hai Jiao was useful, once it was in his possession, it was his belonging, and he would not relinquish it to others. I fear that will not be up to you, the elder replied. He gazed at the spirit domains that had fallen to the ground, and upon seeing the bodies of several Qian family members, including the clan leader Qian Xianan, his gaze sharpened. The Qian family leader was, after all, a 6th-tier spirit master. And here he was, dead. This boy is quite suspicious. The elder behind Yi Qingtian also noticed the unusual circumstances. For a moment, neither side dared to act rashly. Since you are unwilling to seize it by force, then I shall take my leave. With that, Chu Yang turned to depart. Did this young master grant you permission to leave? Yi Qingtian snorted coldly. He had naturally recognized Chu Yang's voice and admired his audacity during the auction when he brazenly acquired the rule stones. Yet, in this matter, the Songhai Jiao was something he was determined to obtain. In an instant, he formed seals with his hands, and soul power coalesced into a small bell, suppressing it toward Chu Yang. This is a soul technique, not a soul artifact. Chu Yang's expression turned icy as he formed seals of his own, summoning 2 silver-long swords from his soul sea. Double sword slash. Boom. A tremendous wave of energy erupted, yet his double sword strike was instantly shattered, and the small bell bore down on his soul sea. Chu Yang was momentarily taken aback. The opponent's cultivation was on par with his own, so logically, even the power of a soul technique should be comparable. Why, then, was his soul technique so utterly ineffective against the opponent's? Be cautious, he possesses mutated soul power. Qin Luoxua cautioned. Mutated soul power? It was at this moment that he noticed the small bell formed of soul power was entirely a shade of blue. This was highly unusual, for all spirit master soul powers should manifest in silver. Why, then, did the opponent's soul power appear blue? You two ladies have keen eyes. You can actually recognize mutated soul power. Yi Qingtian chuckled. In the vast ocean of souls, an endless stream of soul power surged forth, augmenting the azure bell as it descended to suppress Chu Yang's soul sea. At that moment, Chu Yang's soul power surged, and a magnificent treasure haul manifested at his brow. It was the defensive soul artifact he had refined in Linghai City. A crisp sound resonated. The azure bell shattered in an instant. How infuriating, a defensive soul artifact. Yi Qingtian's expression darkened. Moreover, the quality of that treasure haul soul artifact was evidently exceptional, capable of withstanding his soul technique, the soul suppression bell. The azure soul power was extraordinary, its destructive capability surpassing that of ordinary silver soul power. In just one exchange, Chu Yang sensed the disparity in their soul powers. Yet, he was undeterred and once again unleashed the spirit transformation technique, sending forth a silver true dragon roaring towards Yi Qingtian. The latter sneered coldly, redirecting his gaze toward the soul suppression bell. Bang! The silver soul power true dragon instantly disintegrated, and the soul suppression bell came crashing towards the treasure haul soul artifact. Soul powers of the same level were utterly no match. Chu Yang acutely felt the gap between them, with a soul artifact guarding his soul sea. My soul power cannot penetrate. The next move is up to you, Uncle Lu. Yi Qingtian instructed the elder behind him. There's no rush. Let that old man test the waters first. Elder Lu responded, glancing at the elder ahead, who was controlling a spirit beast charging towards Chu Yang. Humph. While I cannot contend with him in soul power, do I fear you with a spirit beast? Chu Yang summoned a sealing decree, and as the summoning formation materialized, a massive, pitch-black dragon claw emerged, radiating the power of law with a dark glow. An immense oppressive force enveloped the surroundings in an instant. The elder, who was commanding the spirit beast, suddenly changed his expression, sensing an unparalleled might. Bang! The dragon claw descended, delivering a heavy blow to the 7th-tier spirit beast beneath the elder. Caw! The 7th-tier golden featherbird tiger emitted a terrified cry. The might of that black dragon claw was overwhelming. It attempted to take flight, but the distance was too close. It was already too late. Yet, it refused to surrender easily. Raising its golden-clawed paws, it swiped at the unknown black entity. These claws were the hardest part of its body, usually invincible. Simultaneously, the elder also executed a sealing decree, unleashing a wave of 7th-tier soul power towards Chu Yang's soul sea, hoping to thwart his advance. Buzz! The treasure haul soul artifact reappeared at Chu Yang's brow, successfully blocking the elder's soul power attack. At this moment, the two spirit beasts collided. Bang! In an instant, they crashed into one another. A mournful cry echoed, and crimson blood rained from the sky. The body of the golden featherbird was sent flying, shattering on impact, ultimately meeting its demise on the spot. Chapter 91, The Ancient Battlefield. Uft. The powerful backlash caused the elder on the back to spit out a mouthful of blood. But he could not afford to linger. He hastily summoned another flying spirit beast. Otherwise, falling from such a height would surely spell his doom. This time, the spirit beast was a wind attribute creature, incredibly swift. With a flap of its wings, it escaped Chu Yang's grasp and flew to the side. At this moment, the elder's eyes were filled with terror. Having roamed the martial world for hundreds of years, he had never encountered a spirit beast of such overwhelming power. What was terrifying was that the opponent had only extended a single finger. Meanwhile, Elder Lu sensed impending doom the moment the black dragon claw appeared and quickly retreated with Yi Qingtian and the others. This is a great horror. What kind of spirit beast is this? Just a finger exudes a terrifying aura that one would expect from only a few ancestors. Elder Lu trembled all over. Just moments ago, he nearly believed it was the arrival of some ancient ancestor, almost scaring him into submission. To discover it was merely a spirit beast's finger was a relief, yet the impulse to flee was swiftly suppressed. Young master, we must leave quickly. We cannot linger here, or disaster will surely befall us. Without hesitation, Elder Lu hoisted Yi Qingtian and the still-dazed little girl onto the back of the spirit beast, flying off into the distance without looking back. I hope we do not attract any trouble for the Holy Land, Elder Lu muttered. If a mere finger can radiate the aura of several ancestors, then the opponent has likely reached the legendary emperor level. The thought filled him with dread. No spirit beast of that caliber had ever appeared among the creatures of Earth. If they truly sought to provoke the Holy Land, it would likely have no choice but to concede. Yi Qingtian regained his senses, realizing his back was drenched in sweat. He felt as though he had stirred up a great calamity. Uncle Lu, what should we do? The usually confident Yi Qingtian was now panicking. This was an unprecedented situation. Even when facing the saint son of the myriad spirits' Holy Land, he had never felt such a sense of helplessness. In this moment, he felt as vulnerable as a child. We must return and report this matter truthfully to the Holy Lord, requesting his judgment. However, although we have engaged, we have not caused any loss to the other party. Perhaps they will not hold it against us. Alas, we can only pray that they do not seek revenge against the Holy Land. The current situation of the ocean covering Holy Land is also precarious. The area they are suppressing frequently erupts into turmoil, and several ancestors feel somewhat powerless. At this moment, Chu Yang looked down upon the elder. The latter wore a sorrowful expression. He had merely sought to seize a spirit beast, yet had inadvertently drawn the ire of such a formidable entity. Chu Yang spoke. I offer you a chance at life. Answer my questions. The elder, momentarily stunned, nodded. What choice did he have but to comply? I recall you mentioning a perilous location at the auction. Where is it? The elder pondered for a moment before replying. You must be referring to the ancient battlefield. Speak on. It is an ancient battleground that has existed since the revival of Earth, where countless spirit beast corpses are buried. The terrifying aura of malevolence rises to the heavens, capable of invading the bodies of spirit beasts and causing decay, as well as invading the soul sea of spirit tamers, driving them to madness. No matter how strong one's cultivation, one cannot withstand that malevolent aura in that place. Yet, the treasures found there are countless: soul stones, law stones, various medicinal herbs, and even ancient soul artifacts and spirit treasures. It is a place where many desperate souls venture to change their fate. A day later, the two women eagerly returned to the city lord's mansion, only to find that Yun Lihua remained unconscious. How could this be? Qin Luojiao was somewhat at a loss. She should have awakened by now. It's all right. Your mother was able to awaken. She merely felt that her soul sea should recover to the peak of the second tier, so she did not rush to awaken. Qin Shufeng reassured the two women. Yun Lihua's soul sea was severely injured, and the prolonged recovery process was why it was taking so long. The two women sighed in relief. As long as she could awaken, that was sufficient. Chu Yang did not enter the room. Upon learning that his mother-in-law had not yet regained consciousness, he too was somewhat surprised. When Suzhen consumed the soul recovery pill, it had almost worked immediately. As they beheld the trio of father and daughters emerging, a sense of curiosity enveloped them. How could the matriarch have sustained such grievous injuries, and which sacred ground could have perpetrated this? Qin Shufeng scoffed. Sacred ground? They are scarcely worthy to harm my wife. Chu Yang, taken aback, marveled at his father-in-law's audacity, rivaling his own. It was evident that the sacred ground was held in utter disdain. However, he refrained from inquiring further about the identity of the assailant. In the end, Chu Yang and the two women agreed to embark on an exploration of the ancient secret realm 2 days hence, for this matter had already been delayed far too long. Young master has finally returned. Upon his return, he spotted Su Hua, engaged in combat practice with Su Sheng, accompanied by the aerial wolf. You have become a spirit master? Chu Yang inquired. Su Yuro nodded. I have come of age. I just formed a contract a few days ago. At the age of 16, there exists a period of heightened soul energy for all. It is during this time that forming a contract with a spirit beast is most auspicious. If one's soul energy cannot support such a contract during this critical phase, it is unlikely they will ever become a spirit master. The previous incarnation of Chu Yang had suffered this fate. He then instructed Su Sheng to gather the others, for he had matters to discuss. Greetings, master. Within moments, Su Sheng and the others, including Su Zhen and Su Yura, stood before Chu Yang with a serious countenance. Chu Yang addressed them. There are some matters that must be clarified. In the forthcoming period, we shall be in grave danger. For I have slain a disciple of the Wanling's sacred ground. At this proclamation, the group's eyes widened in disbelief. To them, the Wanling's sacred ground was akin to a distant legend, an entity that towered over all spirit masters. With a mere utterance, they could easily obliterate an entire city. Now, with their master having killed a disciple of the sacred ground, the ramifications were all too evident. Su Jun's granddaughter clenched her fists, her body trembling slightly. Chu Yang had anticipated that the annihilation of the Xingyue dynasty could only have been orchestrated by the Wanling's sacred ground. Somehow, they had learned of the Xingyue dynasty's possession of a kingly quality spirit beast, which led to subsequent events. The consequences of killing a disciple of the sacred ground were dire. Even without my elaboration, you must know that we will inevitably face their fierce retribution. Thus, it is prudent to leave this place now to avoid entanglement. If they discover our whereabouts in the future, it will be too late. You now have a choice, stay or depart. The decision lies entirely with you. He intended to use this incident to select a few loyal and trustworthy individuals. In ordinary times, discerning a person's heart is nearly impossible. Only in the face of disaster can one truly gauge character. Nevertheless, it was evident that Su Jun's discernment was indeed sharp. None of the 7 chose to leave. Master, with our current strength, we would be unwanted anywhere else. Moreover, what of the sacred ground? We can simply hide, spoke Zhao Mu, a diminutive and seemingly frail individual. In certain respects, their faith in Chu Yang stemmed from Su Jun, who had assured them that the master's future was unfathomable. With enough time, he might even surpass the sacred ground. All of this was rooted in that black divine dragon, as Su Jun had encountered descriptions of such spirit beasts in ancient ruins. Thus, they were willing to follow Chu Yang, perhaps in hopes of seizing an opportunity. Otherwise, given their potential, when Chu Yang eventually became powerful, they might find themselves unqualified to follow. Chu Yang smiled. Regardless of their intentions, their stance had been made clear, and he would not press further. From this day forth, let your spirit beasts enter my spirit domain for cultivation. His spirit domain had never been open to strangers, not even to the likes of Su Ming and others in the past. Once Su Jun and the others entered the spirit domain, they were utterly astounded. Such rich spiritual essence. Su Jun exclaimed. He had visited the sacred ground once, yet even there, he had not felt such a profound concentration of spiritual essence. I understand now. The master possesses a highly valuable spiritual vein within his domain. Su Jun stroked his beard, realizing why the master had advised them to bring their spirit beasts for training. This was indeed a true sacred ground. Subsequently, Chu Yang appeared, distributing several silver-quality spirit beasts acquired from Lehigh City among the group. This elicited jubilant leaps from Su Sheng and the others. Among the 7, even Su Sheng, nearing the 4th tier, had never possessed a silver-quality spirit beast. In a place like Luotian City, silver-quality spirit beasts were exceedingly rare, and they could scarcely afford to purchase one. As for the Songhai Jiao, Chu Yang refrained from giving it to them. After all, it was a diamond-quality beast that even the sacred ground's son coveted. In the future, should any of them achieve merit, it could serve as a reward. Otherwise, who among the 7 would be deserving of such a prize? He could not play favorites. Chu Yang organized the rule liquid, administering several vials to Zhan. He felt certain that this liquid would adequately nurture multiple 6th-tier spirit beasts. Currently, Ye's cultivation had reached the late 5th tier, and it would not be long before he crossed the threshold into the 6th tier. The remaining companions, Wu Shuang and the little turtle, were also making significant progress. With the concentration of spiritual essence in Chu Yang's spirit domain, their rate of breakthrough would be swift. Chu Yang planned to find an opportunity to take the 2 spirit beasts out for practical experience. As for the giant panda, he would not concern himself with it for the time being, as it was still in its juvenile stage. Let it enjoy its early years in peace. The Emperor Phoenix's rate of cultivation, however, was rather alarming, evolving almost daily. He believed that it would not be long before it surpassed Wu Shuang and the little turtle. Thus, in the near future, this rule liquid would serve various purposes. 2 days later, the 2 women arrived as promised. Judging by the items obtained from Wang Qian, they were filled with enthusiasm for the upcoming exploration of the ancient secret realm. Nonetheless, Chu Yang harbored some concern. Could that old coot have emptied the contents within? Soon, the 3 began their search for the secret realm's location according to the map. This place feels oddly familiar, Qin Luojiao remarked as she studied the map, though she struggled to recall why. Suddenly, Qin Luoxiue's eyes lit up as she gazed at the map. Why does this place seem reminiscent of the terrain near the spiritual vein controlled by our lord of the city? This statement sparked a memory in her sister, Qin Luojiao. Yes, I remember now. It appears to be that very location. The spirit beasts of Qin Shufeng could cultivate to the 8th tier solely due to that spiritual vein. Otherwise, The spiritual essence in Luotian City would be insufficient to support any spirit beasts reaching the 8th tier. Alright, let us proceed directly there. With a clear objective, the trio wasted no time and set off toward the spiritual vein. After half an hour aboard the Tianqing Peng, they arrived at a perilous terrain, dense with trees and towering peaks. Among these, one mountain stood particularly tall, soaring approximately 10,000 feet, piercing the heavens with an imposing presence. At the mountainside lay a deep canyon, lush with flora, markedly different from the surroundings. A faint ethereal essence wafted forth from beneath the canyon. It was precisely due to the prolonged nourishment from this spiritual substance that the flora in the vicinity thrived with remarkable vigor. Had it not been for your guidance, finding this place would indeed have posed a considerable challenge. The terrain here is exceedingly perilous, and the map is ancient. Thus, its bearings are likely to contain some inaccuracies. At the entrance of the canyon, 2 6th-tier feral beasts lay prostrate, absorbing the spiritual essence. The spiritual vein lies just below the canyon, where my father, accompanied by a spiritual beast, is currently engaged in cultivation. However, according to the map, we ought to proceed towards the summit of that mountain. Due to the presence of these 2 6th-tier beasts, no other feral creatures roam this area. Perhaps it is precisely for this reason that Wang Qianyue has been able to reach the secret realm unscathed. The trio flew directly towards the most majestic peak, careful not to disturb the 2 feral beasts. Upon landing, Chu Yang swept his soul power across the surroundings, a smile inadvertently gracing his lips. "What's the matter?" Qin Luojiao inquired. "Nothing, just a few insignificant clowns." Chu Yang replied nonchalantly. He had discovered that someone was lurking in the shadows, and it was undoubtedly Wang Qianyue. Yet, Chu Yang couldn't help but feel a sense of delight. Wang Qianyue's continued vigilance indicated that there were indeed other treasures within the secret realm, contrary to his initial assumption that it had been entirely plundered. How does one unlock the secret realm? Chu Yang was utterly perplexed. It should involve infusing soul power into it. The 2 women were equally unfamiliar with such matters and could only attempt various methods. Fortunately, their approach proved to be correct. As their soul power flowed into the stone mirror, it began to emit a grayish glow. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the void, and a shimmering silver door emerged in the air. "Is this the entrance?" Chu Yang asked, intrigued. The 2 women nodded excitedly. "How did the ancients manage to create such a phenomenon in the air?" Qin Luoshue responded. "It is said that when a spirit master reaches a certain level of power, they can open a space within the void. This must be the realm created by the ancients. Opening a space at such a high level?" Chu Yang was taken aback. After his journey to Ghost Island, especially following his breakthrough, he had come to understand that the pinnacle of spirit masters was not merely the 10th tier emperor level. Even after his breakthrough, he still could not suppress that drop of blood. Moreover, the ability to open a space, as Qin Luoshue mentioned, was beyond his current capabilities. What realms exist beyond the 10th tier? The sisters shook their heads, equally ignorant of the answer. Their mother had only advised them to remain grounded and not to reach for the unattainable, hence their lack of knowledge on the matter. "Very well. When the opportunity arises, I shall inquire with my esteemed mother-in-law." Subsequently, the 3 mounted their spiritual beast and soared towards the silver portal. At that moment, the hidden figures within the mountain began to stir. Elder Wang's words proved true. They would inevitably enter this ancient secret realm. Chapter 93, Wu Shuang and the Little Turtle. Within the ancient secret realm, Chu Yang and his companions gazed upon the dimly lit sky and the slightly decayed atmosphere. "Is this the ancient secret realm?" Chu Yang mused, feeling that this place bore little difference from the outside world. "Indeed," Qin Luojiao replied, "aside from the absence of sunlight, everything else is similar to the outside. As for the decayed aura, it stemmed from the prolonged disconnection from the outside world, resulting in stagnant air. Let us proceed and search for the inheritance." The secret realm was replete with flourishing vegetation, and the air was saturated with rich spiritual essence. Wang Qianyue had relied on this very essence to cultivate his spiritual beasts to the pinnacle of the 5th tier. Given the density of spiritual essence here, it was sufficient to elevate spiritual beasts to the pinnacle of the 6th tier. There must be at least one golden quality spiritual vein here. Seated upon the back of the spiritual beast, Chu Yang wrapped his arms around the slender waists of the 2 women, occasionally exploring with his hands. Slap! Qin Luoshue smacked Chu Yang's restless hand, only to have him grasp it firmly. Before long, they came upon a dilapidated ruin, already so decayed that it was barely recognizable. A gentle touch reduced it to ashes. From the architectural layout, this appears to be a relic of a sect, Qin Luoshue observed. There were no complete structures remaining. 90% had turned to dust. Yet the foundations remained, still discernible beneath the cover of vines and weeds. At the heart of the ruins, this area must have once been the core zone. At that moment, above a thick layer of dust and overgrown weeds, a stone mirror floated serenely. Is this a soul artifact? Chu Yang asked as they approached the floating stone mirror. This mirror was entirely gray. Its surface battered by the passage of time, yet it exuded an air of antiquity and grandeur. The mirror was circular, and at its edges, patterns resembling flames danced as if ablaze. Chu Yang reached out to grasp the soul artifact, but found it unyielding. Why not try activating that key with your soul power? Qin Luoxue suggested, referring to the small stone mirror that could unlock the secret realm. Very well. As Chu Yang activated the mirror once more, a gray luminescence enveloped the three of them, and before they could react, they were drawn into a peculiar space. Chu Yang was left astonished, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events, and he found that the two sisters had vanished. Surely, there could be no danger. After all, even Wang Qianyue had entered unscathed. They were unlikely to encounter any misfortune. As Chu Yang surveyed this space, it resembled an exceedingly spacious and illuminated chamber. At that moment, a roar erupted, and an unknown monster materialized within the chamber, lunging at Chu Yang with a ferocious growl. He felt a brief shock. This creature was grotesque beyond comprehension. Neither human nor beast, it was covered in menacing blackness, exuding a dark mist. Droplets of repulsive slime dripped from its fangs, and a pair of ebony, razor-sharp claws glimmered with a chilling light. What on earth is this? This thing is utterly revolting. It bore a striking resemblance to the xenomorphs he had seen in films from his previous life. Yet, it was weak, merely at the pinnacle of the first tier. Chu Yang summoned Wu Shuang, who unsheathed her sword, unleashing a beam of light that effortlessly obliterated the creature. Soon after, two more first-tier monsters appeared, swiftly dispatched with ease. One after another, 3 first-tier, 4 first-tier, until finally, 9 first-tier creatures emerged. Each wave was more numerous than the last, as Wu Shuang deftly vanquished the 9 first-tier monsters. A voice resounded. Examiner, do you wish to proceed to the next level? Chu Yang glanced around, amused by the intelligence of the situation. With a thoughtful stroke of his chin, he chuckled. This feels reminiscent of my previous life's dungeon runs. Yet, where's the first-tier boss? Given the circumstances, could it be that the more levels one clears, the greater the rewards? Contemplating this, he decisively opted to enter the next level. If someone as mediocre as Wang Qianyue could acquire such treasures, then surely he, being considerably stronger than Wang Qianyue, deserved even greater rewards. Indeed, the second wave of monsters has emerged once more, this time featuring a formidable second-tier beast. These creatures are reminiscent of the most primitive feral beasts, brutal and ferocious. Upon their arrival, they charged forward without hesitation. Once again, it was Wu Shuang who took up the challenge, as the second-tier monsters posed no threat to it. With a sword in each hand and 3 golden longswords standing erect behind it, Wu Shuang exuded a sharp and menacing aura. Each swing of its swords resonated with a crisp, ringing sound, akin to the chime of steel. One must admit, in terms of appearance alone, Wu Shuang undoubtedly ranks among the finest of all spirit beasts. At least, this was the opinion of Chu Yang. As the number of second-tier monsters multiplied, the 3 longswords behind Wu Shuang ceased to be mere ornaments and actively transformed into flying swords, slicing through the monsters. This was Wu Shuang's skill, sword mastery. Of course, it could only command the 3 golden swords at its back. The flying swords soared through the air, leaving trails of golden afterimages in their wake, cleaving the limbs and bodies of the monsters as they dissipated. Subsequently, the third stage commenced, a challenge that Wu Shuang found somewhat daunting. After all, it itself was only at the mid-stage of Tier 3, while each of these unknown monsters was at the pinnacle of Tier 3. Therefore, Chu Yang summoned the little turtle. This was an excellent opportunity for the spirit beast to hone its skills. Although the little turtle's attack power was not as fierce as Wu Shuang's, its supportive capabilities and defensive prowess were undoubtedly commendable. As a fellow mid-Tier 3 spirit beast, the little turtle's sturdy shell withstood the onslaught of the Tier 3 monsters without sustaining any damage. Moreover, it began to emanate a hazy mist, enveloping those Tier 3 monsters. The skill, Mist Veil, was employed, though the mist itself bore no harm. It was evident to the naked eye that the moisture clinging to the monsters began to crystallize into ice, rendering their movements slow and cumbersome. Frozen for miles. This was another skill of the little turtle. While it had yet to reach a truly terrifying level of freezing, it was only a matter of time before its power would grow. The synergy of these 2 skills proved to be quite effective. Chu Yang nodded in approval. As for the little turtle's other skill, Child of Destiny, Chu Yang had yet to fully comprehend its true purpose. Perhaps it augments his fortune? Yet, such matters are inherently uncertain. As a transmigrator, a bit of luck would not be amiss. With a resounding clang, a golden sword light ignited, as intersecting cross-shaped blades were suddenly unleashed from Wu Shuang's dual swords. These strikes left deep gashes upon several Tier 3 monsters along their path. Cross/slash. Chu Yang's eyes brightened. Indeed, Combat is the most effective means of training spirit beasts. It had only been a short while. Yet Wu Shuang had already comprehended a new skill. The opponents encountered previously were far too powerful. More attention had been devoted to training the wild beast. Now, it was time to focus on training the other spirit beasts as well. With Wu Shuang and the little turtle working in tandem, they successfully cleared the Tier 3 monsters. However, when it came to the Tier 4 monsters, the two were unable to cope, leaving the task to Zhang Yi. This would also mark Zhang Yi's inaugural battle. And Chu Yang was quite eager to witness the spectacle of a blood attribute spirit beast in combat. Chapter 94, Zhang Yi. Roar. The sound of a dragon's roar reverberated through the spacious chamber as Zhang Yi emerged from the spirit domain, while night appeared in Chu Yang's shadow, just in case. However, given that direct confrontation was not Knight's style, it refrained from intervening this time. Zhang Yi let out a fierce roar, its massive form lunging toward a group of pinnacle Tier 4 monsters. Its colossal body charged through the fray, wreaking havoc in its wake. Due to its peak Tier 5 status, dispatching a group of Tier 4 monsters was a trivial task. Nevertheless, what Chu Yang sought to observe was its battle against a horde of Tier 5 beasts. As they entered the 5th stage, Tier 5 monsters assailed them. And Zhang Yi's combat style underwent a transformation. It radiated a crimson glow, and the ground, strewn with the corpses of fallen monsters, began to emanate a stream of crimson blood. This was blood control. It allowed the manipulation of nearby blood. Ultimately, the rising blood converged and enveloped Zhang Yi, forming a layer of sanguine armor. Blood essence armor. This skill could coalesce surrounding blood into armor, enhancing its defensive capabilities. The higher the quality and quantity of blood, the sturdier the blood essence armor became. Thus, whether the enemies were injured or Zhang Yi itself sustained wounds, the blood could be reclaimed and utilized to reinforce its armor. Roar. With the augmentation of the blood essence armor, Zhang Yi became even more reckless, charging headfirst into a throng of monsters without a hint of concern for its safety. Of course, this was also due to the lack of intelligence among these creatures. The monsters here seemed mass-produced, possessing mere power without any cunning. Yet, their attacks were undeniably potent, as they were indeed pinnacle Tier 5 assaults. Despite the formidable nature of Zhang Yi's blood essence armor, it struggled to withstand the onslaught of 9 monsters. Cracks began to form upon the armor. Fortunately, the blood here was endless. And with the continuous demise of Tier 5 spirit beasts, Zhang Yi's blood essence armor grew increasingly resilient. Boom. Zhang Yi wielded its claws, now encased in the blood essence armor, viciously lunging at 2 nearby monsters. Beneath the armor, the strength of its claws surged. The 2 monsters unleashed streams of black energy, striking against its claws. This was a genuine Tier 5 pinnacle attack. However, Zhang Yi remained unfazed, charging directly into the fray. The blood essence armor shattered repeatedly. Yet more blood flowed in to mend the fissures. Were it another ferocious beast faced with such an assault, it would undoubtedly seek to evade. However, these monsters lacked any wit. With no brains, they simply charged forward. As a result, Zhang Yi crushed the skulls of all those that dared to approach. Watching from afar, Chu Yang increasingly felt that Zhang Yi bore striking similarities to the reckless brutes from Ghost Island. With the blood essence armor in place, why bother with evasion? Just charge forward. Roar. Zhang Yi, invigorated by the battle, relayed a message to Chu Yang, indicating its desire to continue fighting. All right. If you relish the fight, then indulge yourself. Without hesitation, Chu Yang initiated the 6th stage. He was curious to see how Zhang Yi would fare against a pinnacle Tier 6 monster with its peak Tier 5 prowess. As a Tier 6 monster appeared, Zhang Yi began to employ strategy. Blood-red particles began to manifest around the creature, remnants of the blood spilled from the previous batch of fallen Tier 5 monsters. These sanguine particles emitted a faint red glow, coalescing near the Tier 6 monster. As the Tier 6 beast surged forward without hesitation, lunging toward Zhang Yi, Chu Yang felt a twinge of concern. Even with Zhang Yi's formidable skills, it was improbable that it could withstand a direct hit from a pinnacle Tier 6 monster. Thus, he was prepared to summon the wild beast for assistance. The Tier 6 monster moved with astonishing speed, arriving beside Zhang Yi in the blink of an eye. Its massive paw, shrouded in black mist, swung mercilessly towards its head. Chu Yang's hand was already in motion, preparing to invoke the summoning seal. At that moment, a series of thunderous booms resonated as the blood particles gathered around the monstrous entity erupted in a spectacular explosion. A bewitching crimson light emanated from the center, casting the surrounding space in a sanguine hue. The skill, Bloodfall Explosion. Boom. At the heart of the blood-colored detonation, the body of the 6th-tier creature was instantaneously hurled away. Drenched in blood, whether its own or that of the blood particles was uncertain, its vitality was palpably diminished, as discerned by Chu Yang's soul force, confirming that it had indeed sustained injuries. Moreover, it appeared to be quite grievously wounded. The bloodfall explosion harnessed the blood controlled by the blood manipulation technique to unleash its destructive force. Although the power of each blood droplet's explosion was limited, who could say how much blood would be present in the heat of battle? As long as Zhang Ye's blood manipulation could govern a sufficient amount of blood, the resultant might was indeed formidable. At this juncture, Huang had been summoned, its massive form looming above Chu Yang, observing the skirmish of its younger counterpart with disinterest. With a formidable presence at its side, Zhang Yi grew increasingly audacious, charging directly at the injured pinnacle 6th-tier beast, bolstered by the blood essence armor. Its crimson body swayed, a faint red glow radiating from it, a manifestation of the law of blood. Zhang Yi's silhouette sliced through the void, lunging towards its adversary. The pinnacle 6th-tier beast roared in fury, its terrifying black mist boiling forth, the sound of its black scales clanging like a suit of armor. Ignoring its own wounds, it lunged at the blood-colored figure before it. As the two figures drew near, Zhang Ye's form suddenly split into two, transforming into two blood-colored dragons that surged towards the creature. Is this the Blood Shadow clone? Chu Yang was momentarily taken aback. This was Zhang Ye's inaugural battle, and it was also Chu Yang's first encounter with the Blood Shadow clone. He had initially believed it to be merely a deceptive shadow, but it turned out to possess nearly 80% of Zhang Ye's combat prowess. This was somewhat terrifying. Chu Yang could clearly see that the newly formed Blood Shadow Dragon was conjured from the blood particles gathered around Zhang Yi. The Blood Shadow Dragon radiated a gentle crimson glow of the law, directly pouncing upon the creature. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi itself circled around and struck from behind. Boom. The creature's attack unhesitatingly slammed into the Blood Shadow Dragon, yet against the might of a pinnacle 6th-tier strike. The Blood Shadow Dragon held for merely 2 breaths before its massive form was instantly shattered, dissolving into a cloud of blood mist. At that moment, Zhang Yi attacked from behind, its claws, enhanced by the blood essence armor, ferociously clawing at the creature's rear. A torrent of blood spilled forth as it inflicted several ghastly wounds upon the monster's back. Chu Yang nodded approvingly. For a pinnacle 5th-tier entity to injure a pinnacle 6th-tier creature was no small feat regardless of whether the monster's lack of intelligence played a role. Chu Yang was quite satisfied with Zhang Ye's capabilities. Roar! The creature bellowed, twisting its body to retaliate. Boom! In that instant, a pitch-black dragon claw descended from above, reducing the 6th-tier creature to a mere mound of flesh. It was none other than Chu Yang commanding Huang to strike, for Zhang Yi could not withstand that blow. Chapter 95, the first battle after the breakthrough. Zhang Yi, gleefully wagging its dragon tail, approached Huang, nuzzling against the enormous dragon claw of its companion with adoration in its eyes. The once fierce Zhang Yi had now transformed into a devoted admirer. Fear not. One day, I shall enable you to become a true dragon, Chu Yang assured Zhang Yi. Roar! Zhang Yi emitted an excited and fervent dragon roar. Spirit beasts invariably place their unwavering trust in the words of their spirit masters. If he claimed that Zhang Yi could transform into a true dragon, it was assuredly possible. The ensuing battle was entrusted to Huang, while Zhang Yi retreated to the spirit domain, re-entering the Holy Spirit Tower to further comprehend the law of blood. 2 6th-tier creatures emerged, commencing their assault on Huang. The latter displayed an air of superiority, making no effort to evade. Just 6th-tier creatures, it allowed them to strike, and they were unable to inflict even the slightest damage. Enough of this pretense. Finish this quickly so I may see what rewards await, Chu Yang remarked, bemused. He had never realized how exceedingly arrogant Huang had become, possibly due to Zhang Ye's incessant adoration. Ever since Zhang Yi had appeared, it had been fervently seeking Huang's company, rubbing against its dragon claws and licking its dragon scales. Thus, Chu Yang surmised that Huang's transformation was undoubtedly linked to Zhang Yi. However, he found no fault in this. A spirit beast ought to possess such an imposing demeanor. With the spirit master's command, Huang curtailed its playful antics with the monsters. The dark energy of Huang radiated outward, infused with the overwhelming essence of the law of desolation. In an instant, the two attacking creatures began to wither. This was the essence of Huang's power, annihilating all, stripping away their life force. Within moments, the two creatures were reduced to mere heaps of desiccated bones. 6th tier, 7th tier. Thus, Huang plowed through, facing off against 9 equally ranked creatures in a fierce confrontation, marking Huang's first battle following its breakthrough, and proving to be its most arduous trial yet, surpassing any previous skirmish. Even though these creatures lacked intelligence, granting Huang a slight advantage, it also made them reckless in their assault, swarming Huang with ferocity. Huang sustained injuries. Yet Chu Yang did not interrupt this vital training session. Given Huang's significant breakthrough, it was imperative that it endure a challenging ordeal to fully master this sudden influx of power. Such opportunities were rare in the outside world, and thus, Chu Yang would not easily relinquish this chance. The dark, dazzlingly radiant Dark Desolation dragon breath erupted from Huang's maw, striking towards the 9 creatures ahead. These colossal entities towered over him, each standing several dozen meters tall, rendering Chu Yang minuscule in comparison. One of the creatures roared in defiance, raising its shadowy claw, transforming its thick black mist into a massive black shield that shielded its front. Boom! The Dark Desolation dragon breath collided with the black shield, unleashing terrifying desolation energy. Within a breath, the black shield shattered instantaneously. The Dark Desolation dragon breath surged forward, penetrating the creature's chest, the obsidian energy seeping into its body, erasing its vitality and robbing it of life. The residual force of the Dark Desolation dragon breath was exceedingly formidable, affecting a wide area and sending 2 nearby creatures hurtling backward. Yet, 5 creatures still surged towards them, while they may not have been renowned for their speed. At this tier, they remained swift. Use the Desolation Dragon's rounding technique. Initiate an attack on one of them, Chu Yang commanded, standing between Huang's dragon horns, relaying strategic messages amidst the chaos. The primary role of a spirit master is not to rely on soul force to strike their foes, but rather to assist their spirit beasts in vanquishing adversaries, especially in battles of equal standing. Upon receiving the message, Huang gazed intently at the edge of the abyss, where a monstrous creature emerged. Its dragon tail swayed, and in an instant, it soared into the heavens, transforming into a swirling black light that descended with great force. The beast let out a ferocious roar, swinging its clawed paw to confront Huang in the sky. Chu Yang initially intended for Huang to unleash the Huang Longyin, but upon reflection, it seemed these creatures lacked any semblance of intelligence, rendering the soul power within the Huang Longyin potentially ineffective. As Huang dove downward, he raised his claws, imbued with the power of the wild, and executed a series of Huang Long claws. Crack! The sound of splintering bones echoed as the creature's claw, aimed at Huang, was swiftly shattered. Subsequently, Huang's mighty form coiled downward, and all 4 dragon claws exerted their force simultaneously. A chilling sound resonated, akin to the tearing of flesh as the beast's scaled body was rent asunder. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the ground nearby. Since breaking through to the 6th tier, Huang's attributes had experienced a significant enhancement, a transformation bestowed by the supreme spirit beast. Henceforth, it would be exceedingly rare to find an adversary of equal tier capable of matching Huang. With the dragon claws tearing into the opponent's body, the essence of Huang's power infiltrated the creature's form. If the creature did not expel this invasive force in a timely manner, its vitality would gradually wither away. Yet it was apparent that this horde of unthinking monsters paid little heed to such matters. Just as Huang's form coiled downward, another creature struck. A dense, murky black mist coalesced, forming a colossal black broadsword within its claws. The sword, shrouded in dark energy, radiated an aura of death, with what seemed to be blood coalescing upon its blade, echoing the anguished cries of the tormented. It swung the broadsword horizontally at Huang's form. As the orchestrator of the battlefield, Chu Yang naturally took note of this action. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the broadsword, he hastily warned Huang to evade. However, despite Huang's efforts to maneuver away from the impending strike, he was a moment too late. The broadsword sliced through the air, exuding an overwhelming force, leaving a black fissure in the void wherever it passed. Buzz! A sound reverberated as the broadsword swept across, igniting sparks upon Huang's dragon scales. Akin to the violent clash of steel, the unsettling noise caused Chu Yang's heart to race. When the broadsword struck, a gaping wound was instantly carved into one of Huang's dragon scales, the size of a millstone. Nonetheless, it did not breach the flesh beneath the scales. Regardless, it still counted as an injury to Huang. Had it not been for Chu Yang's timely warning, prompting Huang to twist his body in defense, the blow would have penetrated deeper. Naturally, Huang's scales, as hard as steel, played a crucial role in his defense. Having evaded the creature's grasp, Huang's massive form soared into the distance, his cold, piercing eyes glinting with a frigid light. It was time to unleash the Tianji Huang Long Jade upon them. Following Chu Yang's signal, Huang's silhouette shot skyward. However, to minimize the charging time of this technique, Chu Yang had instructed Huang to begin gathering energy while in flight. This way, they could maximize the charge time and amplify the power of the Tianji Huang Long Jade. As Huang ascended into the sky and came to a halt, a sphere, 5 yards in diameter, was fully charged and ready. A terrifying aura emanated from within, as the concentrated essence of the wild radiated an intense black light. The void surrounding the sphere seemed unable to bear the pressure it exuded, producing a series of cracking sounds. Horrific, dark fissures in the void spread outward from the sphere's core. With Chu Yang's guidance, the Tianji Huang Long Jade swiftly reached full charge. The pitch-black sphere, exuding an ominous glow, pulsated with terrible energy. Whoosh! Under Huang's control, the sphere plummeted toward the ground like a meteor from the heavens, shattering the void in its wake. As the sphere approached, several creatures below let out a collective roar, also unleashing their own countermeasures. A dense black mist converged, morphing into a black spear, seemingly imprisoning countless souls within. The beings trapped within the spear appeared to writhe in agony, desperately attempting to escape. Chu Yang's skin prickled. What kind of technique was this? So bizarre. The spear radiated an aura of unparalleled dread, its howls filled with suffering and sorrow, evoking tears of empathy. Simultaneously, the other creatures employed various tactics, some transforming into massive nets, others conjuring colossal handprints that obscured the sky. All converged their might against the descending sphere. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted, and brilliant light burst forth from the ground. The entire chamber trembled violently. At the center of the explosion, the void continuously collapsed and then healed, repeating the cycle. The Tianji Huang Long Jade, as Huang's most potent attack, needed no further elaboration regarding its might. Moreover, this was the fully charged version. Even with several creatures attacking in unison, they could not withstand this onslaught. Once the black light dissipated, the void at the explosion's epicenter remained unhealed. On the ground lay the mangled remains of the defeated creatures. Wait, was there still one that escaped? Chu Yang noticed a creature that had conjured a gigantic shield from the eerie black mist, successfully blocking Huang's assault. Kill! With a low command from Chu Yang, Huang dove down, directly targeting the creature. Congratulations to the tester for clearing all levels. Rewards are being dispensed. Just as Chu Yang felled the ninth creature, a voice suddenly resonated within the chamber. Indeed, there were rewards? But what would they be? 3 beams of light appeared from above the chamber, descending before Chu Yang. 3 rewards? He had anticipated only one. As he examined them closely, he saw 3 orbs of light hovering before him. The most striking of these was a spirit beast egg, roughly the size of a foot, located at the center. The egg radiated a dreamlike array of colors, pulsing with waves of soul energy. Could it be a soul attribute spirit beast egg? Typically, spirit beast eggs emanate waves of spiritual energy, and it was evident this one possessed soul attributes. Chu Yang felt conflicted. He already had 7 spirit beasts: Huang, Yi, Xiao Gui, Wu Shuang, Zhan Yi, De Xiong Mao, and Jiawei Di Huang Dai. Given his current capacity to contract only 9 spirit beasts, he had 2 slots remaining. I possess the Monkey King set, so I must contract a monkey. Additionally, I require a spirit of light and a spirit of wood. Suddenly, Chu Yang felt his contract slots were insufficient. However, based on Wang Qianyu's situation, the quality of the spirit beast eggs here was undeniably high. Regardless, I would eventually need to contract a soul attribute spirit beast. It seems fate has brought us together. With determination, Chu Yang began inscribing the contract rune. As the contract was successfully established, cracks began to appear upon the surface of the egg, which shimmered with a dreamlike hue. After a brief moment, Chu Yang wore an expression of peculiarity. Why another butterfly? Was he truly fated to encounter such creatures? How could he encounter a butterfly twice in succession? Moreover, it was of a supreme quality he had never before heard of. Spirit Beast, Dreamy Celestial Butterfly. Quality, Supreme. Rank, Initial Stage 1. Attribute, Soul Attribute. Skills, Dream Devourer, Soul Power Tri-Slash. Spirit Treasure, None. This butterfly, no larger than the palm of one's hand, boasted exquisite patterns and emanated a dreamlike radiance. Just a single glance seemed to ensnare one's very soul. What kind of quality was this? How did it compare to the divine quality? Chu Yang felt a surge of curiosity. Was the supreme quality of the dreamy celestial butterfly superior to that of the giant panda's divine quality? Regardless, both were qualities beyond that of a king. Chu Yang felt a profound satisfaction. Indeed, this ancient secret realm yielded extraordinary rewards. The remaining 2 items equally made his heart race. They consisted of an auxiliary soul technique, power glyph, and a divine-level cultivation method, heavenly soul technique. The power glyph, when applied to a spirit beast by a spirit master, could enhance the beast's strength by 30%. It was undeniably a remarkably potent auxiliary soul technique. The heavenly soul technique allowed spirit masters to cultivate all the way to divine levels. This journey was certainly worthwhile. Chu Yang was elated. He had not practiced for far too long due to his cultivation method. Although there was a possibility of a cultivation pill emerging from the mystery box, the uncertainty surrounding such an item was too great. Thus, relying on oneself often proved to be the more prudent approach. Once Chu Yang claimed his rewards, he was instantly transported away. When he regained his senses, he found himself once again in the ancient secret realm. Chu Yang. 2 melodious voices rang out. It was the Qin sisters. At that moment, their faces were radiant with smiles, undoubtedly having reaped bountiful rewards. How was it? You weren't injured, were you? Chu Yang inquired with genuine concern, grasping their delicate hands. Not only were we unscathed, but we also gathered an impressive haul. Qin Luo Jiao replied joyfully. Initially, they had thought it was merely a simple trial. They had not anticipated such generous rewards exceeding their expectations. Guess what I obtained? Qin Luo Jiao teased. A king-level spirit beast? Considering the cultivation levels of the Qin sisters, they could at most have passed the 5th level. And the rewards for such an achievement should not be overly grand. No, I'll tell you honestly, it's a divine quality spirit beast egg. Chu Yang was astonished. Given their prowess, how could they acquire a divine quality spirit beast egg? Hehe, did you not expect this? Qin Luo Jiao exclaimed proudly. You haven't forgotten our identity as spirit beast companions, have you? What does that have to do with being spirit beast companions? It's an additional reward. Chu Yang's mouth fell agape. There were additional rewards? It turned out that the two girls had been identified as spirit beast companions, thus receiving extra rewards upon successfully completing the trial. This reward was indeed a divine quality spirit beast egg. However, they had also received commendable rewards for passing the 5th level, including a king-level spirit beast egg. Yet, when compared to the divine quality, it was indeed a stark contrast. First his own supreme quality, and now divine quality. Chu Yang gazed at the stone mirror before him, deep in thought. Their rewards after clearing the trial were extraordinarily generous, to the point of being inconceivable. It felt less like an assessment and more akin to receiving gifts. Perhaps it was meant to bestow the remnants of the ancient era upon them, ensuring the legacy of this sect endures. Chapter 97, Heart of Chaos. In the era long past, there existed a glorious civilization of beast tamers, a fact corroborated by numerous ancient ruins. This secret realm before them was established by spirit masters eons ago. Such strength was beyond their current reach. Not to mention the plethora of high-quality cultivation methods, premium spirit beast eggs, and an abundance of soul artifacts. Each item alone attested to the splendor of that bygone age. Yet, they ultimately faded into oblivion. Perhaps in their final moments, the sages employed formidable means to preserve the essence of that era, passing it down as a flame of inheritance for future generations. Damn it, why can't I move this thing? Chu Yang grasped the stone mirror, attempting to lift it. But despite his strenuous efforts, it remained immovable. In a moment of frustration, he summoned his spirit, but still could not budge it. This caliber of soul artifact must be refined to be utilized. Qin Luo Shui chimed in with a smile. Refined? Then you two go ahead. I already possess a soul artifact. Chu Yang waved his hand. Once refined, not only could he obtain a high-quality soul artifact, but also the legacy contained within. Heaven knows what treasures lie within that stone mirror. Thus, it was imperative that this object remained in his possession. However, he already had the Holy Spirit Tower by his side and did not require additional soul artifacts. It would be best to have the two sisters refine it, thereby enhancing their strength. Aware of Chu Yang's extraordinary soul artifact, the sisters did not hesitate. Ultimately, it was decided that the elder sister, Qin Luo Shui, would refine the stone mirror. Meanwhile, Chu Yang cast his gaze upon the mystery box, which had inexplicably refreshed. System, open the mystery box. Since it was not yet time for 5 consecutive draws, he did not expect anything exceptional, merely hoping to accumulate luck for the next 5 draws. A dazzling black light flashed, and an item abruptly appeared within the mystery box's space. What is this? Chu Yang felt a surge of curiosity. The item seemed to pulsate with a rhythmic heartbeat, accompanied by an ancient and weighty gray mist with each throb. Chu Yang curiously examined the item's attributes and nearly gasped in astonishment. Item name, Heart of Chaos. Item note. This is a treasure birthed from endless chaos. Unique through the ages. After refinement by a spirit beast, its attributes can be transformed into chaotic attributes. The host must carefully choose which spirit beast's attributes to change before the beast comprehends the laws. Could it truly alter a spirit beast's attributes to chaotic? Chu Yang was flabbergasted. Chaos reigns supreme over the ages. This was no mere phrase. It was undoubtedly an immensely powerful attribute. Unique through the ages. This meant there was but one such treasure? Consequently, he had to deliberate seriously on which spirit beast should receive this transformation. Refinement must occur before the spirit beast comprehends the laws. Chu Yang noted this critical detail. It appeared that both his spirit, Huang, and Zhan were now excluded. Upon realizing the Heart of Chaos's function, Chu Yang first thought of Huang, but it was now evident that Huang was disqualified. Zhan, too, had begun to grasp the law of blood and was nearing perfection, poised to break through to the 6th rank before long. The remaining candidates included Yi with its dark attribute, the little turtle with its dual ice-water attributes, Wu Shuang with its gold attribute, the giant panda with its yin-yang attribute, the Empress Phoenix with its time-space attribute, and the dreamy celestial butterfly with its sole attribute. If one had to single out the weakest attribute among them, it would likely be Wu Shuang's gold attribute. Yet, the gold attribute suited it remarkably well, enhancing its attack potency significantly. Thus, Chu Yang harbored no intention of relinquishing the golden attribute of his unparalleled spirit. As for the other uncontracted spirit beasts within my spirit realm, the ghostly attribute of the skeletal warrior, the wood attribute of the wood elf, the light attribute of the silvery alligator, and the water attribute of the azure sea dragon. It appears that the azure sea dragon is the most suitable choice. Both the ghostly skeletal warrior and the light attribute silvery alligator were specifically selected as his reserve spirit beasts. Moreover, the wood elf, endowed with the wood attribute, serves as his healing spirit beast. Only the water attribute azure sea dragon had not made it onto his shortlist. What about the chaotic attribute dragon? That seems rather promising as well. Subsequently, Chu Yang entered the spirit realm, observing the azure sea dragon pursuing schools of fish within the river. This creature, nourished by the abundant spiritual essence of the realm, was on the verge of breaking through to the second tier. Since Chu Yang had previously regarded it as a reward to bestow upon someone in the future, he had never given it much attention, resulting in its laziness, engaging in play rather than earnest cultivation. Unlike the skeletal warriors, who had already surpassed the second tier. Well, consider yourself fortunate. Thereafter, Chu Yang directly contracted it. Given that the Heart of Chaos was essentially a blind box, and the Azure Sea Dragon had now become his spirit beast, the latter found it significantly easier to refine the Heart of Chaos, akin to how he had once refined the Sacred Spirit Tower. It was evident to the naked eye that the dragon scales of the Azure Sea Dragon began to shift from their original water blue hue to a grayish tint. How to put it? Judging by appearance alone, it seems less handsome than before. However, it mattered little, for he was not a decorative spirit master. As long as he was sufficiently powerful, aesthetics were secondary. Spirit Beast, Chaos Azure Dragon. Quality, Diamond Quality. Tier, late stage of the first tier. Attribute, Chaos Attribute. Skills, none. Spiritual treasures, none. Chu Yang nodded, recognizing that its attributes had indeed transformed, shifting from the previous water attribute to the current chaos attribute. You must cultivate diligently from now on, Chu Yang remarked, gently patting the head of the Chaos Azure Dragon. After the change in attributes, tendrils of chaotic energy began to emanate from its form, with a mere wisp capable of shattering a massive boulder on the ground. Clearly, it would require time to adapt to its newly acquired abilities. Thus, at this juncture, the positions available for Chu Yang to contract spirit beasts had been entirely filled. He needed to return and devote himself to cultivation without delay. Upon returning to the secret realm, Qin Luoxue had already made her way back. Did you succeed in refining it so soon? Qin Luoxue shook her head. I was unable to refine it. My soul power cannot penetrate at all. It seems a force is blocking me. She had tried for quite some time without success. For a spirit master to refine a soul weapon, they needed to infuse their soul power into the weapon, marking it with their unique imprint to gain full control. Yet, for reasons unknown, Qin Luoxue's soul power was utterly incapable of penetrating. No worries, we have plenty of time. Once my mother-in-law awakens, we can ask her. Perhaps she will have a solution. Chu Yang consoled, wrapping his arm around Qin Luoxue's slender waist. Though he was unaware of his mother-in-law's past, he had gleaned some understanding from the two sisters. Their mother's wisdom was not something ordinary individuals could compare to. At that moment, a voice filled with ethereal resonance suddenly sighed. My foolish daughter. A divine artifact possesses spirit. How could it easily acknowledge a master? Chu Yang's body stiffened, and the hand that held Qin Luoxue's waist instinctively fell away. In the distance of the secret realm, the howling wind heralded the arrival of the four-winged phoenix-crowned bird, its massive form soaring gracefully. Upon its back stood a man and a woman. Oh no, my mother-in-law has arrived. Chapter 98, The Fated Tortoise. Chu Yang had not anticipated that his mother-in-law would awaken at this moment and directly locate the secret realm. Mother? The two sisters, Qin Luoxue and her sibling, instantly beamed with joy. After waiting for so long, she had finally awakened. As the four-winged phoenix-crowned bird descended, Yun Liffey and Qin Shufeng alighted. The former, clad in white, possessed a graceful and statuesque figure, exuding a mature allure. Even after being a mother for decades, her visage resembled that of a delicate young woman in her 20s. In that instant, Chu Yang comprehended why Qin Shufeng had remained steadfastly by her side. It was likely that anyone would wish to do the same. Mother, you have finally awakened. The two sisters dashed to Yun Liffey's side, affectionately linking their arms with hers. Observing the smiles and frowns exchanged between them, Yun Liffey eventually sighed softly. If I had awakened any later, I might have become a grandmother. The sisters' faces flushed crimson, and they fell silent, averting their gazes. As someone who had traversed similar paths, Yin Lifi's keen gaze immediately discerned that her two daughters were not pure maidens. Beside them, Qin Shufeng furrowed his brow. Perplexed, what do you mean? Clearly, he had yet to grasp the underlying significance. Chu Yang approached and bowed respectfully. I am Chu Yang, honored to meet you. Uncle and aunt. Yin Lifi regarded the youth before her, nodding slightly. You are the one who gifted me the soul recovery pill. Her soul power had long since awakened. And Qin Shufeng had conveyed the circumstances to her. Therefore, she was eager to meet the owner of the soul recovery pill. The fact that your aunt can awaken signifies the purpose of the soul recovery pill. Huh, you have quite the sweet tongue. Yin Lifi appraised Chu Yang, nodding in approval. You are handsome and possess an impeccable demeanor. However, I am rather curious. Where did you acquire that soul recovery pill? Chu Yang replied, I obtained it from an ancient relic. Yin Lifi's gaze sharpened. You are lying. There is no such thing as a pill in this world. Despite her extensive experience, she had never heard of such pills. Coming from a formidable faction, she had perused numerous texts since childhood and had never encountered any mention of pills. Observing the change in Yin Lifi's demeanor, the two sisters tugged at her arm, sweetly insisting, Mother, Chu Yang is not lying. If he didn't get it from a relic, where else could he have found it? Could he have concocted it himself? Yin Lifi, nearly at her wits' end from her daughter's incessant shaking, could only respond with mock ire. And what about you two? You withheld from your father that you had gifted the fated tortoise to someone else. What? The revelation that the fated tortoise had been given away sent a jolt through Qin Shufeng. His gaze towards Chu Yang instantly darkened. Kid, you didn't T-contract that tortoise. Did you? Chu Yang could only nod, internally grumbling. What is the big deal about a king-quality tortoise? Why the fuss? Kid, you. Qin Shufeng pointed at Chu Yang, trembling with anger. Yin Lifi turned to Chu Yang and stated, You are not aware of the significance of the fated tortoise, are you? The latter shook his head. Because that was one of the dowries I prepared for my two daughters. Dowry? Chu Yang was taken aback. Looking at the two girls who hung their heads in embarrassment, he realized they had never mentioned this to him. However, deep inside, Chu Yang was elated. For this implied that even then, the two had acknowledged him as their husband. No wonder Qin Shufeng was trembling with rage. It was inconceivable that his own daughter had surreptitiously bestowed her dowry upon Chu Yang. Any father in his position would likely be infuriated to the point of apoplexy. However, Yin Lihue exhibited no signs of anger. Both Chu Yang's appearance and demeanor were exceptional, truly unparalleled, and beyond reproach. Moreover, the effects of the soul-enhancing pill had rendered her, who typically held herself in high regard, favorably impressed by Chu Yang. In truth, I had possessed the fated tortoise for quite some time. I initially intended to form a contract with it myself, but alas, there were no available slots at the time. Later, I encountered your uncle and wished for him to contract it. Yet he disdainfully rejected the notion of a tortoise spirit beast, calling it a head-retracting turtle, and stubbornly refused to form a contract. As for the two ladies, they also found the tortoise too unappealing and were unwilling to contract it, ultimately leading it to fall into your hands. Perhaps this is destiny, Yin Lihue mused. She had been troubled by this matter for quite a while. Had the world known that the fated tortoise was in her possession, countless individuals would have come to vie for it. Ironically, her family was resolute in their refusal to contract it, prompting her to decide that she would have her future son-in-law form the contract. Thus, she sealed the fated tortoise away. She never anticipated that it would eventually lead her to Chu Yang. At that moment, Chu Yang detected an unusual undertone and curiously inquired, Aunt, what makes the fated tortoise so special? Yin Lihue countered, Have you not noticed the abilities of the fated tortoise? You mean the child of destiny? He queried, to which she nodded. This ability may appear to lack concrete effects, yet it can subtly bring good fortune to spirit masters, akin to how the children of heaven are favored by the cosmos. Chu Yang pondered. He was indeed uncertain about this luck-bringing aspect, considering he was a transmigrator, and it seemed quite normal for him to have good fortune. However, upon reflection, since acquiring the fated tortoise, he had indeed experienced a string of fortunate events, from the Wang family's secret chamber, the lair of ferocious beasts, to Ghost Island. And including this expedition into the secret realm, he had reaped considerable rewards. Yet, you must remember, only one fated tortoise can appear in a given era, so it should not be carelessly revealed. Until you have fully matured, it is advisable to keep it concealed from the public eye. Yin Lihue cautioned Chu Yang. There have been instances where individuals who acquired the fated tortoise were discovered and subsequently captured along with the creature, and the outcome was far from favorable. Thus, she urgently advised Chu Yang against making the fated tortoise known. He nodded, astonished. Only one could appear in an era. This regal quality spirit beast possessed an aura far surpassing that of his divine and supreme quality spirit beasts. Naturally, if the child of destiny's ability could indeed bestow good fortune upon spirit masters, it would undoubtedly incite the envy of many spirit masters. Luck is an enigmatic force. Who wouldn't wish for a stroke of good fortune? Yun Lihui regarded Chu Yang and remarked, "While I find you quite satisfactory, we are, after all, spirit masters. And our strength relies on our spirit beasts. So, do you possess any spirit beasts worthy of my two daughters?" This was the crux of the matter. The extent of a spirit master's journey and their strength ultimately hinges upon their spirit beasts. Otherwise, no matter how high a spirit master's cultivation, they would still be easily overwhelmed by other spirit masters of equal rank. Of course, her inquiry was merely a formality. As a beast master and mother-in-law, even if Chu Yang lacked high-quality spirit beasts, she would still endeavor to find him several. After all, the die had been cast. Observing her two daughters' delicate demeanor, she could not truly consider tearing them apart. When the mother-in-law posed a question, Chu Yang naturally answered truthfully. Chapter 99. The Astonishment of Yun Lihui. My nephew possesses 4 regal quality spirit beasts: the dark attribute Night Demon, the gold attribute Sword King, the dual ice water attribute Fated Tortoise, and the blood attribute Song Blood Flood Dragon. Yun Lihui nodded. Aside from the Fated Tortoise, which she was familiar with, the attributes of the other 3 spirit beasts were commendable. Chu Yang continued. 1 divine quality spirit beast, the Inyang Limitless Beast. Yun Lihui gasped in surprise. Has Earth begun to give birth to divine quality spirit beasts? Based on her estimation, the current concentration of spiritual essence on Earth should be insufficient for the emergence of divine quality spirit beasts. This world had only awakened for a few hundred years, and the accumulation in all aspects was far from adequate. The birth of a divine quality spirit beast would require a considerable amount of time. However, the fact that Chu Yang could find a divine quality spirit beast in such a barren world was a testament to his remarkable fortune. At that moment, Chu Yang added, "Furthermore, 1 supreme quality spirit beast." Boom. Yun Lihui's body shook violently, her expression one of disbelief. "What quality did you just say?" Supreme quality." Chu Yang observed the change in his mother-in-law's demeanor and discerned that supreme quality was undoubtedly above divine quality, and it was quite extraordinary. Yun Lihui, her countenance incredulous, stammered, You must show me that supreme quality spirit beast." With the mother-in-law's insistence, Chu Yang had no choice but to comply. Moments later, the ethereal dream butterfly, radiating a dreamlike brilliance, appeared before them. No larger than a palm, it fluttered its wings gracefully, circling around Chu Yang twice before settling on his shoulder. Yun Lihui breathed heavily, her gaze fervent as she paced around the dream butterfly. Based on its various characteristics, it was indeed the legendary supreme quality spirit beast, and moreover, one exceedingly rare with a soul attribute. Yun Lihui's voice trembled as she spoke. Soul attribute spirit beasts were already rare, let alone supreme quality ones. In the absence of a soul artifact, a soul attribute spirit beast could easily overpower even the most formidable spirit masters, not to mention other spirit beasts. "Madam, is supreme quality highly regarded?" Qin Shufeng inquired curiously. He had never witnessed Yun Lihui in such a state of disarray. This could only indicate that such quality was extraordinarily rare. She nodded, her gaze fixed hungrily on the dream butterfly. "Not just high, but the highest." Yun Lihui sighed deeply. "Beyond the known qualities from bronze to regal, there are 3 additional grades." There are 3 more? I thought there was only divine quality." Qin Luojiao exclaimed in astonishment. Previously, Yun Lihui had informed them that there was only divine quality, so how had it now transformed into 3 grades? "The reason I conveyed it that way was that the other 2 qualities are exceedingly rare. In fact, above regal, there are divine quality, immortal quality, and the highest, supreme quality." The 3 were rendered speechless. So many qualities existed? Qin Shufeng swallowed hard. He himself did not possess even a single divine quality spirit beast. As Yun Lihui gently tapped the dream butterfly with her finger, she continued, "Divine quality is already a rarity in the world. Immortal quality spirit beasts are typically found only within certain powerful factions. As for supreme quality, only truly dominant forces are worthy of possessing such spirit beasts. Such quality is encountered once in 10,000 years. Subsequently, Yun Lihui narrated a legend. There was once a dominant force that had set its sights on a fully grown supreme quality spirit beast. In an attempt to subdue it, dozens of the most powerful spirit masters launched a series of fierce battles, only to find that the supreme spirit beast remained unconquered, resulting in catastrophic losses for that force. Chu Yang and the others gasped. A single spirit beast could challenge an entire faction. Yun Lifei averted her fiery gaze and turned to pinch Chu Yang's cheek, saying, "You lucky lad. I cannot help but envy your fortune in encountering such a high-quality spiritual beast. However, you must remain steady and refrain from reckless behavior. In the future, you shall surely ascend to the pinnacle of the world." The more she observed Chu Yang, her son-in-law, the more her satisfaction grew. prompting her to advise him to maintain composure and avoid any foolishness. She was concerned that the youthful exuberance might lead him to be discovered possessing an exalted quality spiritual beast, which would undoubtedly invite calamity rather than fortune. "Little nephew, I shall heed Auntie's counsel," he replied. Subsequently, upon learning that Chu Yang's supreme spiritual beast originated from the stone mirror before him, Yunli Fei could not resist taking a journey inside herself. Regrettably, she emerged with only a divine-grade spiritual beast. In contrast, Qin Su Feng, who also ventured within, wore a beaming smile, for he had finally acquired a divine-grade spiritual beast. "Alas, it seems you have beaten me to it." Yunli Fei sighed with regret, as she had assumed that even without a supreme spiritual beast, obtaining a celestial grade 1 would suffice. Instead, she was left with merely a divine-grade beast. When will I ever contract a celestial-grade spiritual beast? She pondered with a sense of anticipation, though she understood that such creatures were rare and reliant on fortune. As for supreme spiritual beasts, she dared not even entertain the thought. "Excuse me, Annie, is the supreme quality indeed the highest quality? Are there grades beyond it?" Chu Yang inquired with curiosity. If supreme quality were the pinnacle, then how should he categorize his 2 sacred-grade spiritual beasts? Yunli Fei nodded in affirmation. Supreme quality is indeed the highest. There exists no quality beyond it. Chu Yang acknowledged her words, having already concluded in his heart that sacred-grade beasts must surpass supreme quality, and that this world might not give birth to sacred-grade creatures, rendering their existence unknown to the populace. Afterward, Chu Yang broached the subject of soul fire, as it pertained to his future alchemical endeavors, making it a matter of great importance to him. There are 2 types of soul seas for spirit masters: the ordinary soul sea, characterized by the usual silver soul power, and the mutated soul power. Yunli Fei meticulously explained. According to her, mutated soul power encompasses numerous attributes, including wind, fire, and lightning. Due to these attributes, it inflicts greater damage than ordinary soul power. Furthermore, spirit masters endowed with innate mutated soul power possess an inherent affinity for soul substances, allowing them to cultivate at an accelerated pace. Suddenly, Chu Yang recalled the encounter he had during his battle with the individual from the overturning sea sacred land, whose soul power manifested as a shade of blue. In retrospect, it likely indicated a wind attribute mutated soul power. As for soul fire, it was born from the fire attribute of mutated soul power. The soul sea of such power resembled a blazing inferno, hence the name soul fire. Is it solely attainable through innate means? Chu Yang furrowed his brow, realizing that if that were the case, he would be deprived of the possibility of soul fire. Should that be true, his only recourse in alchemy would be to consider fire-type spiritual beasts instead. No, mutated soul power can be both innate and acquired. However, to fuse with soul fire postnatally requires the assistance of a powerful individual. Yunli Fei observed Chu Yang's contemplative demeanor and continued, "If you wish to integrate soul fire, I suggest you venture to the endless fire domain, where you may find a fire seed. Yet, I do not advise you to attempt the fusion just yet. Your soul power is certainly insufficient to withstand the searing of the fire seed, which could pose a grave threat to your life." In her pursuit of high-quality soul medicine, Yunli Fei had previously traversed that area and discovered its extraordinary nature. Regrettably, at that time, it held no utility for her. Moreover, the fusion of a fire seed entails immense suffering, with the potential for fatal consequences. Under her previous condition of severe injury, she could not endure such torment, lest her soul sea shatter instantaneously. As for Qin Su Feng, he revealed his soul power, which emerged translucent and displayed a white hue, accompanied by a chilling aura. "Ice attribute mutated soul power?" Chu Yang exclaimed in astonishment. Hee. Qin Su Feng grinned with pride. "If I lacked any abilities, would the lady ever take notice of me?" Yunli Fei paid him no mind. Their meeting had been serendipitous, and had it not been for her being wounded and cared for by Qin Su Feng, their relationship might never have blossomed. Otherwise, the disparity in their identities and statuses would have rendered their union impossible. Yunli Fei continued addressing Chu Yang. "Moreover, deep within the endless fire domain lies an extraordinary ferocious beast. Though I have not seen it with my own eyes, its quality is undoubtedly high. Should you manage to contract it, it would serve you well as a spiritual beast." "A ferocious beast? What sort of beast?" Chu Yang inquired with curiosity. As opportunities to acquire worthy spiritual beasts were scarce, and each one required careful consideration. "If I am not mistaken, it should be a fire spirit." "A fire spirit?" Qin Su Feng asked, puzzled. "Is it a fire elemental?" Yunli Fei shook her head. "Fire elementals are beings born from flames, while a fire spirit is a sentient entity that emerges from the flames themselves. To contract a fire spirit is akin to wielding control over fire." Qin Su Feng felt a pang of jealousy. "My dear wife, why did you not inform me of such an outstanding spiritual beast?" Do you not already possess a fire attribute spiritual beast? I would not mind contracting another high-quality one. Yunli Fei chuckled. You may attempt it, but I sense your chances of success may be slim. Why is it that I cannot succeed, yet he may? Qin Su Feng retorted, indignant as he pointed at Chu Yang. The likelihood is low for both, but slightly greater for him. Why? Because he is favored by fate. Who told you to disdain that fateful turtle back then? As the two bantered, Chu Yang exchanged amused glances with the others, sharing a quiet laugh. Thereafter, Chu Yang gleaned a wealth of knowledge from Yunli Fei, particularly concerning supreme spiritual beasts. The term supreme spiritual beast refers to those whose soul power, cultivation, and physical body exist in equal realms. Regrettably, supreme spiritual beasts are not synonymous with supreme quality spiritual beasts. Rather, they are beasts whose soul power, cultivation, and physique maintain a consistent level. For the vast majority of spiritual beasts, achieving equilibrium among these three aspects is unattainable. Their soul power invariably lags behind their cultivation by 2 tiers, or their physical strength falls short of their cultivation by the same margin. For instance, among Chu Yang's spiritual beasts, Yi, the little turtle, the giant panda, Zhan Yi, the emperor phoenix, and the chaos Zhang Jiao, their soul power consistently resides 2 tiers beneath their cultivation. Although the dream butterfly possesses superior soul power compared to other beasts of the same tier, its physical body is weaker by 2 tiers. Thus, achieving harmony among all three is exceedingly rare. Among all of Chu Yang's spiritual beasts, only Huang and Wushuang have attained parity across all 3 measures, designating Huang as a supreme spiritual beast. According to ancient legends, there are 3 types of supreme spiritual beasts on Earth: the dragon, the phoenix, and the qilin. Yunli Fei remarked, although I have yet to encounter a qilin, the dragon and phoenix are undoubtedly supreme races. On this matter, she had investigated the Xian Yu Ice Phoenix and Xian Tian Fire Dragon, confirming their status as supreme races without a doubt. Moreover, the 3 supreme spirit beasts of Earth are exceptionally powerful. Their emergence signifies divine quality. Yunli Hui had previously encountered fragments of ancient texts that mentioned Earth, and even she was quite astonished. While supreme spirit beasts are not uncommon in her eyes, those capable of being classified as divine are seemingly unique to Earth. Furthermore, these 3 spirit beasts are exclusive to Earth, and it is inconceivable for them to originate elsewhere. This piqued her curiosity about what kind of planet Earth truly is. Unfortunately, the records regarding Earth are exceedingly sparse, consisting only of fragmented phrases, as if deliberately concealed by certain individuals or forces. Are they merely the dragon, phoenix, and qilin? Chu Yang found it peculiar, yet Wushuang had also attained parity with the trio. And what is the nature of my spirit beast? Chu Yang summoned Wushuang. Oh, what a majestic spirit beast! Qin Shufeng's eyes sparkled. Though Wushuang stood only half a human height, it radiated an imposing aura that perfectly aligned with Qin Shufeng's taste. Yunli Hui expressed mild surprise. A king-quality sword king? I recall hearing Chu Yang mention it before, but I did not pay much heed. Now that I see it, I find it somewhat strange. It shouldn't be here. While the Sword King is indeed a supreme spirit beast, it should not appear on Earth, just like the dragon, phoenix, and qilin. Yunli Hui furrowed her brows, scrutinizing Wushuang closely. This spirit beast ought to be exclusive to Sword King Star. How could it manifest on Earth? She felt a sense of bewilderment. Earth is unlike other planets. The spirit masters here have only recently revived after hundreds of years, severing ties with the cosmos for countless millennia. Exclusive spirit beasts from other planets should not be found here. She gazed at Chu Yang and asked, have you ventured beyond Earth? He shook his head. No, I found this spirit beast in Luotian City. Luotian City? I must visit it when I have the time. The appearance of the Sword King ignited her curiosity. Could there be others like her who have drifted to Earth? Otherwise, how could this spirit beast possibly be here? However, at that moment, Yunli Hui's frown deepened. Through Chu Yang's summoning of the spirit beast, she sensed the aura of his spirit domain. You have constructed a genuine spirit domain? Yes. Yunli Hui sighed. You are too hasty. Once the spirit domain is successfully constructed, its fundamental attributes are difficult to alter in the future. This will significantly impact your spirit beast's strength. She then turned to the 2 women, admonishing them. You both should have stopped him. Qin Luojiao stammered. He advanced too quickly. We were still trying to comprehend his rapid progression to the 6th tier. Moreover, I feel Chu Yang's spirit domain laws are quite complete. There seems to be no deficiency. Indeed, when Chu Yang initially obtained a cultivation pill, his prowess surged, and how could they have known? Alas, constructing a spirit domain is not as simple as you imagine. It involves numerous factors. If not handled properly, it could severely affect the spirit beast's strength in the future. This is why I have always prevented Qin Shufeng and the others from advancing, as the revival of spirit masters on Earth is still recent and resources are limited. Various attribute soul stones are in short supply. The soul stones they have found are entirely insufficient for constructing a spirit domain. Hence, accumulation must continue. Chapter 101, Imperial Sphere. The spirit domain will significantly impact the strength of the spirit beast? Chu Yang inquired, astonished. What do you think? Beyond the 6th tier? Spirit beasts require the spirit domain to comprehend laws, and in even higher realms, spirit beasts may draw upon the power of the spirit domain to battle. How can you question the importance of the spirit domain for spirit beasts? Yun Lihui glared at Chu Yang, reproaching him for his impulsiveness. It was a gross waste of such a fine supreme quality spirit beast. Well, at this point, we can only take it one step at a time. Lead me to your spirit domain, so I can see if there is any remedy. All right. Chu Yang nodded, feeling grateful towards his mother-in-law for her unwavering support. However, his spirit domain was constructed from world stones. There should not be any issue, right? When Yun Lihui and the others entered Chu Yang's spirit domain, Qin Shufeng exclaimed, "What a dense concentration of spiritual matter. It was far more potent than the spiritual matter wafting from the spiritual vein beneath the canyon outside the secret realm. This is a king-quality spiritual vein," Yun Lihui remarked. This did not astonish her, but what truly surprised her was the completeness of the laws within Chu Yang's spirit domain, which mirrored those of the outside world. How is it? Mother, I did not deceive you. The laws in my spirit domain are indeed comprehensive. Yun Lihui trembled slightly. It was not merely comprehensive, it was perfect. What materials did you use to construct your spirit domain? She inquired in astonishment. World stones. Oh, world stones. Upon hearing this, Yun Lihui's voice grew sharp, her eyes trembling. You mean you constructed your spirit domain with world stones? Chu Yang nodded. How is that possible? How could such things exist here? Yun Lihui found it difficult to believe. How could such treasures possibly be here? Madam, what is wrong? Qin Shufeng asked curiously. His wife's demeanor was quite unusual today, filled with astonishment, entirely unlike her usual calmness. Even Qin Luoxue and her sister felt perplexed, as their mother seemed transformed. Previously, it was they who voiced exclamations during conversations. Today, it was their mother who continuously expressed astonishment. Yun Lihui took a deep breath, her jade-like hands trembling slightly. World stones. The legendary supreme divine objects, the best materials for constructing a spirit domain, without exception. The records on world stones are exceedingly scarce, as they have only appeared once throughout the ages. Since that occurrence, countless powerful spirit masters have traversed the cosmos in search of a world stone. Yet none have been found to this day. I never imagined that my son-in-law, who knows nothing, would possess one. World stones can cultivate complete world laws, and there is potential for them to evolve into a true grand world. The thought sent shivers down her spine. A true grand world is of a magnitude that no other spirit domain could ever hope to achieve, regardless of any compensatory measures. Hence, the spirit domains of ordinary spirit masters can only be referred to as domains. No matter how vast their area, they cannot be deemed worlds due to their incomplete laws. Who can delineate the multitude of laws within heaven and earth? Take the fire attribute laws, for example. They subdivide into profound fire, ghost fire, heavenly fire, and ice fire. Therefore, no matter how formidable the backing forces may be, they cannot possibly gather all the laws. However, world stones are different. A single world stone encompasses all laws of the world. Particularly, the enhancement of spirit beast capabilities in various aspects through world stones is exceptionally terrifying. After the 10th tier, spirit beasts of the same rank and type, bolstered by world stones, can take on multiple spirit beasts empowered by other domains. One can only imagine how formidable that would be. Earth, oh Earth, what manner of planet are you? How is it that you have consecutively birthed 2 world stones? Yun Lihui mused wistfully. Curiosity piqued within Chu Yang as he inquired. Does Aunt mean to say that the world stone once graced the earth? Yun Lihui nodded, recounting that it was said the world stone existed on earth during the ancient era, later claimed by a powerful spirit master. A figure who once instilled fear throughout that age. Although he mysteriously fell from grace, tales of his legend occasionally resurface. At that moment, Yun Lihui recalled words once spoken to her by a senior. The earth was not originally called Earth, but rather the Imperial Sphere, a name lost with the demise of that great figure. Suddenly, a jolt coursed through her as she remembered the senior's caution. Should she ever have the chance to visit that realm, she must cherish everything there. Could it be that this elder foresaw her arrival on Earth? Her thoughts raced, for that elder was known as the Celestial Mechanism Master, who possessed a divine mechanism toward his spirit beast reputed to see through the heavenly secrets and comprehend all matters of the world. Earth, Imperial Sphere? Might this world once again transform into the Imperial Sphere? Could a supreme being arise? She gazed at her son-in-law, who bore the destiny tortoise, a spirit beast of unparalleled quality, and the world stone. This confluence of elements surrounding Chu Yang evoked in her a sense of the extraordinary. Could it be that her son-in-law was destined for greatness? The thought sent a chill through her. What constitutes the supreme? It is a height never before attained by others, worthy of the title. Yet, she felt a flicker of anticipation within her heart regarding the heights her son-in-law might ultimately reach. Subsequently, she beckoned her two daughters aside and whispered, having known Chu Yang for some time, has he exhibited any peculiar thoughts or eccentric behaviors? A true genius would undoubtedly diverge from the norm in certain respects, and she wished to glimpse the path Chu Yang might take toward that exalted position. The sisters pondered. Strange ideas? He seemed preoccupied with the notion of sharing a grand sleep with them, but that hardly counted. Qin Luoxue suddenly interjected. Chu Yang once mentioned, he aims to concoct something called the evolution pill. Evolution pill? What is that? Yin Liffey was at a loss. Having never heard of such a term. It's a pill that can enhance the quality of spirit beasts. Hiss. Yin Liffey's body trembled at this revelation. Could this be the path for Chu Yang's ascension to supremacy? Enhancing spirit beast quality was a notion she had never entertained, much less expected from a mere teenager. He has already begun gathering and researching various herbs, claiming they may be needed for the creation of the evolution pill in the future. Qin Luojiao added. Is that so? He truly is an imaginative young lad. Should he succeed, it would undoubtedly stir the entire world, propelling him to saintly heights. She then grasped her daughter's hands and said, you must support and assist him diligently, do you understand? Does mother also believe in Chu Yang's success? They queried. Perhaps, she mused. Moreover, as spirit masters with long lifespans, we need not concern ourselves with the mundane judgments of others. I eagerly anticipate the day I can hold my grandchild. The two daughters were taken aback, bewildered by their mother's sudden pronouncement. Chapter 102. I, Wang Qianyue, have returned. With Yun Liffey's assistance, Qin Luoxue began the arduous task of refining the spirit mirror. However, this process would consume considerable time. This secret realm is remarkably well preserved. If you seek to establish a faction, it would serve as an excellent locale. Yun Liffey remarked to Chu Yang. Although the internal structures had collapsed, the surrounding spatial barriers remained intact. With some refurbishment, it could indeed be a splendid residence. Chu Yang shook his head. I have no such intentions at present. Is it not sufficient to enjoy a leisurely life with my two lovely wives? Establishing a faction would demand considerable energy and focus. Why bother? Just as Qin Luoxue commenced her refinement of the spirit mirror, an unexpected guest arrived. I did not expect you would take so long to unlock the secret realm. It truly kept this old man waiting. A booming, authoritative voice resonated from beyond the secret realm. Soon, a cavalcade of individuals riding spirit beasts surged into the interior. Elder Wang was indeed correct. This place harbors an exceptionally well-preserved ancient secret realm. The newcomers began to assess their surroundings, excitement evident in their expressions. Seemingly indifferent to Chu Yang and his companions, as they casually explored the realm as if it were their own home. Wang Qianyue, Chu Yang scoffed. You have finally arrived. Upon entering the secret realm, he had deliberately left the entrance open, anticipating Wang Qianyue's arrival. The latter possessed a spirit beast of spatial attributes. Unless thoroughly eradicated, it could pose a significant threat to those close to him. It appeared that a mere school of small fish had come. Wang Qianyue, seated upon the back of a fire-eyed beast, exuded an imposing aura as he charged towards Chu Yang, intent on annihilating him today to avenge past grievances and reclaim the secret realm. He was flanked by dozens of followers, including two 7th-tier spirit masters, while the remainder were 6th-tier spirit masters, forming a formidable entourage. Wang Qianyue was well aware of the secret realm's layout and knew precisely where the most valuable treasures were located, making a beeline for the spirit mirror. Thieving Chu Yang, did you expect me to return so soon? Today, I shall ensure you meet a fate worse than death. Wang Qianyue sneered, his murderous intent surging. This secret realm had belonged solely to him. Everything within was rightfully his. Now, even if he reclaimed the realm, he would only possess a fraction of its treasures. Chu Yang scrutinized him, noting Wang Qianyue and his entourage's attire. 10,000 Spirits Holy Land. Wang Qianyue had actually joined the 10,000 Spirits Holy Land. Indeed. I am now an elder of the Holy Land. Young one, prepare to meet your doom. Though Wang Qianyue wore a smile, his heart was anything but joyous. To secure a position within the Holy Land, he had sacrificed several spirit treasures and revealed the secret realm's existence, causing him considerable anguish. Yet the rewards were gratifying, as the Holy Lord had directly appointed him as an elder and granted him a substantial supply of law liquid and soul stones, enabling him to ascend to the 6th tier in a short time. Do you possess any methods to strip spirit beasts from their masters? Chu Yang quietly inquired of Yun Liffey. He had heard that contracted spirit beasts could be taken from their masters, but he lacked the means to execute such a feat. What? Which spirit beast has caught your eye? Yunlifei asked, intrigued. Her son-in-law remained unfazed in the face of the Holy Land, contemplating the possibility of seizing the opponent's spirit beast. That old fellow possesses a lunar attribute dragon python and a spatial attribute ethereal bat. If I could acquire them, they would indeed make for excellent spirit beasts, Chu Yang replied. In his view, those creatures were indeed pearls tarnished in the service of Wang Qianhua. Rather than binding those around oneself, why not forge a contract with them? Oh, the attributes of Yin and space? Indeed, such formidable spiritual beasts. If you can subdue it, leave the rest to me. I can almost guarantee a flawless extraction. She gazed at Chu Yang, eager to discern the depths of her son-in-law's capabilities. At that moment, Wang Qianhua also noticed Qin Shufeng and the others nearby, his smile broadening. Ha! Perfect, you are all here. This time, I shall capture you all. Wang Qianhua laughed heartily. Behind him, a group of spiritual masters stared blankly at the stone mirror. Is that the inheritance you mentioned, Elder Wang? Their eyes gleamed with fervor. According to Wang Qianhua's explanation regarding the Holy Land, that soul artifact contained a realm of its own, harboring ancient legacies. The elders speculated that this stone mirror might be the legendary artifact. Hence, they had gathered in such numbers. Wang Qianhua nodded. Indeed, this stone mirror houses the essence of inheritance, along with a key to unlock it. Once we obtain the key, we can enter the inner world of the stone mirror periodically to acquire the legacy. However, at that moment, an elder noticed Qin Luoxue refining the stone mirror, his expression turning icy. That little girl is refining that soul artifact? How dare someone seize what our holy land holds dear? He immediately commanded his spiritual beast to charge forward. Meanwhile, Chu Yang, having received his mother-in-law's affirmation, wasted no words and directly activated the summoning array. In an instant, a terrifyingly powerful black dragon claw emerged from the array, reaching for Wang Qianhua. Bang! The elder from the Holy Land, rushing forward, had no time to react before the dragon claw smashed him and his spiritual beast into a pulp. Elder Chun, someone in the rear exclaimed in shock. How audacious to attack an elder of the Holy Land. A voice cried out in anger, yet no one dared to advance. Wang Qianhua's expression changed drastically, a chill running down his spine as he sensed impending doom. This Elder Chun was a 7th-tier spiritual master. The very beast he rode was his 7th-tier main spiritual beast. And now it lay dead. He turned to Chu Yang, only to find the latter gazing intently at him, and that terrifying black claw was advancing toward him. Wang Qianhua, do you know why I left the entrance to the secret realm open? It is to await your arrival. Chu Yang intoned softly. Wang Qianhua's heart raced. A conspiracy. So this was a plot against him. Previously, he had ridiculed his opponent for being foolish enough to leave the entrance so readily visible. Wasn't it convenient for him to enter? It turned out that the intention was indeed to lure him in. Chu Yang, I am an elder of the Holy Land. Should you dare to strike at me, you declare war on the entire Holy Land. Wang Qianhua shouted, hoping to intimidate Chu Yang. Simultaneously, he summoned a void bat to carry him towards the entrance of the secret realm. Once outside, he was certain he could escape. Do you think you can flee? Chu Yang produced the small stone mirror key, instantly sealing the entrance. Wang Qianhua was taken aback, yet he maintained his composure. The entire man, along with the void bat, vanished into the void. Ha! Boy, I have entered the interstitial space. Let us see how you will find me. Wang Qianhua sighed in relief, his heart calming. You overestimate yourself. Chu Yang replied coldly. Chapter 103, The Void Passage. The dragon claw suddenly radiated a brilliant black light. Overwhelming waves of law surged forth. Crack! The void surrounding the claw shattered in an instant. Ah! Wang Qianhua screamed in terror as he plummeted from the void. Behind him, Yunlifei's eyes quivered as she whispered, 10th tier emperor rank. What? Qin Shufeng gasped, fully trusting Yunlifei's words. He stared at Chu Yang in disbelief. That black dragon claw seemed familiar, reminiscent of the black divine dragon he once battled against Wang Qianhua. But wasn't it only 6th tier? How could it have transformed into a 10th tier emperor rank spiritual beast in such a short time, even with the high concentration of spiritual material in his domain? Such a rapid breakthrough seemed implausible. Yunlifei regarded Chu Yang. Is this the young man who might become a supreme being? A 16-year-old at 10th tier emperor rank. Even within her transcendent faction, only a spiritual beast companion could achieve such a feat at this age, and that too amidst abundant resources. A spiritual beast companion could cultivate from a young age, saving vast amounts of time. However, as far as she knew, Chu Yang was not a spiritual beast companion. What fortuitous circumstances allowed him to attain such achievements in under 6 months? As Wang Qianhua fell from the void, he was swiftly captured by the dragon claw and then tossed to Yunlifei. Thank you, Aunt. Yunlifei nodded, directly demonstrating her abilities before the crowd to strip Wang Qianhua of his 2 spiritual beasts. Instantly, the realm echoed with his agonized screams. Ah, Chu Yang, I was wrong. Spare me. I no longer desire the secret realm. I want nothing. Ah. The torment of losing his spiritual beasts twisted Wang Qianyue's visage into a grimace. Had he not been ensnared by the claw, he would have surely writhed in agony. His cries were chilling. Qin Luoxiao felt a pang of sorrow. Moving closer to Chu Yang. It's all right. Just think of the despicable acts he compelled Wang Yuan to commit against the two women, and you shall find no sympathy for him. Chu Yang comforted her, allowing her head to rest against his chest. Wang Qianyue's willingness to use such vile tactics against Wang Yuan indicated he was no honorable man. Such a person would inevitably become a scourge if allowed to remain. Qin Shufeng sighed. With his daughter consenting to their union, he felt reluctant to voice any dissent. Yet, he sensed a void within him. In the past, whenever his daughter felt afraid, she would instinctively seek solace in his embrace. Now, Yun Liffey spoke while performing her secret technique, because they have now found someone they can rely on. Nearby, a group of spiritual masters from the Holy Land bore expressions of utter dismay. A seventh-tier elder lay dead. And now Wang Qianyue was being stripped of his spiritual beasts before their eyes. Listening to his anguished cries, one elder stepped forward and said, "Everyone, do you not fear becoming enemies of the 10,000 spirits' holy land? Enemies? Do you believe you are worthy?" Chu Yang scoffed, declaring, "Even if your holy land's ancestors were to arrive, they would lack the qualifications to stand against me." You, the Holy Land elder's face flushed crimson. Yet he dared not retort. The power of Chu Yang's spiritual beast alone was enough to render them incapable of lifting their heads. Only a being of ancestral caliber could achieve such might. Meanwhile, the Tying Dragon Python and the Void Bat had been entirely stripped by Yun Liffey, leaving the unconscious Wang Qianyue unattended. Being forcibly separated from their spiritual beasts, even if they did not perish, they would surely become mindless. Roar. The severed connection caused the Dragon Python and Void Bat to revert to their feral instincts. Because Yun Liffey had detached them from the spiritual masters, leaving Wang Qianyue unconscious, they immediately turned their aggression toward the others. Even though they lost their contracts, their feelings for their former masters still lingered. However, the claws of the wild dragon instantaneously seized both individuals, tightening their grip within the realm of spirit. Chu Yang resolved to suppress them for a while longer, otherwise, others would struggle to form contracts. "What about you?" Chu Yang inquired, glancing towards the others of the myriad spirits' sacred land. He was not a slayer of men. Despite his discord with the myriad spirits' sacred land, it was only with certain individuals, and not a universal sentiment. The seventh-tier spirit master spoke up. "I hope you can withstand the wrath of our sacred land. Return and convey to your sacred lord that if vengeance is truly desired, let your ancestor come forth. The rest I can hardly be bothered to acknowledge." The seventh-tier spirit master huffed disdainfully, but did not refute the truth of the matter. The other party was indeed formidable, and it was likely even the sacred lord would find them a challenge. He swiftly turned and departed with a few trembling sixth-tier disciples. Yet, at that moment, an unforeseen change occurred. A crisp crack echoed suddenly, reminiscent of thunder or the shattering of glass. "What sound is that?" Chu Yang exclaimed, startled. Outside the secret realm. Upon emerging, everyone beheld Yun Liffey's countenance turn frosty. Her jade hand clenched tightly, her breath growing heavier. A void channel. Everyone turned their gaze to Yun Liffey. She pointed skyward, where a black fissure had appeared, seeping with dark mist. The earlier sound had emanated from this very rift. Chu Yang remarked. It resembles a spatial fracture caused by the rupture of space. This sight bore a resemblance to the chaos wrought by the wild. Yet this fissure appeared stable and was steadily expanding. This was no mere spatial rupture. Someone had torn open a stable passage on the other side of space. Yun Liffey frowned, stating that had it been during her peak, she could have forcefully destroyed the passage, but now, with her spirit beast injured, she was utterly incapable of doing so. They could only watch it manifest helplessly. She then turned to Chu Yang and the others with gravity in her tone. "Remember, any creature that emerges from this rift must be exterminated without exception, or we shall face endless calamity." The seventh-tier elder of the sacred land, upon witnessing the ominous void rift, instantly turned pale, his body trembling. "A demon lair has appeared here. We must return to the sacred land immediately." He hurriedly led his group away without a backward glance. Yun Liffey regarded Chu Yang and said, "I believe you should establish a power of your own. Whether to suppress this rift now or to prepare for the future, you must be ready." If Chu Yang were indeed to ascend to a lofty position, then certain responsibilities must rest upon his shoulders. The challenges he was destined to face would be unprecedented. Many matters eluded Chu Yang's deeper understanding due to his limited perspective. Yet Yun Liffey perceived them clearly. As a mother-in-law, she felt compelled to strategize for her son-in-law and lay a solid foundation to spare him from being caught off guard in the future. Chu Yang observed this mother-in-law. Recalling that although she had previously suggested he establish a power while in the secret realm, her urgency now was unmistakable. What lurked behind this rift in the void? Chu Yang queried. Why must every creature be eradicated? Within lies a horror beyond imagination. Yun Liffey revealed a staggering secret. I once encountered fragments in ancient texts suggesting that the extinction of the Earth's spirit master lineage may be linked to the creatures beyond these void channels. Chapter 104, The Sacred Spirit Sect. Everyone was taken aback. The demise of the Earth's spirit masters was, astonishingly, connected to these entities. Chu Yang's demeanor turned grave. He was unaware of the ancient Earth's spirit master's strength, but it was undoubtedly superior to that of the present. The void fissure in the sky continued to expand, with thick black gas emanating from within. At that moment, Qin Shufeng remarked, it is said that several centuries ago, the emergence of spirit master lineages was due to these void fissures. Uncle, what connection do the spirit master lineages have with these void fissures? Chu Yang inquired with curiosity. Qin Shufeng shook his head. I cannot say for certain, but you are aware of the 9 great sacred lands on Earth, are you not? Chu Yang nodded. Not only aware, but having recently interacted with the myriad spirits sacred land. Furthermore, he had also engaged with the oceanic sacred land. Qin Shufeng continued. The establishment of the 9 great sacred lands was to suppress the void channels. That era was bloody. Demons descended from the skies, leaving devastation in their wake. Rivers running red with blood. Wherever they roamed, lamentations filled the air, and all were reduced to mere sustenance for their insatiable hunger. Yet, the emergence of these demons seemed to uncover certain hidden truths about the earth, allowing the ancient spirit master lineages to resurface. Over the years, through relentless development, humanity managed to expel the majority of these demons. However, the void fissures persist, continuously birthing new demons. Eventually, powerful beings banded together to guard these void channels, and thus, the sacred lands gradually took form. Chu Yang could only imagine the hardships endured by humanity during those dark days. In a world devoid of technological prowess, armed only with cold steel, what means did they possess to resist the onslaught of demons? Were it not for the emergence of the spirit master lineage, humanity on Earth might have faced extinction. Qin Luo Jiao curiously asked, Father, why is it that now, merely a few centuries later, no one speaks of these events? Chu Yang interjected, because humanity is forgetful. Once life improves, people selectively forget past pains, including the bloody histories their ancestors bore as badges of honor. Qin Shufeng regarded Chu Yang with surprise, not expecting such profound insight from him. Chu Yang had his own experiences. In his previous life, his nation had been established for just over a century, and people had begun to forget their past suffering. Here, nearly 5 centuries had passed, and those meant to forget had long done so. It was likely only the sacred lands retained detailed records. Yun Liffey gazed at the ever-expanding void fissure, stating, the larger the void channel grows, the more powerful the creatures within. Chu Yang, seriously consider the matter of establishing a power. The strength of a group is always greater than that of an individual. Yun Liffey implored earnestly. Chu Yang sighed. He had initially wished to lead a relaxed life with the 2 young ladies, but circumstances had taken a turn. Very well, if that is the case, let us utilize this secret realm to establish a sect. As for the name, what is that? Before Chu Yang could finish, Qin Luo suddenly exclaimed in shock. Chu Yang turned towards the void fissure, a chill running down his spine. Suddenly, a terrifying scene unfolded within the rift. A colossal golden eye emerged, revealing itself. What manner of eye was this? Cold, merciless, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. It gazed down as though it were a deity from the heavens, indifferent to all, rendering everything in its view mere ants. A tremendous sense of oppression descended, making it feel as if Chu Yang and the others were struggling to breathe. It must be noted that the counterpart is separated by an endless void, and who can ascertain the true length of this passage? Yet, the overwhelming sense of pressure continues to advance towards them. However, that singular eye did not gaze upon Chu Yang and his companions. Instead, it slowly rotated, directing its focus towards the direction of Linhai City. Suddenly, a voice emanated from within. Although there is some deviation, the distance is not far. The voice was peculiar, not one of Earth's languages. Yet the fluctuations of soul power conveyed the meaning clearly to Chu Yang and his companions. Among them, only Yun Liffey remained unfazed, also turning her gaze towards the same direction as that eye. After uttering that phrase, the golden eye vanished, leaving behind a fully stabilized void passage. The group exhaled a collective sigh of relief, suddenly aware that their backs were thoroughly drenched. Chu Yang offered a wry smile. He had initially believed that with the current strength of Huang, he could truly roam freely on Earth. Little did he expect, after just having battled Wang Qianhua, to be met with such a shocking revelation. I believe that should be Kunlun Mountain, Yun Liffey remarked without retracting her gaze. The owner of that golden eye seemed to have its sights set on Kunlun Mountain. Clearly, there are secrets hidden within Kunlun Mountain that we remain unaware of. She felt a need to explore Kunlun Mountain in due time. Just then, Chu Yang decisively declared, I have resolved to establish a sanctuary here, and I shall name it the Sacred Spirit Sect. The eye had exerted immense pressure upon him, making him realize the frailty of his own power. Sacred Spirit Sect? I expected you to name it something like the Supreme Alliance. Yun Liffey chuckled. After all, Chu Yang possessed a spirit beast of supreme quality. So naming it the Supreme Alliance wouldn't be out of place. The Sacred Spirit Sect is fine. It's more discreet, preventing any ill-intentioned individuals from taking notice. Yun Liffey felt that the name was quite agreeable. Chu Yang smiled faintly. This was not merely a matter of being discreet. The term sacred stemmed from his two sacred-grade spirit beasts. He was now convinced that sacred quality undoubtedly surpassed supreme quality, and perhaps such sacred spirit beasts had never existed in this world, leaving people oblivious to their existence. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from within the passage, causing Chu Yang and the others to tense up, readying themselves for confrontation. Do not worry. This passage is currently not large and can only accommodate creatures below the 8th tier. Yun Liffey observed her companions with amusement. They seemed quite intimidated by that eye. Below the 8th tier? Chu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. That posed little danger. However, their numbers could be vast, perhaps infinite. No sooner had Yun Liffey spoken than a roar resonated from the passage. Moments later, a colossal creature strode forth. It was humanoid, with beastly claws. Its body covered in jet-black scales, and a torrent of black mist emanated from it. It's the creature from the stone mirror, Qin Luojiao exclaimed. Chu Yang's gaze sharpened. It seemed that ancient Earth had indeed encountered some interaction with these monsters. Otherwise, how could such creatures be left behind in that sole artifact for future generations to contend with? Yun Liffey interjected, this is a black-scaled demon. A rather common type of monster. The black-scaled demon took its first step, inhaling the air of Earth, immediately contorting in disgust, as if about to retch. The atmosphere of this world is truly displeasing. It ought to be annihilated swiftly. The black-scaled demon roared, finding the presence of spiritual and soul matter, but lacking the demonic essence it craved, leaving it feeling suppressed. However, before its roar could fully dissipate, it was met with the sharp claws of a four-winged phoenix crown bird. Qin Shufeng was the first to strike. Chapter 105, Pre-Immortal Grade Soul Artifact. His four-winged phoenix crown bird was an 8th-tier spirit beast, effortlessly dispatching monsters below the 8th tier. The poor black-scaled demon hadn't even steadied itself before its skull was mercilessly crushed. Qin Shufeng, having long refrained from stepping out of the city lord's mansion due to the threats from the Fu family, was now filled with pent-up frustration. Upon witnessing these grotesque monsters, he summoned all of his spirit beasts to unleash a thorough assault. Even the spirit beast that had been cultivating beneath the canyon was brought forth. Countless monsters surged from the void passage, inducing trepidation among the onlookers. Fortunately, many low-tier monsters, including a fair number of first-tier ones, emerged. Otherwise, if all were high-tier monsters, despair would surely ensue. At this moment, both Chu Yang and Qin Luojiao summoned their spirit beasts to join the fray, while Qin Luoxue refined the stone mirror within the secret realm. It was indeed a fine place for honing their skills. Chu Yang chuckled lightly, summoning the little turtle and other spirit beasts to join the battle. Though they would only engage with monsters of equivalent strength, the formidable high-tier monsters would naturally be dealt with by others. Mist enveloped the area, transforming into vast icy formations that encased the monsters. Although Yun Liffey advised against revealing the Destiny Turtle, there was little concern on Earth, as no one would recognize it. Meanwhile, Wushuang commenced a sweeping attack, 3 golden blades soaring forth, slicing through the encased monsters with golden streaks of light. Qin Shufeng frequently glanced over, captivated by Wushuang's every move, as he found this strikingly aggressive spirit beast immensely appealing. Before long, Su Jin arrived with 4 guards. Such a massive rift in the void had undoubtedly caught their attention. Not only Su Jin and his companions, but many spirit masters from Luotian City also rushed over. However, upon witnessing the throngs of monsters emerging, a chill surged from their feet to their heads. Some were so terrified they lost control of themselves and fled in panic. They had anticipated some treasure to compete for, yet were met with this nightmarish scene. What in the world is happening? Asked Yang Hongquan, the head of the Yang family, and Mo Chun, the head of the Mo family, in astonishment. Those creatures are shrouded in black mist. They do not appear benevolent. Monsters from another world. Chu Yang succinctly replied. Another world? Monsters? The two were left bewildered. Yun Liffey interjected. All you need to know is that they feast upon spirit beasts and humans. Upon hearing this, their expressions shifted dramatically. Chu Yang continued. Elder Yang, Elder Mo, I intend to establish a sect. Would you care to join? Establish a sect? Brother Chu possesses great ambition, but forming a sect requires the approval of the sanctuaries. I wonder if Brother Chu has received their consent? Yang Hongquan inquired. If the sanctuaries approved, joining the sect would indeed tie them to the sanctuaries. As Luotian City lay within the jurisdiction of the 10,000 Spirits Sanctuary, it was essential to obtain their agreement. Chu Yang scoffed. Why should I seek the consent of others to establish my own sect? Yang Hongquan and Mo Chun exchanged glances. Chu Yang's meaning was crystal clear. He had not received the sanctuary's approval. If that were the case, it seemed we cannot comply. Mo Chun spoke softly. Once the sacred land unleashes its wrath, who can withstand it? At that time, our family may face utter destruction. Chu Yang nodded, refraining from pressuring him further. There was no need for explanations. He then informed Su Zhen about his plans to establish the Sacred Spirit Sect, entrusting him with full responsibility. Rest assured, my lord. This old servant will complete the construction of the sect in the shortest time possible. Su Zhen exclaimed, his emotions surging. Although he too was apprehensive about the sacred land's fury, he was confident that Chu Yang must have his own means to contend with it. He subsequently set off to Luotian City with several guards to prepare the necessary materials. For the current spirit masters, constructing buildings was a straightforward task. As long as the funds were sufficient, the speed of construction would be swift. Su Lao will oversee the construction. Zhou Yun, return and inform Su Sheng and the others to move directly to the sect. Chu Yang instructed one of the young men besides Su Zhen. Like Su Sheng and Zhao Mu, he was one of the 7 guards. The other 3 behind Zhou Yun were Li Xian, Tang Hao, and Yang Qi. As for the other guard who protected the Chu family estate alongside Su Sheng and Zhao Mu, his name was Chen Sang. Notably, though Chen Sang was merely at the peak of the 2nd tier, he possessed a dark attribute spirit beast, the Nightshade Skeleton. Understood. Zhou Yun replied respectfully. The group then returned to Luotian City to commence preparations. Yang Hongquan and Mo Chun exchanged glances, shaking their heads. The youth was blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, daring to provoke the sacred land's authority. They feared that this so-called sacred spirit sect would be annihilated before it could even be established. Nevertheless, while they had not consented to join the sacred land, they led some of their clansmen to begin hunting demonic creatures. This was a grand and protracted battle. Unless the void passage was destroyed, countless demonic beings would continue to emerge. From Yun Liffey, it was learned that this passage connected to another world, given that it could be referred to as a world. How many demonic creatures could possibly dwell within? No one could ascertain. Thus, this struggle would be enduring. 2 days later, relying on the method provided by Yun Liffey, Qin Luoxue finally succeeded in refining the stone mirror. Chu Yang, this is actually a quasi-mortal artifact. Qin Luoxue exclaimed excitedly. A quasi-mortal artifact? Chu Yang was taken aback. According to the classification of spirit beasts, those above the monarch rank were deemed divine, immortal, or supreme quality. Consequently, soul artifacts, spirit treasures, and cultivation techniques should correspondingly be classified. Yun Liffey nodded. Very good. A quasi-immortal artifact can indeed be regarded as a treasured possession of the sect. Even in my realm, the emergence of a quasi-immortal artifact would undoubtedly cause a stir. It seemed this force was quite extraordinary in ancient times, having left behind a quasi-immortal artifact. Chu Yang sighed. Yet, such a force had ultimately perished. However, he was delighted to discover that this quasi-immortal artifact contained many precious materials from the ancient era, sealed within as if they were spirit beast eggs, preserved in pristine condition to this day. These predecessors must have foreseen something. Otherwise, they would not have sealed and preserved these items in advance. It was evident that these treasures were meant as a legacy for future generations of spirit masters. Now, the sacred spirit sect had a solid foundation. Moreover, Qin Luoxue informed Chu Yang that this soul artifact possessed various remarkable functions, some of which she had already begun to use. For instance, if she had a sufficient number of soul stones, she could open a space within the soul artifact that tested the willpower of spirit masters. While it was not a critical function, it was exceedingly important for a sect. Was this not a vital means of selecting disciples? Did the ancestors hope that their descendants would establish a powerful force? At this moment, Chu Yang prepared to open another blind box. Since entering the secret realm, this would be his 5th attempt. He had been fortunate thus far, acquiring commendable items, including a law stone the size of a human head and soul stones. His luck had indeed been remarkable in recent days. System, open the blind box. A dazzling black light flashed, and the system's voice echoed. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the rare treasure of heaven and earth, the chaotic earth. Chapter 106, Chaotic Earth. The chaotic earth? Chu Yang's body trembled. The name alone exuded grandeur. Item name, Chaotic Earth. Item note, soil born from the chaos, infused with chaotic essence, containing the origin of chaos, capable of accelerating the growth of any medicinal herb and enhancing the quality of certain herbs. Enhancing the quality of herbs? Chu Yang, who had been focused on researching quality evolution, was particularly sensitive to the phrase enhancing quality. Infused with the essence of chaos, it could elevate quality. The concept of origin quality flashed vividly in Chu Yang's mind. He felt as though he had grasped something elusive yet significant. But there was no time to dwell on it. He would first proceed to assimilate it. Chu Yang brought the piece of chaotic earth into his spirit domain, where it manifested like an island floating in the air. This fragment, which appeared no larger than a palm in the system space, now expanded to occupy a third of his spirit domain. The emergence of the chaotic earth thrilled the chaotic Sangjiao, which had been engrossed in its cultivation. The innate chaotic essence brought it immense comfort, prompting it to settle atop the earth. However, when Chu Yang began the assimilation of this piece of chaotic earth, he found it to be exceedingly challenging. The profound origin contained within this earth made assimilation difficult. Nonetheless, this only heightened Chu Yang's anticipation. His mother-in-law had once mentioned that beyond the 10th tier, the spirit domain significantly enhanced the combat power of spirit beasts, with the size of the spirit domain serving as a fundamental indicator of its strength. Previously, when Chu Yang assimilated the Lost Stone, it had slightly increased his spirit domain. Now, with such a substantial piece of chaotic earth, it would likely lead to a significant expansion of his spirit domain. Demonic creatures were continuously emerging, and battles were incessant. The black-scaled demon was merely one of many beings from the other realm. Countless other varieties abounded. There were the enigmatic mist demons that could transform into fog. High-tier mist demons could even invade the soul sea of spirit masters, turning them into puppets. There were also the mirror demons, whose faces resembled mirrors, possessing the bizarre ability to replicate spirit beasts or spirit masters, along with succubi, 8-armed frenzied demons, and 6-eyed giants. Various demonic creatures surged forth in a chaotic tide, as dense as a black ocean. To prevent the demonic creatures from escaping, Chu Yang, along with the spirit masters of Luotian City, surrounded the void rift, sealing it off completely. Powerful spirit beasts concentrated in the center, while the weaker ones were pushed outward. Lightning flashed, flames illuminated the sky, and razor-sharp wind blades tore through all. All spirit masters fought with fervor. Continuing like this was unsustainable. While a day or two might be manageable, a year or two would be unbearable. In this moment, he began to comprehend the hardships faced by the sacred land. 2 days later, visitors arrived from Linhai City. They were drawn by the sound of the world being torn asunder. Chu brother, long time no see. Su Ming greeted, accompanied by Su Wei and the elder Chun, whom Chu Yang had once injured. Upon learning of the situation, they gasped in astonishment. These beings are actually creatures from another world? Moreover, they feast upon both humans and spiritual beasts. This inevitably marks them as humanity's adversaries. Chu Yang confided in Su Ming about his intention to establish a sect and extended an invitation for them to join. After all, the numbers within the Sacred Spirit sect were rather scant at present. My sister and I can join, but we cannot bring our family along. For Brother Chu's endeavor in founding a sect has not been sanctioned by the Holy Land, Su Ming remarked. The implications of this matter were too significant. They dared not involve their family. Having 2 members join is already a source of great satisfaction for me. However, you should consider yourselves fortunate, for in the future, entry will necessitate passing an examination. Chu Yang stated candidly. Once the sect is fully established and its various systems are in place, entry will not be so easily granted. Su Ming let out a bitter smile. He genuinely worried for Chu Yang, sensing a perpetual conflict with the Holy Land. Meanwhile, Su Wei, blushing slightly, covertly glanced at Chu Yang, admiring his unwavering audacity to establish a sect beneath the very nose of the Holy Land. Only he would dare to undertake such a venture. With numerous formidable spirit masters from Linhai City joining, battles became considerably less arduous. Half a month later, under Su Zhen's leadership, the architecture of the Sacred Spirit sect had begun to take shape. However, it was precisely at this juncture that the Holy Land of all spirits made its reappearance. This time, the leader was not an ordinary figure, but the Holy Son of the Holy Land. Following closely behind him were several elders, each exuding an intimidating aura. Is there truly anyone in this world bold enough to covet what belongs to me, the Holy Son? This is an unprecedented occurrence. The Holy Son, perched upon the back of a blazing firebird, surveyed the surroundings with a piercing gaze. Clad in a purple robe, he was strikingly handsome, though his pale visage bore an effeminate quality. Upon learning that the Songhai Jiao he had acquired in Linhai City had been intercepted, he was nearly consumed by rage. Before he could regain his composure, news arrived that his trusted subordinate, Zhongyu, had been slain on Ghost Island. To his further indignation, the assailant who killed Zhongyu was the very same individual responsible for the ambush on the Songhai Jiao. This was a blatant display of disdain, a dismissal of their authority. For centuries, the Holy Land had never faced such audacity. They had always been the oppressors. Now, someone dared to provoke the Holy Land directly? As the Holy Son, he felt compelled to confront this matter personally. However, just as he prepared to depart, an elder returned in disarray, bearing shocking news that 2 elders had been killed. This revelation sent tremors through the entire Holy Land. The Holy Lord of all spirits was furious, questioning when their esteemed institution had become so vulnerable to such affronts. Immediately, he summoned a multitude of elders, vowing to dismember the murderer and annihilate his entire clan. Holy Son, I hope to leave the last breath of the vile rogue, Chu Yang, for myself. Among the elders trailing behind the Holy Son, an elderly man with a cold demeanor and eyes brimming with murderous intent spoke. His name was Qian, the patriarch of the Qian family in Linghai City. Yet, now the Qian family existed only in name, as all its high-ranking members had perished without exception. Upon receiving the news, Qian had been rendered dizzy. He never anticipated that one of his decisions would lead to the family's ruin. Soon enough, he placed the blame squarely on Chu Yang. Thus, he had come specifically to seek vengeance, intending to sacrifice Chu Yang's life in honor of the departed souls of the Qian family. The Holy Son cast a sidelong glance at Qian, his throat constricting as he inquired, Qian, are you certain that the Chu Yang possesses a pair of exquisite twin maidens? Indeed, Holy Son, this matter is indisputable. It was thus that our Qian family met its tragic end. The Holy Son's gaze ignited with fervor, a flame kindling in his abdomen. Twins, I have never had the pleasure, he unabashedly declared, causing the surrounding elders to furrow their brows. The proclivities of this Holy Son were disturbingly perverse, to a degree that was appalling. Rest assured, Elder Qian, I shall ensure this individual experiences true despair. Chapter 107, Holy Son Chao-chun. The entourage from the Holy Land of all spirits advanced with great fervor, brimming with unrestrained fury. It seems a den of demons has indeed emerged here, the Holy Son remarked, gazing at the rift in the sky. The elders behind him also frowned, staring at the dark fissure from which monstrous entities continuously emerged. Hiss! This is only a tier below the demon den we suppress, one elder exclaimed. As elders, each had battled within demon dens, thus they instantly recognized these fiends. Occasionally, 7th-tier monsters would emerge from this passage, and it was known that the highest-tier monsters within the demon den suppressed by the Holy Land barely reached the 8th tier. This indicated that the passage was not significantly inferior to their own. However, the Holy Son remained unconcerned, as he had never engaged in battle within a demon den and was unaware of the brutality of these creatures. Due to his unique status, the ancestors of the Holy Land and the Holy Lord had always shielded him from danger, intending to allow him to join the fray only once he had fully matured. Who is Chu Yang? Come forth and face me. A voice rich with soul power reverberated throughout the realm, emanating directly from the Holy Son himself. At this moment, a smile graced his lips, and a lascivious glimmer sparkled in his eyes as he eagerly anticipated the 2 beautiful maidens. Naturally, Chu Yang had long been aware of the presence of the Holy Land's individuals, but he found them unworthy of his attention. He was focused on the arduous task of assimilating the chaotic essence soil. At this pace, it was likely that he would require another half-month to complete the assimilation. Sitting cross-legged, Chu Yang enveloped the leading figure, the purple-robed youth, with his soul power. Given the scale of their entourage, it was likely that this individual was indeed their Holy Son. It was said that his surname was Chao, inheriting the commendable genes of Chancellor Chao. However, he had made a grave error in fixating on my 2 maidens, since he had arrived. It would be a fitting opportunity to eliminate him and simultaneously announce the establishment of the Sacred Spirit sect to the world. Chu Yang remained seated upon a rock, his head lazily inclined downward as he declared, I am the sect master, Chu Yang. If you wish to meet me, then come forth. Impudent. Qianjun barked in reply. Upon encountering our Holy Son, you should promptly kneel in reverence. His voice boomed, infused with soul power, ensuring that even amidst the cacophony of battle, all spirit masters would hear his command. The Holy Son of the Holy Land has arrived? Is he here to assist us? It seemed unlikely, as the aura emanating from them was decidedly lethal. They had just heard them mention seeking a certain Chu Yang. Could it be that the individual had offended the Holy Land? In recent days, many spirit masters had arrived, but only a select few from Luotian City were aware of Chu Yang's name. After all, during the Beast Tide, he had fought valiantly against Wang Qianyue and had collaborated with numerous spirit masters from Luotian City to fend off fierce beasts. Thus, in Luotian City, almost no one was unfamiliar with the name of Chu Yang, the 6th-tier spirit master. How dare a mere Holy Son presume to summon me? What audacity you possess! Chu Yang's voice resounded, followed by his declaration, I hereby announce the formal establishment of the Sacred Spirit sect today. Thus my standing is equal to that of your Holy Lord. A mere Holy Son, how dare he expect me to kneel? His voice was thunderous, devoid of any intent to conceal, as if proclaiming this truth to the world. Hiss! The establishment of a holy land? Everyone was dumbfounded. How could this individual dare to utter such words in front of the holy son of the 10,000 spirits' sacred ground? Was there a flaw in his reasoning? Did he not fear being obliterated on the spot? Indeed, the elders of the 10,000 spirits' sacred ground were thoroughly incensed. Audacious! Within our sacred domain, any faction that seeks to establish itself must report to the sacred ground. You dare to establish a sect without permission, even going so far as to refer to it as a sacred ground? You shall face annihilation. Today, we shall eradicate this rebellious scum who does not abide by our rules. The voices of condemnation echoed from the elders, each summoning their spirit beasts, poised to strike at Chu Yang, who sat atop the mountain. At that moment, Holy Son Chao Chun interjected, Chu Yang, surrender your 2 young ladies, and I shall grant you a swift end. Otherwise, his brazen and shameless demand was delivered with an audacity that left no room for doubt. Qin Luoxue and her companion glared at him with furious eyes, incredulous that such a shameless individual could exist in the world. The two, who had been engaged in battle previously, instantly moved to Chu Yang's side, fixing their cold, piercing gazes upon the man who had so openly spoken such disgraceful words. Upon seeing the 2 women, Chao Chen's eyes immediately lit up, truly exceptional beauties. He could no longer restrain himself and licked his lips, a wicked fire igniting within him. Just then, Yun Lihui emerged from the secret realm, since resolving to establish the sacred spirit sect at that location. Chu Yang had infused the king-grade soul vein he had previously obtained into the secret realm, resulting in an extraordinarily dense concentration of soul material. Yun Lihui had been recuperating within, healing her injured soul sea. Hearing that someone dared to covet her daughters, she felt compelled to ascertain what had transpired. Triplets? Chao Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Yun Lihui maintained her exquisite beauty, and standing alongside Qin Luoxue, they could easily be mistaken for sisters. He cast a fierce glare at Qian Jun, the old rascal who had deceived him into believing they were merely twins. Did he wish to claim one for himself? Quick, seize them, Chao Chun commanded, pointing at Yun Lihui and the 2 women, his impatience palpable. As the Holy Son, he was cherished by the Holy Lord and several elders. No matter what he did, they would shield him. Moreover, due to his status as a spirit beast companion, he had experienced extraordinary circumstances at a young age. Many women, from venerable matriarchs to young maidens, had been eagerly awaiting his maturation. However, he never anticipated that one fateful night, he would be drugged and lose his virginity. Although the assailant had worn a veil, he later recognized her as the current sect master's wife, a fact he had kept secret all along. Unfortunately, she had sought only a contractual relationship and harbored no feelings for him. As time passed, Chao Chen's psyche began to warp, perhaps influenced by the sect master's wife. He developed a twisted preference for married women. As the Holy Son, he wielded authority second only to the sect master within the sacred ground. Thus he began to extend his predatory reach towards those who were already wed, ensnaring numerous unfortunate women in his clutches. This behavior incited outrage throughout the 10,000 spirits' sacred ground, yet they felt powerless to intervene due to the sect masters and elders' favoritism towards him. Moreover, he had even attempted to pursue the young wife of one elder. Although he was unsuccessful and reported to the sect master and elders, what was the outcome? He merely faced a year of confinement, and after demonstrating good behavior, was released in half that time. The elder, furious, severed ties with the 10,000 spirits' sacred ground. From that point on, he became increasingly reckless, even contemplating how to approach the sect master's wife, fully aware that no matter his transgressions, the elders would always protect him. This was largely due to the exceptional quality of his spirit beast, which had the potential to surpass the 10th tier, making him a figure of hope for the sacred ground, with the prospect of unifying the entire earth in the future. Chu Yang scoffed. It seems you have forgotten the very foundation upon which the sacred ground was established. Perhaps you should return and inquire with your elders. As for you, Chu Yang's gaze bore into Chao Chun, brimming with murderous intent. Without further ado, a colossal dragon claw emerged from the summoning array, lunging directly toward Chao Chun. Protect the Holy Son. Upon witnessing Chu Yang's audacious attempt on the Holy Son's life, the elders collectively sprang into action, commanding their spirit beasts to shield Chao Chun. Should any harm befall the Holy Son, they would also face punishment. A wave of alarm surged through Chao Chun. How dare the other party actually strike at him? Did someone truly have the audacity to oppose the sacred ground? Yet, as he saw the enormous beast claw hovering before the elders, he sighed in relief. After all, it was merely a show of bravado. Ha! I am the Holy Son of the sacred ground. Who dares to lay hands on me? Quickly, seize those 3 young ladies. I can no longer contain my desire to cherish them. Chao Chen's demeanor was erratic, Bolstered by his status and twisted psyche, he acted with impunity. Yun Lihui's cold gaze hardened. How dare anyone cast their eyes upon her? Meanwhile, Qin Shufeng, engaged in a fierce battle with demonic creatures not far off, radiated an aura of lethal intent. If not for his current struggle, he would have torn that man apart for daring to covet not only his daughter, but also his wife. At that moment, Chu Yang moved. The dragon claw, enveloped in a dark radiance, unleashed the power of the laws, forming two chains of law that lashed out like long whips toward Chao Chun. You dare! The elders roared in fury, their spirit beasts launching a more frenzied assault. As the massive black claw came to a halt, they initially believed it to be mere posturing, only to be taken aback when the opposing force struck once more. Faced with their onslaught, the dragon claw remained immovable. Their attacks could not even pierce its dragon scales. The power of the law radiated from the claw, sweeping towards the elders of the sacred ground. The laws surged like a tide, crashing against the shore. In an instant, dozens of the elder spirit beasts were sent flying. At this moment, every elder wore a look of horror, despite their combined efforts. They could not inflict even a scratch on their opponent. What manner of monster was this? Chao Chun finally comprehended the gravity of his predicament. Among those elders were two 8th-tier spirit masters, an apex force on contemporary Earth, yet they were utterly powerless against this foe. In that instant, Chao Chun realized he had likely provoked an unfathomable existence. Thus, he immediately attempted to command the flame bird to flee. However, as a mere 6th-tier spirit master, how could he possibly escape the wrath of the dragon's attack? The chains, like ethereal serpents, swiftly ensnared Chao Chun under Chu Yang's command. I am the Holy Sun. Do you dare to lay a hand on me, fearing the arrival of our ancestors? Chao Chun struggled violently, yet to no avail. Even if your ancestors come, I shall still bind them. Chu Yang replied coldly. The holy land of 10,000 spirits had evidently failed in nurturing its holy son, producing such a wretched specimen instead. Meanwhile, another chain from the wild had swiftly ensnared an 8th-tier elder of another sacred land. Zhang Tsang was bewildered among so many elders. Why was he the only one bound? It was only when the chain dragged him before Su Jun that he grasped the reason. You, the former emperor of the Star Moon dynasty? How is it that you are still alive? Zhang Tsang's expression darkened. It was he who had personally executed a bloodbath among the high-ranking royals of the Star Moon dynasty, only for the former emperor to escape. Despite his relentless search for the latter's whereabouts, he had found no trace. He had presumed the man to be dead from his fierce assaults, yet here they were, face to face once more. Did you ever think, Elder Zhang, that one day you would fall into my hands? Su Zhan's fists clenched, his eyes blazing with fury. How many of his kin had perished at Zhang Tsang's hands? That scene haunted his dreams, where he saw his people wailing, reaching out to him for salvation. Yet he remained powerless to help. Zhang Tsang understood that escape was no longer an option. That young man's spirit beast was terrifyingly powerful, and it was evident he stood with Su Zhan. He had no chance of fleeing. Yet Zhang Tsang scoffed. Do you dare to kill me? You wouldn't. If you slay me, you will forever remain in ignorance of the whereabouts of the remaining members of your clan. The most vital members of the Star Moon dynasty had been imprisoned as slaves by him, and now they might serve as his lifeline. Su Zhan trembled violently. Then his gaze turned icy as he pulled Zhang Tsang into his spirit realm. He had once served as the emperor and possessed the means to extract information from the man. On the other side, Chao Chun was seized by Chu Yang, who, showing no interest, directly confined him within the spirit realm. Chu Yang addressed the group of despondent elders. The only reason I spare your lives is due to your guardianship of the Void Rift. Should you dare to cause trouble here again, I shall show no mercy. Inform your holy master that from this day forth, our holy spirit sect is officially established as the 10th sacred land of Earth. If you do not acquiesce, we can certainly engage in battle. As for your holy son, Chu Yang turned to the struggling Chao Chun, whose face contorted in agony. To his surprise, the latter still boasted, do you dare to kill me? My holy land has 4 9th-tier spirit masters. They will shred you into pieces. Chu Yang shook his head and addressed the elders. Your holy son seems to be of unsound mind. Keeping him alive would only be a calamity. Return and inform your holy master to select a new holy son. With that, the claw of the wild descended with a thunderous crash. No. The elders attempted to intervene, but were powerless to stop it. It was over. The hope of the Holy Land had vanished. Some elders slumped to the ground in despair. After centuries of searching, they had finally found a spirit beast companion only to have it perish. They could only imagine the wrath they would face from several ancestors upon their return. But what could they do? The remaining elders departed, dejected and defeated. All the spirit masters nearby, engaged in slaying demons, felt a chill run down their spines as they trembled. They had witnessed the unbelievable scene. That man had effortlessly repelled a group of elders from the sacred land and captured an 8th-tier spirit master. He had even slain the Holy Sun. Could he possibly be a 9th-tier spirit master? Some swallowed hard. Who else but a 9th-tier spirit master could possess such capabilities? Could we perhaps join this holy spirit sect? Some began to waver. Even Yang Hongquan and Mo Chun discussed the possibility of joining, recognizing that a 9th-tier spirit master was the pinnacle of power on earth. Wait, Chu Yang had just killed the Holy Sun, stirring up enormous trouble. The 9th-tier spirit masters of the Holy Land would not stand idle. Whether he could survive this crisis remained uncertain. Indeed, if he could weather this storm, joining the Holy Spirit sect would not be too late. Shortly thereafter, Su Zhen emerged from the spirit realm, kneeling before Chu Yang, expressing his intent to venture out in search of the surviving kin. Go, but be cautious. Su Zhen's strength had now returned to the 7th tier, qualifying him as a formidable force. Chapter 109. The Ancestors of the Sacred Land Strike. Subsequently, Chu Yang resumed his meditative posture atop the mountain, continuing the assimilation of the chaotic essence. He also awaited the arrival of the ancestors from the Holy Land of 10,000 spirits. For the Holy Spirit sect to gain acceptance among the world, it must utilize other sacred lands as stepping stones. This was the most expedient method. Within a few days, the sky trembled as a colossal spirit beast soared through the air, swiftly approaching the entrance to the secret realm of the Holy Spirit sect. Chu Yang opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. The ancestor of the Holy Land of 10,000 spirits had finally arrived. This aura undoubtedly belonged to a 9th-tier spirit beast. Atop the massive creature, an elder with flowing gray hair danced in the wind, his eyes glinting with a fierce light. For centuries, this was the first time anyone had dared to provoke the sacred land in such a manner. If they could not subdue him today, the dignity of the sacred land would be irrevocably lost. Since the adversary had the audacity to kill their holy son, there was nothing more to be said. They would simply annihilate him. Xian Yang, exceedingly domineering, as one of the 4 ancestors of the Holy Land of 10,000 spirits, was among the strongest on earth, possessing both the power and confidence to extinguish any opposition. Although the foe might also be a 9th-tier spirit master, he likely lacked experience. How could he compare to someone who had cultivated for centuries, with a profound foundation? Without hesitation, he launched his attack. Below, the spirit masters engaged in slaying demons quickly retreated to a safe distance. A battle between 9th-tier powerhouses, though rare, could unleash destructive forces that would obliterate them in an instant. Moreover, the oppressive presence of the 9th-tier spirit beast suffocated them even from afar, urging them to flee as far away as possible. Yet they all watched intently to see if this self-proclaimed 10th sacred land, the Holy Spirit sect, could withstand the assault of the ancestors from the sacred land. With that in mind, Chu Yang's gaze turned cold. The figure of the wild fully materialized from the summoning array. This was the first time the wild had appeared in its complete form before the world. Yun Lihui's gaze fixed upon the wild, her brow furrowed. Even with her keen sight, she could not discern the wild's quality. How peculiar, how puzzling. What kind of quality spirit beast could this be? A king? A divine grade? Or perhaps an immortal quality or supreme quality? None of these. Yun Lihui realized she truly could not determine the quality of this spirit beast. To have cultivated to the 10th tier emperor level, it must surely be above the king level. Yet why could she not perceive any familiar traits? The wild's form manifested and launched an attack. Since the adversary was so direct, Chu Yang also ceased to delay. Roar. The dragon's roar resounded through the heavens, a wave of sound reverberating like a tidal wave towards the spirit beast in the sky. The wild dragon's roar. Within it lies the formidable soul power attack of an emperor-level spirit beast. Standing atop the spirit beast, Yuan Xianyang clasped his hands behind his back, diving towards the wild. How could mere sound waves possibly affect me? Xianyang sneered, dismissing the onslaught of the dragon roar. He charged forward without a hint of trepidation, brimming with the strength and conviction to look down upon all beneath him with an invincible demeanor. However, as he entered the attack range of the dragon roar, his expression abruptly shifted. An assault of soul power exceeding the 9th level? Xuanyang's mind trembled. Could that spirit beast possess soul attributes? Yet, upon fully perceiving the silhouette of the wild, he involuntarily shuddered. The aura emanating from the wild completely overshadowed him. A resounding dragon's roar caused the 9th level spirit beast beneath him to wobble, nearly sending it tumbling to the ground. As one ascends in cultivation, the treasures capable of safeguarding the spirit beast's soul seas dwindle, and thus, Xuanyang's spirit beast lacked the means to withstand a 10th level soul power attack. A mournful cry echoed as the spirit beast beneath Xianyang plummeted towards the earth. All the spirit masters witnessing this spectacle were left dumbfounded. What had happened to the promised fierce battle? How could one fail to endure even a single strike from the opponent? The spirit masters stared blankly at the dark figure in the sky. Could it be a 10th level spirit beast? A voice exclaimed in disbelief. The most significant factor determining a spirit beast's combat prowess is its cultivation, with all else being secondary. Undoubtedly, A 10th level spirit beast could easily dispatch a 9th level spirit beast with a single blow. No, it cannot be. Chu Yang exclaimed in shock. How could the current earthly environment possibly give rise to a 10th level spirit beast? He refused to believe that the opponent truly possessed such power. Perhaps their spirit beast was of the soul attribute, excelling in soul power attacks. Though his spirit beast cultivation was at the late 9th level, its soul power barely reached the early 9th level. Thus, he preferred to cling to this notion. In light of this, Chu Yang activated the summoning array, and a tiger with golden wings materialized in the air. The king-quality 9th level spirit beast, the golden winged tiger. This was his strongest spirit beast. I know him. The most formidable ancestor of the myriad spirits' sacred land, Chu Yang, the only spirit master possessing 2 king-quality spirit beasts. An experienced elder spirit master remarked below. Upon witnessing the emergence of 2 6th and 9th level spirit masters consecutively, he recognized Chu Yang's identity. King-quality spirit beasts are exceedingly rare, nearly impossible for the average person to acquire. Among the many 9th level spirit masters, only Chu Yang possessed 2 king-quality spirit beasts. Oh, so someone recognizes this old man. Once Chu Yang summoned the golden winged tiger, his demeanor regained its composure. This golden winged tiger possessed a king-quality defensive treasure, a gift from Wang Qianyue not long ago. Those soul attributes bear immense soul power. Their physical prowess is relatively feeble. Let us see what you are capable of now. The golden winged tiger roared and soared into the sky, charging directly at the wild. Chu Yang stood between the wild's dragon horns, a smile gracing his lips. Soul attributes? The wild is not a soul attribute. Following the 6th level transition, the wild, due to its supreme spirit beast traits, experienced a remarkable enhancement in all aspects, including soul power. It likely rivaled even the soul attribute spirit beasts of the same level. The golden winged tiger flapped its wings and roared, unleashing a beam of golden energy. A force of unparalleled devastation infused with the rich essence of the golden laws. A sharp aura radiated from it, seemingly capable of severing all. The true battle had commenced. Below, someone shouted in excitement. That 9th level spirit beast was undoubtedly an anomaly. At this moment, the wild unleashed a dark energy beam, permeated by the power of the wild. The abyssal wild dragon breath. The collision of the black dragon breath and the golden tiger roar was instantaneous. However, the earth-shattering clash anticipated by the onlookers did not materialize. Instead, the black energy beam swiftly engulfed the golden energy light, obliterating it with overwhelming force, striking the golden winged tiger. A harrowing roar erupted from the tiger. No, Chu Yang could hardly believe his eyes. Wasn't it supposed to be a soul attribute? Why was its spirit power attack so formidable? The abyssal wild dragon breath surged forward, crashing directly into the golden winged tiger, unleashing a terrifying explosion of energy. Ultimately, before the astonished gazes of all, the 9th level spirit beast, the golden winged tiger, along with Chu Yang, plummeted towards the earth. A thunderous boom resounded. The intense tremors jolted the stunned crowd back to reality. 10th level. That was undoubtedly a 10th level spirit beast. Someone shouted loudly. Only a 10th level emperor level spirit beast could vanquish a 9th level spirit beast with such overwhelming force. In an instant, a cacophony of voices erupted. A 10th level emperor level spirit beast has emerged on Earth. Chapter 110, Commencement of Preparations. Since the inception of the Spirit Master Legacy, this marks the first occurrence of a 10th level spirit beast. No wonder Brother Chu has never regarded the sacred lands with any seriousness. Su Ming and the others were wide-eyed with astonishment. A 10th level spirit beast. Even the elders of the sacred lands have yet to reach such a realm. We must join the sacred spirit sect. Yang Hongkuan and Mo Chun exchanged glances, both resolute in their decision. A 10th level spirit beast is sufficient to instill awe in any sacred land. Chu Yang remained bewildered, although he and the golden winged tiger had been sent flying. They had not sustained any fatal injuries. As a 9th level spirit master, he had personally felt the opponent's might and was acutely aware that such power was indeed at the 10th level. Yet, he found it hard to believe that the sacred lands, with their highest quality spirit veins and abundant law stones, had failed to give rise to a single 10th level spirit beast. To transcend to the 10th level, one must possess king-quality spirit veins. Where on earth had he procured such quality spirit veins? While the myriad spirits' sacred land boasted several diamond-quality spirit veins, they still fell short compared to the spiritual substances emitted by king-quality spirit veins, preventing them from ever breaking through to the 10th level. And as of now, Earth had yet to give birth to a 10th level spirit vein. How had this young man before him achieved such a breakthrough to the 10th level? Chu Yang stood between the dragon horns, gazing down at Chu Yang. The latter rose and brushed off the dust from his attire. Indeed, the younger generation surpasses the older. I've been away from the sacred land for merely a few decades, Yet the world has transformed so drastically. Since I have lost, do as you will. Though Chu Yang was astonished by the opponent's 10th level prowess, he still held his head high, showing no inclination to beg for mercy. Those of his era had traversed mountains of corpses and seas of blood. What scenes had they not witnessed? Chu Yang regarded him and said, "Now you surely cannot oppose the establishment of my sacred spirit sect, can you? As for your sacred son, you ought to find someone more suitable. That individual is clearly unfit to lead your sacred land, lest it descend into chaos." Chu Yang let out a bitter laugh. At this juncture, he held no ground to oppose. I am well aware of Chao Chen's unsavory character, yet his companion spirit beast is of divine quality, possessing boundless potential. In truth, apart from that peculiar quirk, Chao Chen is quite exceptional, his personal combat prowess unmatched among his peers. However, he appears somewhat dimmed in the presence of Chu Yang's 10th level spirit beast. Having lived for so long, one should be aware that the allure of desire can wield a lethal blade. I once knew a man of the Chao surname, whose lustful ambitions ultimately led to the loss of a formidable warrior in his life. If you were to truly entrust the sacred land of all spirits to him, it would not be long before your sanctuary incited public outrage, and at that juncture, even you would find it difficult to suppress the ensuing chaos. The esteemed reputation and status of your sacred land would surely diminish. Chu Yang is not oblivious to this truth. Many disciples within the sacred land have fallen victim to the treacherous hands of Chao Chen, and even some elders have been compelled to depart. Yet, in the presence of a divine-grade spirit beast, such matters seem trivial. Chu Yang remarked, "Considering your past merits and your centuries-long efforts in suppressing the void passage, I am disinclined to take action against you. Depart." Although this old fellow approached with a menacing demeanor and showed no mercy in his attacks, his contributions to the earth are undeniably evident. He has barely been in command for a month, and the mounting pressure is already wearing on him, especially when these individuals have guarded the realm for centuries. What would the earth have become without their vigilance? Their merits outweigh all else. Thus, as long as they do not provoke his wrath, he is reluctant to act against these seasoned elders. With a heavy sigh, Chu Yang acknowledged that, at this juncture, even if he yearned for vengeance for the saint's son, it would be futile. I have sanctioned your establishment of a sacred sect. I hope you will fulfill your responsibilities towards the sacred land. Chu Yang clasped his hands in salute, casting a glance at the void passage before summoning his spirit beast and turning to leave. There was no longer any purpose in remaining there. Furthermore, the situation at the sacred land of all spirits was far from optimistic, and he could not afford to linger outside for too long. As Chu Yang departed, Chu Yang stood amidst the desolate dragon horns, his voice resonating with soul power. The sacred spirit sect is established, and from this day forth, we shall begin recruiting disciples and elders. Anyone who passes the assessment shall be welcomed into our sacred land. His voice thundered, echoing across the vicinity. Those who had previously harbored ambitions were now filled with fervor. The establishment of a new sacred land undoubtedly necessitates a multitude of elders and disciples. And with the advantage of proximity, they found themselves in a prime position. "Brother Chu, what about us?" Yang Hongquan and Mo Chun hurriedly approached Chu Yang, recalling that he had previously extended an invitation to them. "Let us await the assessment. If we succeed, we shall naturally join the sacred spirit sect." Chu Yang replied, "Do we still need an assessment? Did you not invite us before?" Mo Chun queried, puzzled. "You did refuse back then, did you not?" Chu Yang shot him a sidelong glance. Su Ming approached and inquired, "Brother Chu, do we also need to pass an assessment?" His excitement was palpable. He had once aspired to join the sacred land of all spirits, but was turned away. He never anticipated this opportunity would arise. "No need. You agreed previously. So you are already considered a member of the sacred spirit sect. However, to become an elder, one must possess 6th tier strength." "I understand. I am simply elated to join the sacred land." Before the assessment even commenced, the number of applicants had surged. Soon, news of the establishment of the sacred spirit sect and the existence of a 10th tier spirit beast spread to Luotian City, then to Linhai City, and continued to propagate outward. Numerous spirit masters eager to join the sacred land began their journey towards the sacred spirit sect. Meanwhile, beneath the void passage of the sacred land of all spirits, countless disciples were engaged in the hunt for magical beasts. Upon returning, Chu Yang recounted the events to the other 3 elders. "Is it truly a 10th tier spirit beast?" The 3 exclaimed in astonishment, having experienced it firsthand. How could there be any deception? Chu Yang nodded affirmatively. The elders sighed collectively. Having jointly guarded the void passage for centuries, they understood that Chu Yang could not possibly lie. Does this mean that revenge against Chao Chun is unattainable? He is dead. What good is vengeance now? Chao Chun was no more, and dwelling on it was pointless. What concerned Chu Yang more was how the spirit beast had transcended to the 10th tier. Could it be that the sacred spirit sect truly possessed a 10th tier spirit vein? It is also possible that the ancient secret realm is a contributing factor. According to Wang Qianyue, the legacies within are extraordinary, containing many ancient relics, and perhaps even divine-grade spirit beasts. What shall we do? Perhaps we should unite with the other 8 sacred lands and apply pressure together? Share the legacies? However, the 4 ancestral elders of the sacred land of all spirits convened to strategize, and Wang Qianyue had already acquired numerous valuable items, including king-grade spirit beasts and spiritual treasures. Who knows what else lies within that legacy? Therefore, they were unwilling to relinquish that opportunity. Chapter 111, Progress Made. Chu Yang entrusted the registration matters to Su Sheng and others, while he himself ventured to the testing stone mirror, the designated assessment area. As he traversed the lengthy passage and entered the door, he felt as though he had returned to the technologically advanced Earth of the past, to that alluring world of extravagance. Temptations assailed him from every direction. Wealth, power, and prestige lay before him, tantalizingly within reach. A parade of alluring figures adorned in stockings, JK uniforms, and enticing attire appeared beside him. Ultimately, even the 2 Qin sisters, clad in stockings and uniforms, made an appearance, leaving Chu Yang utterly captivated. This inspired a great deal of creativity. Such attire would indeed suit them perfectly. Chu Yang chuckled to himself and resolved to have them dress this way in the future. After all, he had procured stockings and uniforms from blind boxes, and he had even obtained a foxtail. Of course, he held no particular interest in such items. After a series of evaluations, Chu Yang found himself quite pleased with the assessment area, especially the array of enchanting beauties that sparked his creativity. He could not help but marvel at the formidable techniques of the ancient spirit masters, capable of conjuring such a vividly realistic illusion. Subsequently, Chu Yang continued to assimilate his chaotic soil. He sensed that this soil would significantly expand his spirit domain. Simultaneously, the other 8 sacred lands received the correspondence from the sacred land of all spirits. Sacred spirit sect? 10th tier spirit beast? Ancient legacy? Perhaps even the emergence of divine-grade spirit beasts? The various sacred lands could no longer remain composed. However, they were too distant from the sacred spirit sect, and the ancestors could not personally attend. Thus, this time, various core figures from the sects made their appearances. Boom. The assimilation of the chaotic soil was finally complete. In an instant, the entire spirit domain trembled, and the endless darkness at the edges of the spirit domain began to expand outward. The land extended, and the boundaries of the spirit domain grew wider. The laws within became increasingly dense. The expansion of the spirit domain fundamentally signifies an enhancement of its source. As the latter strengthens, the concentration of the laws naturally intensifies as well. At that moment, a dragon's roar emanated from within the sacred spirit tower. Chu Yang's heart soared. Jean has broken through to the 6th tier? Now, bolstered by that drop of golden blood, the liquid of laws, and the laws of the spirit domain, Jean had finally ascended to the 6th tier. Jean, now nearly 20 meters in length, manifested within the spirit domain, radiating a brilliant crimson glow, a manifestation of the laws of blood. Chu Yang patted Jean's head and prepared to place him within the void passage. Now that he had broken through, it was time for him to engage in battle. Jean emitted an excited dragon's roar, for there was nothing it loved more than combat. Before long, its colossal form surged forth, roaring as it charged towards the battlefield. How vexing it is that I find myself enamored with this fellow's spirit beast. Qin Shufeng, stationed on the opposite side, felt a twinge of envy. Whether it be the unparalleled or the wild, or even the newly emerged battle spirit, all seem to align perfectly with his masculine style. Yet, they are all the companions of others. Chu Yang surveyed the expanded spirit domain, nodding in satisfaction. Truly, the chaos soil is imbued with an innate power of great magnitude. After more than a month of diligent assimilation, the spirit domain has multiplied in size. Moreover, according to Yun Liffey, the dimension of the spirit domain will significantly influence the combat prowess of future spirit beasts. Hence, a larger domain is undoubtedly preferable. It appears I must earnestly seek out treasures of heaven and earth that harbor formidable origins. Such artifacts would greatly facilitate the expansion of the spirit domain. Subsequently, he focused his thoughts, transferring high-quality medicinal herbs previously cultivated in the black soil to the chaos soil. System, initiate the blind box. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a silver-quality evolution pill. A silver-quality evolution pill? Chu Yang held the pill in his hand. Over the past month, he had already obtained 3 silver-quality evolution pills. Yet, being merely of silver quality, they did not stir his enthusiasm. He then bestowed 2 pills upon the bronze quality with Spirit and the Skeletal Warrior. These 2 spirit beasts had trained diligently and had long since reached the pinnacle of the 2nd tier. However, Chu Yang did not intend to contract them just yet. Firstly, he lacked a contractual position, and secondly, their quality was still too low to be of significant use. When the time comes for a king-tier evolution pill, I shall contract you. Chu Yang gazed at the wood spirit, the skeletal warrior, and the radiant crocodile before him. He yearned for the attributes of these three spirit beasts. Yet current circumstances did not permit. Nevertheless, he took great care of them, interacting whenever possible to deepen their mutual affection, preparing for future contracts. Thereafter, Chu Yang delved into the study of various herbs with a comprehensive pharmaceutical compendium. He even collected certain herbs for the spirit beasts to consume, ultimately discovering that the wood spirit exhibited a remarkable sensitivity to their effects. Typically, this wood spirit would remain in the black soil medicinal field, nurturing the growth of these herbs, which greatly eased Chu Yang's concerns. Ultimately, he resolved that when he acquired another contractual position, he would prioritize contracting this wood spirit. This would facilitate his research into the specific effects of various herbs. Furthermore, after a period of study, he discerned that each type of herb had its own unique tendencies. Among herbs of the same quality, some contained more potent spiritual energy, while others leaned towards healing properties. Some herbs even had the ability to soothe agitated spirit beasts. It could be said that there were subtle distinctions among each category of herbs. Unfortunately, none of this was recorded in the compendium. This was progress. Additionally, the soul flame must be obtained. With the soul flame, Chu Yang could begin concocting pills based on the silver quality revival pill formula he acquired on Ghost Island. Lacking the guidance of an elder in his ring or any formidable beings residing in the Soul Sea, he could only proceed through trial and error with the formula. Thus, he planned to visit the Endless Fire Domain. As for the Void Passage, with his father-in-law Qin Shufeng, an 8th-tier powerhouse, stationed there, he had little to worry about. Moreover, there was his enigmatic mother-in-law, who, since Chu Yang established the Holy Spirit sect, had begun constructing a house of laws, purportedly to assist disciples in better comprehending the laws. Unfortunately, the project involved a soul power array, a field in which Chu Yang was utterly ignorant. However, Qin Luoxue and the others were assisting Yun Liffey. Having been influenced by her since childhood, they possessed considerable knowledge regarding soul power arrays and executed the arrangements with ease. To his astonishment, the stone mirror housed such an abundance of resources. Yun Liffey expressed her surprise, remarking, "I suspect that this ancient power must have gathered all the precious resources from Earth during its time. Otherwise, there shouldn't be so many." Although some materials had become utterly obsolete over the passage of time, many valuable resources remained intact. In Yun Liffey's eyes, the remaining materials alone were sufficient to establish a divine-level power, hence her inquiry. Chapter 112, Breakthrough to the 7th Tier. With her vast perspective, Yun Liffey was acutely aware of what was most needed in the current cultivation environment on Earth. Thus, she gathered the intact law stones preserved within the stone mirror to construct a house of laws. This house, formed by a soul power array, could concentrate the power emanating from the law stones within its confines, enhancing the density of the laws. This, in turn, facilitated the comprehension of spirit beasts. Moreover, intriguingly, once the density of the law power within the house reached a certain threshold and accumulated over time, it would spontaneously generate law liquid. This law liquid was not the inferior substance diluted from spiritual liquid currently found on Earth, but rather a true liquid formed from the aggregation of law power. Its efficacy and effects far surpassed those of mere byproducts, and it did not require the depletion of law stones. Seated within the Holy Spirit sect, Chu Yang activated the Celestial Soul technique, causing the surrounding soul matter to boil with energy. He had not cultivated for far too long, and his soul power had stagnated at the pinnacle of the 6th tier for an extended period. At this moment, with the divine-level cultivation technique acquired from the stone mirror, he could finally resume his practice. Due to his king-tier soul vein, the concentration of soul matter within the Holy Spirit sect was exceptionally high. Within just a few days, his soul sea surged, rapidly expanding. At long last, he had stepped into the 7th tier. Chu Yang felt elated. Nothing could rival the exhilaration of increasing one's strength. Furthermore, breaking through to the 7th tier not only enlarged the area of his spirit domain, but also granted him an additional contractual position. Without hesitation, he contracted the wood spirit. To be precise, it was no longer merely a wood spirit but had evolved into a silverwood angel due to the previous silver quality evolution pill. The evolution had not drastically altered its appearance. It remained no larger than the palm of his hand, with vibrant green hair and a garment woven from leaves. A pair of gossamer azure wings adorned its back, rendering it delicate and enchanting. It was the smallest of all Chu Yang's spirit beasts. Spirit beast, silverwood angel. Quality, silver quality. Tier, pinnacle of the 2nd tier. Attribute, wood. Skills, verdant vines, life water. Spirit treasure, none. Chu Yang nodded in satisfaction. Generally, wood attribute spirit beasts tend to grasp healing-type skills, and his silverwood angel had indeed acquired the ability of life water. This life water possessed formidable healing properties. After contracting the silverwood angel, Chu Yang fell into deep contemplation. According to the words of my esteemed mother-in-law, All spirit masters can only form contracts with spirit beasts ranging from the 1st to the 10th tier. Beyond the 10th tier, no additional contract slots can be acquired. Due to the contract-enhancing elixirs and the influence of the two women, I find myself endowed with 3 additional contract positions, bringing my total to 13. I have contracted with 10 spirit beasts thus far. Huang, Yi, Little Turtle, Wushuang, Zhanya, Emperor Phoenix, Chaotic Songjiao, Giant Panda, Dreaming Sky Butterfly, and Qingmu Angel. Even with the maximum count, I still possess 3 available slots. Naturally, one must be reserved for the future Monkey King. Thus, the remaining 2 would likely be for the Radiant Crocodile and the Skeleton Warrior. But what of the Fire Spirit from the Endless Fire Domain? How vexing. The contract positions are simply insufficient. Chu Yang felt overwhelmed. Well, I shall observe for now. If that Fire Spirit fails to satisfy me, then I need not forge a contract with it. Chu Yang found himself reluctantly contemplating the abandonment of certain things. Although he was loath to do so, decisive choices must be made when circumstances demand. Alternatively, he might draw something from the mystery box that could augment his contract slots. Such items are not entirely absent. The Compendium of 10,000 Herbs records several types of fruits that, upon consumption, can increase one's contract slots. However, he was uncertain as to when or if he might successfully acquire them. Among these choices, the Monkey King must be secured. After all, the full set of the beautiful Monkey King attire was already prepared. Furthermore, a light attribute spirit beast is essential. He had inquired with Yun Lihui, who informed him that light attribute spirit beasts possessed the greatest efficacy against demonic entities. This was also the reason she insisted that her daughters reserve 1 or 2 slots for future confrontations against such foes. Next in line were those of the lightning attribute, which, being of utmost rigidity and brightness, are equally effective against demons. Thus, Chu Yang contemplated the possibility of encountering a lightning attribute monkey. With the acquisition of the Qingmu Angel, he established a spiritual connection with the spirit beasts, facilitating a more seamless communication regarding the efficacy of medicinal herbs. Consequently, he embarked on an in-depth study of various herbs, initially focusing on those of silver quality, to evolve a spirit beast from bronze to silver quality. A silver quality evolution elixir is essential. According to the recipe for the silver quality revival elixir obtained on Ghost Island, all the required herbs are of silver quality. In the following days, Chu Yang immersed himself in the study of herbs. Meanwhile, the recruitment of talents at the Holy Spirit sect proceeded methodically. Due to the allure of 10th tier spirit beasts, many sought entrance into the Holy Spirit sect, but the assessment of one's mind and willpower was no simple task. Those with wavering resolve were promptly eliminated from consideration. It could be said that out of hundreds, only 1 or 2 would qualify. Many, after being dismissed, remained ensnared in illusions, unable to extricate themselves, exhibiting erratic behavior. Some, upon regaining consciousness, refused to accept the harsh reality, preferring to remain lost in their fantasies, thus displaying a multitude of pitiable states. Spirit masters do not cultivate their mental state, so even some formidable spirit masters failed to pass the assessment. After more than half a month, a shocking event unfolded that astonished the spirit masters participating in the Holy Spirit sect assessment. Representatives from the other 9 sacred lands had arrived. Curiosity filled the air as everyone pondered the reason behind such a grand assembly. Chu Yang emerged from the spirit domain and was greeted by the envoys from the 9 sacred lands. The elders from each sacred land typically remained at their respective strongholds, rarely departing. It was only due to the proximity of the myriad spirits' sacred land that Yang personally visited. Therefore, this time, the elders led the delegation. Oh, how unexpected to see a familiar face. Chu Yang recognized one among them from the earlier encounter when he had been ambushed during his return from Linhai City. He recalled that this individual possessed wind attribute mutated soul power. Yi Qingtian has met with Sect Master Chu. I apologize for the previous affront, and I hope you will forgive me. Yi Qingtian spoke with a tone that balanced humility and confidence, standing tall, like a sword ready to be drawn. No harm done. There was no significant loss. Chu Yang waved his hand dismissively. So, have you all come to congratulate my sect on its establishment? He inquired directly. The envoys from the 9 sacred lands exchanged glances. They had already glimpsed the 10th tier spirit beast guarding the rift in the void and were profoundly shaken. That beast surpassed even their ancestors in prowess. For a moment, they were at a loss for words, fearing that any misstep might incur the beast's ire, leaving even their ancestors powerless to intervene should the beast decide to take them captive. After a brief pause, an elder from the floating pagoda sacred land clasped his hands and addressed Chu Yang, Sect Master Chu. We have come to seek insights into the path of spirit beasts breaking through to the 10th tier. As you must know, the ancestors of our sacred lands are currently at the 9th tier, while the abyssal caverns have become increasingly unstable, even showing signs of expansion. Hence, we wish to learn how Sect Master Chu achieved the breakthrough to the Emperor level 10th tier. It is widely acknowledged that the highest spirit vein on Earth is merely of diamond quality. Even though their sacred lands possess multiple diamond quality spirit veins, they can only allow spirit beasts to reach the 9th tier, failing to ascend to the 10th. Yet, Chu Yang had managed to break through. Where, then, did his kingly quality spirit vein originate? Naturally, Chu Yang could not reveal that it stemmed from the system. This kingly quality spirit vein was acquired from an ancient ruin. Could it be from the ancient battlefield? As soon as Chu Yang spoke, an elder from the spirit god's sacred land retorted. It is said that a spirit master once discovered rich spirit material there, far surpassing diamond quality, along with some mysterious substance. Yet that place is fraught with peril. Upon hearing the mention of the ancient battlefield, the others shook their heads vigorously. The malevolent aura there was overwhelming, making it nearly impossible for both spirit beasts and spirit masters to survive. Otherwise, they would be consumed by the malevolent energy and driven to madness. Moreover, the lingering, terrifying, killing intent from the ancient era posed unimaginable consequences for any who dare trespass. Chu Yang replied, I discovered it within another ruin. But there exists only one kingly quality spirit vein there. You all might consider exploring more ancient ruins. Perhaps you will uncover something. In the end, these elders surprisingly proposed that Chu Yang share the legacy acquired by the Holy Spirit sect, in hopes of enhancing the strength of the various sacred lands. It was evident to all that the legacy obtained by the Holy Spirit sect was remarkably complete, potentially harboring knowledge and resources they lacked. With a smile playing on his lips, Chu Yang replied, I would not be opposed to sharing my legacy, but the elder's eyes brightened at the prospect, sensing opportunity. However, Chu Yang continued, only if one of your members is willing to join my Holy Spirit sect will this legacy be made available. The elders immediately frowned at this proposition. An elder from the myriad spirits' sacred land interjected, Sect Master Chu, this is truly for the survival of our human race. We hope you will share your legacy with us. His tone was firm, directly imposing the weight of humanity's survival upon Chu Yang. The latter's eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on the elder, saying, What? Did Xianyang not inform you of the reason I spared his life? Furthermore, considering the establishment of your sacred lands, I presume you have acquired numerous legacies yourselves, have you not? If you truly wish to share, then present something of equal value for all to partake, shall we? Are you not afraid that our sacred ground may falter in guarding the passage, leading to the annihilation of humankind? An elder from the myriad spirits' sacred ground rose and spoke in a hushed roar, suggesting that the intention of the ancestor was to divide the legacies obtained from this secret realm by the Holy Spirit sect. After all, Wang Qian had acquired far too enticing treasures from this sacred site. Moreover, Chu Yang had slain their holy son, and an esteemed 8th-tier spirit master elder had also perished at the hands of the Holy Spirit sect. This debt must certainly be settled. Annihilation? You overthink. For even if your sacred grounds cannot withstand the onslaught, my Holy Spirit sect shall still ensure the survival of humankind. Chu Yang discerned that the myriad spirits' sacred ground remained imperious in their dealings, likely due to their unchecked dominance within their jurisdiction for centuries, emboldening their arrogance. Sharing legacies. Yet when it comes to actual sharing, they refuse. I shall relay your words to the ancestor unaltered. The elder from the myriad spirits' sacred ground replied coldly. Chu Yang asserted, I respect their centuries-long guardianship against demonic entities, yet that does not imply my perpetual tolerance. Return and inform them. Should they continue to employ such coercive tactics against my Holy Spirit sect, I possess ample means to address them. You. The elder from the myriad spirits' sacred ground trembled with rage. Subsequently, another sacred ground sought to ally with the myriad spirits' sacred ground for the sharing of legacies. Chu Yang reiterated, if they genuinely wish to share, then let them present equivalent offerings. Otherwise, the discussion is moot. Are you not concerned that my sect may unite in opposition? The elder from the Flame Ice sacred ground bluntly stated. The Flame Ice sacred ground occupies a unique geographical position, nestled between the endless fire domain and the ancient glaciers, resulting in its spirit beasts being either fire or ice attribute. Chu Yang smiled. If you wish to witness the might of a 10th-tier spirit beast, you are welcome to test your mettle. Eventually, the assembly of elders dispersed. However, some sacred grounds exhibited humility, as Yi Qing Tian, upon departing, clasped his hands in respect to Chu Yang. Our ocean-covering sacred ground is currently facing grim circumstances regarding the demonic cave. Should the time come when we can no longer hold our ground, I hope Chu Zongzhu will lend us a helping hand. Yi Qing Tian informed Chu Yang that the ocean-covering sacred ground had begun relocating ordinary citizens inland to prepare for a potential eruption from the demonic cave. The floating tower's sacred ground echoed similar sentiments. It is perplexing, but in recent years, the void passages have been unusually active, with ominous signs of expansion. The elder from the floating tower's sacred ground expressed his concerns. Presently, The sacred grounds are anxious that one day the void fissures may unexpectedly widen, bringing forth a catastrophic calamity. As the elders departed, Yunlifei approached with two women from behind the house. I have beheld the ancient battlefield they spoke of. It is no ordinary sight, for it likely harbors divine-grade spirit veins. Chu Yang exclaimed in astonishment. Divine-grade spirit veins? Is it not the case that the highest quality spirit veins on Earth are only of diamond grade? How could such divine-grade veins exist there? Yunlifei explained. Because it is an ancient battlefield where countless spirit beasts perished, including many of divine caliber. The energy and divine essence within them coalesced to nurture the divine-grade spirit veins. However, due to the deaths of those formidable divine spirit beasts, it has become a perilous place. Even your 10th tier spirit beasts might find it challenging to remain there for long. Moreover, remnants of ancient battle energy linger, and should it awaken, even a 10th tier spirit beast would perish on the spot. Chu Yang felt a stir within. The residual battle energy could cause the immediate demise of a 10th tier spirit beast. Divine-grade spirit beasts are indeed that formidable. And how does a spirit beast transition from the 10th tier to above divine grade? Chu Yang could not help but inquire. Due to Huang's consumption of that elixir, he has now reached the pinnacle of the 10th tier, and ascending to divine grade is merely a matter of time. Thus, it is essential for him to comprehend the underlying principles and ascertain if any preparations are necessary. Qin Luoxue and her sister listened intently. Although they were far from the 10th tier, they possessed divine-grade innate spirit beasts and would undoubtedly reach that realm in the future. To break through to divine grade, the crux of surpassing divine grade lies in how to establish a connection between the spirit domain and the spirit beast. This is because divine-grade spirit beasts can harness the power of the spirit domain's laws, amplifying their combat capabilities. Additionally, there are two crucial conditions that must be met. These are the spirit domain and divine essence. Chapter 114. Journey to the Endless Fire Domain. Subsequently, Yunlifei informed Chu Yang that above the 10th tier, the energy within spirit beasts begins to transform from ordinary spirit power to divine power. At this stage, the significant role of the spirit domain becomes evident, as spirit beasts can rely not only on their inherent laws, but can also summon the power of the spirit domain's laws. Furthermore, as they ascend, spirit beasts may invoke the domain's power to subdue their opponents. It can be said that beyond the 10th tier, the spirit domain significantly influences the combat prowess of spirit beasts. Thus, the size of the spirit domain must not be too small, otherwise, the spirit beast may deplete the entire power of the spirit domain in a single strike. The method to enhance the spirit domain involves assimilating world materials with inherent origins. Therefore, the first step is to establish a connection between the spirit domain and the spirit beast, while the second step involves completing the transformation of the spirit power within the beast into divine power. Regarding the first step, Chu Yang can explore gradually, but the second step necessitates divine-grade spirit veins. For only divine-grade spirit veins contain divine essence, which spirit beasts must absorb to complete the transformation of their internal power. Divine-grade spirit veins. Chu Yang pondered. I cannot place all my hopes on blind boxes. Although my luck has been decent lately, I have yet to unbox a divine-grade spirit vein, and I wonder when I might finally obtain one. Moreover, through Yunlifei, Chu Yang learned of the hierarchical classifications beyond the 10th tier: divine grade, starry sky grade, celestial grade, dominion grade, immortal grade, and eternal grade. Among these, divine grade spirit beasts correspond to divine grade and starry sky grade, while celestial grade spirit beasts align with celestial grade and dominion grade, and supreme grade spirit beasts correspond to immortal grade and eternal grade. Yunlifei elaborated in great detail. At the divine and starry sky grades, spirit beasts must communicate with the spirit domain, invoking the power of its laws. Celestial and dominion grade spirit beasts can summon the world's power of the spirit domain, wielding the ability to scorch the heavens and boil the seas. As for immortal and eternal grade spirit beasts, they must contemplate the path of the spirit domain's power, a supreme strength capable of annihilating the world. Chu Yang clicked his tongue in disbelief, having thought he had reached the pinnacle, only to realize that the summit remains far from his grasp. Furthermore, the path ahead grows increasingly arduous, demanding ever more time. While he possesses blind boxes, which may yield a cultivation elixir that could elevate him overnight, who can say for certain? Aware that the road ahead remains long, Chu Yang dedicated himself to his training with fervor. After a period, upon observing that the myriad spirits' sacred ground had ceased their underhanded tactics, Chu Yang resolved to embark towards the endless fire domain. He sought the soul fire. It was evident from the void passage that Earth's greatest deficiency lies in the absence of high-quality spirit beasts. Among those engaged in battle, the vast majority are of bronze and silver quality. Gold and above are exceedingly rare, akin to 1 in 100. Hence, He aimed to swiftly concoct evolution elixirs to fundamentally improve the situation. According to Yun Lihui, this phenomenon is predominantly observed beyond Earth, where even on other high-ranking spirit master planets, bronze and silver entities comprise a staggering 80 to 90%. At the very heart of the universe lies a timeless continent, adrift in the void, known as the Spirit Master Continent, a veritable paradise for all spirit masters. Almost all powerful beings converge upon this sacred land. This was the exact information Yun Lihui imparted to Chu Yang. In truth, from various past indications, Chu Yang had already surmised that Yun Lihui was not an inhabitant of Earth, but rather an extraterrestrial being. Thus, he felt little astonishment. Subsequently, he gathered Su Sheng and the other 6 individuals together. Although their prowess was modest, they held significant standing within the newly established Holy Spirit sect, as they considered themselves to be servants. Meanwhile, others referred to Chu Yang as the sect master. It was evident that there was a clear distinction between internal and external perceptions. While this might seem somewhat self-deprecating, it effectively elevated their status. "Hey, Su Sheng, when did you and Su Yurua become an item?" Chu Yang remarked, observing the pudgy, somewhat dark-skinned fellow, unable to fathom how such a charming girl like Su Yurua could be attracted to him. There were indeed many among the other 6 who were far more handsome than Su Sheng. Hee, who can help it if I'm the type that Yurua likes? Su Sheng chuckled, casting a proud glance at the others, inciting a few gritted teeth in response. Su Yurua had once been a princess of the Xingyue dynasty, exuding an innate air of nobility, not to mention her beauty, which was truly remarkable. The others had employed every possible means to win her affection, yet she had chosen the unremarkable Su Sheng instead. Chu Yang nodded. His soul, originating from Earth, held a rather open-minded view on matters of the heart. He then praised, "You've all done remarkably well in recruiting disciples for the sect during this time. Master, this is what we ought to do." The 7 responded in unison. Without Chu Yang, they might still be playing in the mud at some street corner. Yet, you have the esteemed position you hold now. However, there is a pressing matter at hand, and whether you can seize this opportunity will depend on your capabilities. Please, Master, go on. We will not shy away from any challenge. Chen Sang declared, his voice resonant and powerful. As you have observed, the demonic creatures are rampant. Thus I require your personal involvement in slaying these beasts. In due course, I shall reward the 2 individuals who vanquish the most demons. Upon hearing this, the 7 inhaled sharply. King-quality beasts. The master intends to reward them? This was a particular favor from Chu Yang, who had previously provided them with king-quality techniques obtained from the stone mirror, free of charge. Chu Yang hoped they would all become formidable guardians in the future, rather than mere followers. The 2 spirit beasts in question were naturally the dragon python and the ethereal bat, stripped from Wang Qianhua. The 7 gazed with fervent eyes, never doubting Chu Yang's words. However, the prospect of king-quality spirit beasts felt almost fantastical to them. Nevertheless, I do not wish to witness any internal discord arising from the competition for a king-quality spirit beast. After conveying a few additional matters and informing his in-laws about his impending journey to the endless fire domain, he set forth with the 2 women towards their destination. Chu Yang sought to locate the soul fire. With Qin Shufeng and Yun Lihui overseeing the Holy Spirit sect, no significant issues were anticipated. Young man, do not act recklessly. Merging with the soul fire entails substantial risks. Qin Shufeng cautioned sternly before he departed, unwilling to see his 2 daughters become widows. Although Chu Yang was the fated son endowed with the Destiny Turtle's blessing, luck remained an elusive and intangible force. If Chu Yang relied solely on the title of the fated son to recklessly court danger, even the gods would be unable to save him. Uncle, rest assured, I might return with news of a grandchild, he quipped, leaving Qin Shufeng fuming in silence. Chu Yang, accompanied by the 2 women, strode confidently away. As night fell, with the moon shining brightly amidst scattered stars, within the spirit domain, the initial soft struggles gave way to enchanting sounds. Chu Yang had endured for far too long. With a rare moment of leisure tonight, he simply could not pass up the opportunity with the 2 women. Chapter 115, The Endless Fire Domain. Upon the back of the Tianxing Peng, the 2 women nestled against Chu Yang, feeling the air grow increasingly warm around them, signaling their imminent approach to the Endless Fire Domain. It's quite a distance. Just the journey here has taken nearly half a month, Qin Luoxue remarked. Her Tianxing Peng had already surpassed the 6th tier, comprehending the laws of wind, yet it still took such a long time. Is that so? I didn't feel it. Chu Yang chuckled, relishing the boundless fortune he had enjoyed over the past half-month. Qin Luojiao playfully pinched his waist. This fellow had somehow acquired an assortment of bizarre garments, speaking of JK uniforms and black stockings, which had left her blushing furiously. She was perplexed as to how such odd attire existed in the world. Furthermore, some of his poses were simply too embarrassing to mention. The trio flew onward towards the largest city adjacent to the Endless Fire Domain, Flame City. As they approached, the lush jungles transformed into arid earth, ultimately culminating in a vast desert. Flame City, a settlement erected amidst the desert, boasted a rugged style, lacking the intricate refinement of other urban centers. Chu Yang, accompanied by the two women, descended into this city. As spirit masters, it was customary to visit the spirit beast trading market upon arriving at a new location, for one might just find a coveted spirit beast. Moreover, with the Holy Spirit sect recruiting so many individuals, a substantial number of spirit beasts would undoubtedly be required. Thus, encountering ones of good quality to bring back would be advantageous. Though the exterior of this city appeared unremarkable, the interior was bustling with life. The sounds of hawkers creating a lively atmosphere. Flame birds. Just caught flame bird hatchlings. Fire lions, ordinary quality fire lions. Come take a look. Husky dogs. An essential spirit beast for exploring various unknown ruins. Wherever a husky goes, evil spirits flee. Chu Yang paused in front of a husky dog for quite a while. This creature bore a striking resemblance to the huskies of his previous life. However, its eyes were a fiery red, and tufts of flames danced upon its limbs and tail. At that moment, the husky was spinning in circles, chasing its own tail. The two women couldn't help but laugh. How could a spirit beast be so foolish? Its demeanor oddly mirrored that of the huskies from his past life. The three wandered through the market, adorned in luxurious attire. Despite the onlookers being captivated by the stunning beauty of the two women, none dared to cause trouble. As they strolled, they unexpectedly discovered a diamond-quality spirit beast hidden among the bronze-quality ones. It was a crowned blazing sunbird, its appearance strikingly similar to that of the bronze-quality golden flame bird. And without exceptional beast-identifying skills, it would be nearly impossible to discern the difference between the two. Chu Yang did not wish to waste time in Flame City. After spending a day there, they planned to fly directly to the Endless Fire Domain. The Endless Fire Domain stretches infinitely, its surface engulfed in flames, with bursts of fire periodically erupting from the depths of the earth, rendering any defense futile. Here, the spirit masters cannot stand upon the ground, as they would be incinerated to ashes almost instantaneously. Chu Yang sits cross-legged atop the massive head of the desolate dragon, gazing at this wondrous land of flames. Numerous fire-attributed ferocious beasts inhabit this realm, indistinguishable from those in the outside world, save for their uniformly blazing bodies. Are there medicinal herbs here? Shortly after entering the Endless Fire Domain, Chu Yang is astonished to behold a flower of flame not far away. He never anticipated that such a hostile environment would support the growth of medicinal flora. Hastily, he uproots it and sends it into the spirit realm, planting it in the chaotic soil, for such extraordinary herbs are seldom encountered elsewhere. The immense form of the desolate dragon drifts forward, radiating the power of desolation, causing the flames to dissipate before they can approach. As Chu Yang ventures deeper, he notices that the colors of the flames are gradually transforming from red to gold, then to purple, ultimately culminating in a deep black. The area of black flames lies at the very heart of the Endless Fire Domain, where the void itself twists, and all matter seems to vanish. Enveloped in the pitch-black inferno, even the sun appears unable to penetrate this realm. The ferocious beasts have long since disappeared, and the vegetation has been scorched to oblivion. Chu Yang can only reach this place by relying on the pinnacle of his 10th tier desolation. Suddenly, Chu Yang's expression sharpens. The soul energy here is consumed by flames, unable to extend far, and he only realizes the presence of another being as he draws near. The figure appears to have noticed Chu Yang as well. It is an elderly man, with sparse white hair and clad in a blue robe, adorned with an emblem of a spirit beast upon his chest. Where have I seen him before? Chu Yang furrows his brow, feeling a sense of familiarity. However, upon seeing the spirit beast emblem on the elder's chest, he is struck with astonishment. Is it him? Chu Yang recalls that this old man was the one who sold him the unparalleled item in Luotian City. Yet, Yin Liffey had sought him several times afterward. To no avail. He never expected the elder to have come here, and now their objectives seem aligned. However, the elder does not appear to recognize Chu Yang. Instead, he admonishes, "Young one, depart swiftly. This is not a place for you." His gaze is fixed on the depths of the fire domain. Following his line of sight, Chu Yang sees a swirling mass of red flames hovering in the void. This flame is unlike any other, emanating a distinct wave of soul energy. In that moment, Chu Yang comprehends. This is the fire seed. Only by merging the fire seed into the soul seed can one give birth to the mutated soul power of soul fire, which is the primary objective of his journey. Not far from the fire seed, a peculiar being curls within a mass of flames. Its form shifts unpredictably, at times resembling a terrestrial beast, at others a bird, or even a sprite. Truly remarkable. Could this be the fire spirit? Chu Yang has never encountered a spirit beast with such a mutable appearance. Indeed, his mother-in-law once mentioned that the fire spirit is birthed from flames gaining sentience. And as flames lack a fixed form, so too does the fire spirit remain formless. Kid, Are you not leaving? The elder's voice drops to a low, commanding tone, filled with an undeniable authority, as he observes Chu Yang as in action. Despite Chu Yang being a 10th tier spirit master, the elder does not regard him with any measure of respect. This planet is far too barren, lacking in anything worthy of his attention. Yet, at this moment, both the soul fire and the peculiar spirit beast have captured his interest, and he cannot allow any disturbances, particularly during the fusion of the fire seed. Even he, with all his prowess, harbors no certainty of success, aware that death could lurk at any moment. He had presumed that, given the desolate spiritual material density of this barren planet, no spirit beast should have broken through to the 10th tier, and thus no one should have intruded here. Yet, he is confronted with the reality of an intruder. He resolutely refuses to permit anyone to disrupt his opportunity. Should he successfully merge the fire seed and cultivate the mutated soul power, he would achieve a qualitative leap in his soul force attacks. Moreover, it is generally the case that spirit beasts born of such natural power possess high quality. Although Zhou Feng would not act against ordinary folk, he shows no mercy towards spirit masters. As these thoughts raced through his mind, a golden sword light sliced through the air towards Chu Yang. It was the elder Zhou Feng striking first. Witnessing this, the desolate dragon extended its colossal claw to intercept the sword light. Clang! The sound resonated like metal clashing, a crisp note echoing through the air. After successfully blocking the elder's strike, the desolate dragon launched its counterattack, its gargantuan form lunging toward the elder. In that instant, Chu Yang noticed a spirit beast standing beside the elder. It was identical to his unparalleled spirit beast, yet exuded a far more potent aura. A 10th tier emperor-level sword king. Chu Yang felt a surge of astonishment. This elder is indeed no native of Earth. Aside from him, no other 10th tier spirit beast has appeared on Earth. Yet, Chu Yang remains undaunted. From what he understands, the Sword King is a supreme spirit beast from a realm called Sword King Star. However, unlike the dragons, phoenixes, and Cheelants of Earth, the supreme spirit beasts from Sword King Star do not inherently possess divine qualities, but instead exhibit various grades. Yet, their soul energy, cultivation, and physicality are all on par. As the colossal claw of the desolate dragon descended, the Sword King spirit beast did not retreat but advanced, wielding its sword to meet the dragon's attack head-on. Chu Yang felt a rush of excitement. Since his breakthrough to the 10th tier, he had encountered almost no worthy opponents on Earth. Now, at last, he faced a worthy adversary. A terrifying wave of energy erupted. The endless resplendent golden light intertwined with the pitch-black energy, colliding in the sky. Spiral sword slash. The opponent unleashed a skill attack, one that Chu Yang recognized, as his unparalleled spirit beast had also mastered this technique. Desolate Dragon Claw. The immense black power of desolation, intertwined with the laws of desolation, enveloped the diminutive form below. The Sword King spirit beast, though not large and comparable to the unparalleled spirit beast, radiated a sharpness that seemed capable of slicing through anything. Imbued with a powerful metallic law, as their forces collided, potent energy exploded outward, igniting boundless waves of fire. The battle between 10th tier spirit beasts is awe-inspiring, especially at the center of the fire domain, where it seems to trigger a chain reaction throughout the entire realm. Outside, spirit masters, engaged in treasure hunting or capturing spirit beasts, were left aghast. What is happening? Is the fire domain erupting once more? Hadn't the previous tumult just concluded? Why is it erupting again? A host of spirit masters hastily commanded their spirit beasts to flee beyond the fire domain, fully aware of the terrifying scenes that the flames' upheaval could unleash. At the center, the battle raged on without pause. Suddenly, 3 golden long swords flew from the back of the spirit beast, and to Chu Yang's astonishment, the 3 swords merged into a single massive sword, slicing towards the desolate dragon. A terrifying power erupted from the colossal sword, emanating an overwhelming aura. Chu Yang, wary of the imminent threat, commanded Huang to unleash the asphodel dragon breath. In an instant, the skies darkened, and the golden giant sword radiated an unparalleled sharpness. Wherever the principles of gold traversed, the ground seemed to be cleaved by a blade, leaving behind gashes that marred its surface. Boom! The golden sword clashed against the asphodel dragon breath, igniting a dazzling explosion of light as energies intertwined and laws contended. The very void was rent asunder, creating gaping chasms. The earth trembled violently. The very heart of the fire domain seemed to boil over, as black flames surged forth from the depths of the earth, with temperatures so fearsome they could scorch the heavens and boil the seas. Zhou Feng's expression turned ghastly. How could his opponent possibly match him blow for blow? He had spent centuries at the pinnacle of the 10th tier, while his adversary appeared to be merely in his teens or early 20s. Yet he showed no signs of retreat. Behind the spirit beast, 3 golden swords stood erect in 3 directions, from which golden laws emanated, linking the 3 blades together. Chu Yang was astonished. Could the three swords behind the Sword King be utilized in such a manner? They appeared to be configuring a soul force array of sorts. Chu Yang, not daring to be negligent, directed Huang to release the Celestial Silence Asphodel Dragon Gem. Below, the three golden swords reflected their energies, forming a diagram that radiated brilliant golden light, while above, Huang's Celestial Silence Asphodel Dragon Gem emitted a dark glow, casting the sky into shadows. Kill. Boom. The void shattered, and energies swept through, shaking the fire domain as endless flames erupted from the depths of the earth. In that moment, both combatants were consumed by bloodlust. It had been ages since Chu Yang encountered such an evenly matched opponent. Both were at the pinnacle of the 10th tier, and both were supreme spirit beasts from various planets, destined to engage in a frenzied battle. Furthermore, the stakes included the claim to the opportunities present in this realm. Just as they prepared to clash once more, a crisp cry resonated from the depths of the earth, followed by a spectacle that sent chills down their spines. A colossal phantom soared from the ground, instantly overshadowing the entire fire domain. Its wings trembled, and its immense form seemed to encompass the entirety of the realm. What is this? Chu Yang and Zhou Feng were stunned, halting their movements. They now stood beneath this phantom, feeling as insignificant as ants. Zhou Feng was particularly rattled, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. The aura emanating from this entity suggested it was at least a sovereign-level spirit beast. Moreover, what instilled greater terror in him was the sensation that an unseen consciousness was observing him. Suddenly, a jet of black flame descended from the phantom above, plummeting directly towards Zhou Feng, prompting a terrified scream. In an instant, he commanded his spirit beast to flee without a backward glance toward the fire domain. He vowed never to return to this accursed place. Chu Yang found it peculiar. It seemed as though the phantom was targeting Zhou Feng. After Zhou Feng's departure, the phantom above the fire domain began to shrink gradually. Ultimately, Chu Yang gazed at the now palm-sized black phantom, incredulous. It bore a resemblance to a phoenix. Yet something felt amiss. It possessed 6 wings and appeared to have a single eye at its brow. At that moment, the phantom circled around Huang, exuding a sentiment of warmth. Finally, it soared into the sky, gazing vacantly into the distance. Chu Yang observed, and for reasons unknown, he recalled that direction seemed to lead to Kunlun Mountain. Again with Kunlun Mountain, did this phantom have any connection to it? He felt an increasing sense of mystery surrounding Kunlun Mountain. The golden light that had once emanated from the ocean's depths, the roar that boiled the seawater on the island. And now this phoenix phantom, all gazing toward Kunlun Mountain. What secrets lay hidden within its confines? Chu Yang resolved that when the tide receded again, he would venture to the island to uncover the truth. Ultimately, the phantom vanished into the depths of the earth, disappearing from sight. Chu Yang waited for a considerable time. Yet the old man did not return. He was left alone in this place. Could it truly be that the destiny of the Chosen One had come into play? Initially, he believed that a battle with the old man would surely awaken the fire spirit slumbering in the flames. But the appearance of that phantom had lulled the fire spirit back into sleep. After much contemplation, Chu Yang finally stored the fire spirit in his spirit domain, condensing the laws of fire to create a realm of flames for it. He currently had no contract slots available, leaving that matter for the future. Lastly, he directed his gaze toward the flickering ember nearby. That was indeed the objective of his journey. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yang replenished his soul power to its fullest capacity, ultimately using his soul force to draw the ember toward his soul sea. Hiss! In an instant, a violent tremor coursed through Chu Yang's entire being. A tremendous pain surged from his soul sea, radiating throughout his body. This fiery burn from his very essence caused him to break into a cold sweat. He had never endured such agony. Even the wounds he had sustained upon his initial arrival paled in comparison to this torment. Chu Yang emitted a primal growl, veins bulging upon his forehead. Within the soul sea, as the ember entered, it ignited like hot oil-meeting flame, engulfing the sea in a fierce blaze. What he needed to accomplish was to refine the entire ember before his soul power was entirely consumed. At that moment, the entire soul sea roiled, flames roaring forth, and his soul power diminished at a visibly alarming rate. Yet, Chu Yang was wholly absorbed in the process of refining the ember, confident in the entity residing within his soul sea. This was precisely the confidence that allowed him to attempt refining the ember at the 7th tier. Chapter 117, Fusion of Soul Fire. Chu Yang felt an undeniable stroke of fortune. Perhaps the destiny of the Chosen One truly was at play. Initially, he had thought it would take considerable time to confront the old man. The latter also possessed a peak 10th tier supreme spirit beast, and it was uncertain whether he had other 10th tier spirit beasts yet undisclosed. Yet unexpectedly, the phoenix phantom that had suddenly emerged from the depths of the earth had frightened the opponent away. This saved him a great deal of effort. At this moment, the ember successfully entered his soul sea, igniting it entirely. The silver soul power, like early spring snow beneath a blazing sun, was gradually incinerated. Indeed, A 7th-tier cultivation level was wholly inadequate to refine the ember. Chu Yang endured the immense pain, his forehead glistening with veins. His teeth ground together audibly. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, only a small remnant of soul power remained within his expansive soul sea. When all his soul power was burned away, that would mark his demise. Yet, it was at this juncture that the ember, which could incinerate all, suddenly slowed in its veracity. Upon closer inspection, only a puddle-sized amount of soul power remained in Chu Yang's soul sea. Yet this soul power radiated a brilliant golden hue. It was precisely this golden soul power that resisted the ember's searing flames. Above the golden soul power, the 7-colored heavenly heart lotus, a rare treasure of heaven and earth, was slowly rotating. This magnificent lotus possessed the remarkable ability to refine soul power, and the scarce golden soul power was indeed distilled from it. Initially, Chu Yang was unaware of the process of soul power refinement. It was only at the moment when the 7-colored heavenly heart lotus produced a strand of golden soul power that he comprehended the true potential of soul power. Moreover, this golden soul power was extraordinarily potent. Although he had yet to wield it, he sensed that its strength rivaled, if not surpassed, that of mutated soul power. There were even myriad astonishing applications for it. It was precisely due to the emergence of this golden soul power that he was eager to refine the fire seed, believing that he had taken a significant step closer to successfully concocting the evolution pill. Unfortunately, even the 7-colored heavenly heart lotus's rate of refining ordinary silver soul power into this mysterious golden form was exceedingly slow. Since its awakening in Linghai City, several months had elapsed, yielding only a small puddle of golden soul power. At this moment, the qualitatively transformed golden soul power completely resisted the flames of the fire seed. Chu Yang commenced the process of utilizing the golden soul power to refine the fire seed. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng was compelled to depart from the endless fire domain. The previous scene still haunting him. Why? Why did that phantasmal phoenix target me? Was it because I am not a native of this planet? Zhou Feng was baffled, having even sensed a hint of murderous intent from that consciousness. No, that murderous intent was not aimed at me, but rather at. He glanced at the spirit beast of the Sword King beside him. Indeed, the intent was directed towards his spirit beast. Zhou Feng scratched his thinning gray hair, perplexed as to why such an occurrence transpired. He too had inadvertently fallen into the void channel that led him to this world, never having intersected with such a formidable being. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in his mind. Perhaps that powerful entity had once vied with other Sword King lineage spirit beasts. Hence, it harbored murderous intent towards his spirit beast. Zhou Feng slapped his forehead, feeling as though he had unraveled a significant clue. Yet, he dared not re-enter the endless fire domain, as the overwhelming pressure emanating from that phantasm suffocated him. In light of this, he resolved to wait there, convinced that the brash young man could not possibly refine the fire seed. Zhou Feng consequently settled in Flame City, firmly believing that the other party lacked the capability to refine the fire seed, as such a feat necessitated the assistance of a being of divine caliber. Even he had originally intended to merely contain it within his spiritual domain, awaiting a more opportune moment. Thus, Zhou Feng was certain that Chu Yang would follow suit. If necessary, he could simply seize it. Within the endless fire domain, Chu Yang's golden soul power continuously refined the fire seed. Although this type of soul power was limited in quantity, its quality was astonishingly high. In less than a day, the fire seed was entirely refined. Chu Yang let out a sigh of relief, gazing at the flames blazing within his sea of souls, fueled by the golden soul power, nodding in satisfaction. Checking the time, a sense of urgency gripped him. He hoped he had not missed the opportunity to open the blind box today. Having been so focused on refining the fire seed, he nearly forgot this matter. System, open the blind box. A flash of light engulfed him, and he received a camera. A camera? It seemed to lack any substantial utility. Just moments after opening this blind box, the next day's blind box refreshed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Chaos Ancient Tree, a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Huh. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. The Chaos Ancient Tree? He had only heard of the World Tree and was now encountering the Chaos Ancient Tree for the first time. Could it be an ancient tree that grows within the chaos? Upon reading the description of this Chaos Ancient Tree, he was utterly astonished. Item name: Chaos Ancient Tree. Item note: a legendary divine tree, unique since time immemorial, capable of supporting the entirety of the endless chaos and actively releasing various mysterious substances. Wow. Another unique item of eternal significance. The last unique item was the Heart of Chaos, which altered the attributes of the Chaos Azure Flood Dragon. And it can support the entire expanse of endless chaos? Chu Yang began to doubt the veracity of such claims. Regardless, he decided to assimilate it first. He relocated the Chaos Ancient Tree into his spiritual domain. It was quite small, measuring less than a foot in height, with several verdant leaves fluttering in the breeze. Chu Yang felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, it was not too large, or he would not know how much time it would consume. However, a few days later, his expression turned grim. Despite his painstaking efforts to assimilate it, he had achieved not the slightest effect. This was unexpected. Even that piece of chaotic soil should have shown some reaction after such a long time. Yet this mere foot-tall chaos ancient tree remained utterly unresponsive. Chu Yang speculated that perhaps the tree possessed an overwhelming origin, rendering his current spiritual domain power insufficient for assimilation. At that moment, he became convinced that this tree truly possessed the capability to support the entirety of chaos. Nevertheless, this past period was not entirely devoid of gain. Chu Yang looked at the pill in his hand, a smile gracing his lips. He had also drawn a 10th-tier spirit beast cultivation pill from the blind box. Similar to the one he had given to Zhang Yu previously, this pill also required the spirit beast to reach the 6th tier. Currently, only Zhang Yu met this requirement, while he still needed one more step to break through to the 6th tier. It must be said that the drop of blood from the Holy Spirit Tower had significantly aided Zhang Yu. Otherwise, it would not have been able to break through to the 6th tier so swiftly. Thus, he decisively administered the pill to Zhang Yu. After completing this, Chu Yang did not rush to depart. Instead, he began searching for medicinal materials within the fire domain. The herbs here were uniquely exceptional, hard to find elsewhere. Simultaneously, he sought to uncover the source of that phantasm, hoping to seize it for himself. Chapter 118, A New Battle. The endless fire domain sprawled infinitely, with the central area devoid of life due to the extreme temperatures of the flames, while other regions were teeming with ferocious beasts. This time, Qin Luoxue and her sister sat atop the back of the beast, Huang. Despite Huang's scales being harder than steel, the snowy mane cascading from his neck to his tail was both resilient and soft. At this moment, Chu Yang and the two women traversed the fire domain atop Huang, searching for various medicinal materials and the source of the phoenix phantasm, as well as attempting to capture high-quality spirit beast cubs. Although Chu Yang had begun to glimpse the essence of the evolution pill, its success still required gradual verification. Thus, should he encounter high-quality spirit beasts, he would not hesitate to claim them. Feeling the terrifying temperatures of the endless fire domain and recalling the phantasm of the phoenix he had witnessed, Qin Luoxue suddenly remarked, "Chu Yang, do you think a phoenix once perished here in the endless fire domain? She possesses the spirit beast, the mysterious ice phoenix, which belongs to the phoenix lineage. Although it is an ice phoenix, it also wields the power of ice flames. Thus, Qin Luoxue is particularly attuned to the aura of the phoenix. She senses that there seems to be a trace of the phoenix's nirvana fire in this place, especially in the central region engulfed by black flames. However, that area is exceedingly perilous. There are places even the wild cannot approach, so they refrain from searching meticulously. It is quite possible that ethereal shadow we encountered earlier may very well be a remnant of a phoenix. But, what is it?" Qin Luojiao inquired with curiosity. "I have a feeling that ethereal shadow still possesses some semblance of consciousness." At that moment, the shadow circled around the wild and gazed towards Kunlun Mountain, which suggests it was not a mere mindless existence. Could it be that a phoenix is undergoing nirvana here? Qin Luoxue remarked. Unlike ordinary spirit beasts, should a phoenix master the skill of nirvana, it can be reborn through the power of nirvana even after death. Chu Yang's heart ignited with fervor as he began to search in the heart of the fire domain. After a considerable time, the three stood in awe before a golden radiance. Such formidable power of sharp metal. Amidst the endless black flames, something seemed to exude an extraordinarily terrifying force. Streams of energy, akin to golden blades, emanated from the black flames. Chu Yang instructed the wild to circle that location, and ultimately, to his astonishment, he discovered it was a spirit beast entirely adorned in gold, resembling Wushuang. Qin Luojiao remarked. From their vantage point, they could clearly see that it was a spirit beast with golden wings composed of countless sharp swords growing from its back, and a pair of golden horns atop its head. Most strikingly, several broken swords hovered behind it. Chu Yang immediately surmised that this might be the future evolutionary path of Wushuang. It certainly looks quite impressive. Nevertheless, the trio remained deeply shocked. This spirit beast's corpse has likely existed for countless ages, originating from ancient times, yet its body remains uncorrupted, which is extraordinarily ominous. This indicates that the spirit beast held a high rank in life, far beyond their imagination. Despite the passage of endless years and its body being riddled with wounds, it remains remarkably preserved. Subsequently, Chu Yang and the others discovered several more spirit beast corpses in the vicinity, some as large as mountains, while others were merely the size of a human. Some corpses were intact, while others had decayed into skeletal remains. It is unfathomable what kind of cataclysmic battles transpired here in ancient times. How could so many spirit beasts have perished in this place? The trio felt a sense of oppression in their hearts. Were it not for the flames here that have been burning for countless years, incinerating the rampant energies, Chu Yang would guarantee that even the 10th tier wild would not dare to venture in. Days passed, yet they ultimately found no trace of that phoenix's ethereal shadow. As for the depths below the earth, they dared not to intrude. For every tremor felt, flames erupted in response. In certain areas, even the wild could not withstand the flames. Ultimately, they could only return to Flame City with a few diamond-quality spirit beasts. "Kid, have you finally decided to come out?" Just as the three returned, a voice suddenly resonated. Zhou Feng's figure emerged abruptly from the spirit domain. "You?" Chu Yang grinned. "Hand over the fire seed, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, I will extract your soul and refine your essence, making you wish for death." Zhou Feng's face twisted into a sinister smile. The tenacious had not been forsaken. He had finally awaited this moment. "Chu Yang, is he the spirit master you mentioned who might be from another world?" Qin Luoxue asked curiously. "Indeed, my Wushuang was purchased from him." Their conversation unfolded without any concealment, and Zhou Feng naturally overheard. "Oh, now I remember, it's actually you?" Zhou Feng exclaimed, recalling how, upon falling into this world, he discovered that the currency used on Sword King Star was utterly ineffective here. However, spirit masters are bound by regulations forbidding interference with ordinary people's lives. Should they be discovered, they would be hunted by all spirit masters worldwide. Thus, he could only sell a bronze-quality sword servant from the spirit domain. Before long, a young man approached, motivated by a simple reason. He found the sword servant handsome. Zhou Feng was stunned at the time. Are all spirit masters in this world so peculiar? Do they not care for quality? Therefore, when Chu Yang mentioned it, he instantly recalled. "Kid, this is your last chance. Hand over the fire seed." Zhou Feng said coldly. "If you have the ability, come and take it yourself. In that case, I shall take your life." Zhou Feng's hand formed a seal, and the silhouette of the Sword King materialized once more. The fact that he could utter such words proved that the fire seed had indeed been taken. "Watch as I suppress you," Chu Yang bellowed, and the wild immediately launched an attack. The two sides commenced a fierce battle outside Flame City. Zhou Feng sought to compel Chu Yang to surrender the soul fire, while the latter aimed to subdue Zhou Feng and inquire how he had arrived on Earth. The powerful laws clashed in the sky, unleashing violent energy towards Flame City, causing all spirit masters to tremble in fear. Who is this formidable being engaged in battle? Could it be that the ancestors of the Holy Lands are clashing? Everyone felt a fervent excitement and hurried to the city wall to observe. Such battles are a rarity. In the distance, the sky, once bright, was now painted in hues of gold and black by the ceaseless energies. The overwhelming force shattered the void, fracturing the ground beneath. Ling Tian sword slash. The Sword King combined 3 swords into one, forming a colossal golden sword aimed at the wild's head. The golden giant sword emanated a terrifying and captivating energy, its sharp metal force sweeping across the earth, instantly carving deep sword scars into the ground, while ancient trees and massive, resilient stones were effortlessly cleaved apart, reduced to rubble. Energy surged within the wild's mouth, and it unleashed a torrent of dark energy, transforming into a pitch-black beam that collided with the Sword King's slash. In that instant, a powerful clash of laws ensued, resulting in devastation. In the sky, countless fissures tore through the void, while on the ground, large sections of earth were uprooted, ultimately turning to dust under the wild's might. The previous battle had been too brief. This time, both sides unleashed their full array of abilities. Ling Tian sword formation. "Kid, the last fight was too hasty. Allow me to show you the true Ling Tian sword formation that cannot be breached without dual spirit beasts." With Zhou Feng's thunderous command, 3 golden swords shot forth from the Sword King's back, targeting 3 surrounding positions. Subsequently, centered around the spirit beast, a massive long sword gradually took form. Terrifying energy ripped apart the surrounding void, creating cracks with every inch. Cannot be breached without dual spirit beasts? Chu Yang's eyes narrowed. Was he implying that only 2 spirit beasts of equal rank could break through his sword formation? Chu Yang was determined not to believe it. "You seem to have forgotten the disparity in attributes among spirit beasts." In reality, as Zhou Feng prepared to unleash the Ling Tian sword formation, the wild had already begun to gather energy for the Celestial Desolation Dragon Jade. Chapter 119. Confrontation with the extraterrestrial Zhou Feng. Hey, this doesn't seem too good. The numerous spirit masters atop the city walls paled in unison, sensing an impending disaster that could engulf them all. "Quick! Summon spirit beasts to brace against the backlash of their assault." A spirit master bellowed. In an instant, nearly all the formidable warriors of Flame City unleashed their powers, summoning spirit beasts to prepare for the waves of energy unleashed by the 2 figures outside the city. The desolate sphere formed by the heavenly silenced desolate dragon jade had already expanded to several meters in diameter, its pitch-black yet dazzling aura of desolation radiating outward. The terrifying might caused the very fabric of the void to collapse. On the ground, many plants withered instantly, and some stones, as if weathered by the tides of time, crumbled to dust. Zhou Feng exuded confidence. Although the opponent's spirit beast possessed peculiar attributes, his Sword King was no feeble adversary. The attacks emanating from the Ling Tian sword array had never been breached by any spirit beast alone. Whoosh! Almost simultaneously, the colossal golden sword at the heart of the Ling Tian sword array and the desolate sphere created by the heavenly silenced desolate dragon jade surged toward each other. Wherever they passed, the void shattered into fragments. Boom! The heavens trembled, and the earth quaked. The golden giant sword collided with the black desolate sphere, erupting in a blinding, searing light. Subsequently, a wave of overwhelming energy radiated outward from the epicenter of the explosion. The ancient trees and massive stones were obliterated in an instant. On the city walls, the spirit masters collectively swallowed hard, overwhelmed by the sheer terror of it all. Was this the might of a top-tier spirit master? Defend! A spirit master shouted. In that moment, hundreds of spirit masters unleashed their spirit beasts, launching skills to counter the sweeping energy wave. Bang! 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 The moment of contact sent many spirit beasts flying. Yet, they ultimately managed to withstand the onslaught. As the brilliance dissipated, the ground lay in ruins. A deep and grim pit forming outside the city. Golden laws of metal and black laws of desolation intertwined mercilessly, creating a formidable energy exclusion zone. They had broken through. Zhou Feng could hardly believe it. In their Sword King star, this technique had never failed to withstand any spirit beast of the same rank. It seemed the opponent's spirit beasts were indeed immensely powerful. Both sides were evenly matched in many aspects, yet a significant disparity existed in their attributes. Chu Yang stood atop the head of the desolation, gazing down at the elder below. What is this? Is your prowess as an outsider so meager? Zhou Feng's expression darkened instantly, rage boiling within him. How could he be looked down upon by such a mere native? Do not underestimate me. Zhou Feng shouted vehemently. Two summoning arrays materialized beside him in an instant. Chu Yang's eyelids twitched. Could he possibly summon two 10th-tier spirit beasts? As if to affirm his thoughts, Zhou Feng indeed summoned two 10th-tier spirit beasts. One was a black centipede, its body shimmering with gold, crackling with lightning, and 6 gossamer wings emitting a terrifying electrical sound, the 6-winged thunder centipede. The other was a blazing firebird, engulfed in flames, its wings unfurling to a span of several meters. I initially sought merely for you to surrender the ember, yet you proved so unyielding. Very well, prepare to meet your demise. Zhou Feng declared coldly. An indigenous denizen from a barren planet had compelled him to summon 3 10th-tier spirit beasts. Kill! As Zhou Feng's command echoed, the firebird and the 6-winged thunder centipede unleashed their terrifying presence, soaring toward the black dragon above. Zhou Feng himself stood upon the firebird's back, orchestrating the entire battle. 3 10th-tier spirit beasts? Chu Yang, too, activated his summoning array, and with a resounding dragon-s roar, the colossal figure of Zhan Yi manifested in the sky. Thanks to the effects of the 10th-tier spirit beast cultivation pill, Zhan Yi had broken through to the 10th-tier emperor level. Its massive form loomed over the battlefield, casting a shadow upon the 3 spirit beasts charging from below. How could this native possess 2 10th-tier spirit beasts? Zhou Feng's heart jolted slightly. Logically, such powerful spirit beasts should not exist on this barren planet, yet here they were, 2 in number. Chu Yang's primary objective in summoning Zhan Yi was to hone its skills, having just ascended to the 10th tier. Mastering this sudden influx of power through battle was undoubtedly the best choice. Zhan Yi roared, its body lunging toward the 6-winged thunder centipede, while the desolation faced off against the Sword King and Firebird. However, this time, Chu Yang intentionally directed the battlefield away from Flame City, to avoid inflicting further harm on innocents. After all, the upcoming conflict would be even more intense. On the city walls, many sighed in relief. The earlier clash between the 2 spirit beasts had nearly overwhelmed them with the residual energy. If 5 spirit beasts were to battle, the entire Flame City would surely be laid to waste. What level of powerful beings are these? Someone asked in astonishment. This battle transcended their understanding. They were undoubtedly akin to the ancient ancestors of the sacred lands. Could it be that 2 sacred lands were clashing? Speculations ran rampant among the crowd, with some suggesting, have you not considered the immense shadow that appeared in the endless fire domain a few days ago? Perhaps some treasure has emerged, drawing the ancient ancestors into conflict. Hiss, that seems quite plausible. On the other side, the battle intensified dramatically. Zhan Yi, reckless and fierce, charged directly into melee with the 6-winged thunder centipede, the laws of blood colliding with the laws of lightning. In just a few exchanges, both sides bore wounds, blood spilling freely. They were utterly mindless beasts. Zhou Feng scoffed, deeming the crimson spirit beast a mere brute, heedless of its injuries, even exchanging wounds for wounds. Huh, is this desperation? Zhou Feng sneered inwardly. However, moments later, his expression darkened, his heart racing. A blood attribute spirit beast? The blood flowing from the two spirit beasts did not fall to the ground. Instead, it floated toward Zhang Yi, forming a blood-red armor upon it. Blood crystal armor. Do not engage it directly. Zhou Feng warned urgently to his spirit beasts, his face ashen. He finally comprehended why that spirit beast had acted so recklessly. It thrived on blood. The more blood that pooled on the battlefield, the stronger its power became. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded. The six-winged thunder centipede could only evade Zhang Yi's relentless assaults, striking from the flanks rather than confronting it head-on. With the enhancement of the blood crystal armor, Zhang Yi became even less inclined to think. What is a brain? Can it be used? Zhang Yi roared, charging onward. Zhou Feng's expression soured tremendously, prompting him to activate the summoning array once more, summoning a pinnacle 9th-tier golden-winged tiger. Upon witnessing this, Chu Yang exhaled in relief. He had genuinely worried that the opponent might possess even more 10th-tier spirit beasts. Now it seemed that this outsider had merely 3 10th-tier spirit beasts. With this, he felt little cause for concern. He promptly commanded the Desolation to charge toward the Firebird and Sword King. Chapter 120. The 5 Great Auxiliary Soul Techniques of Antiquity. With the addition of this pinnacle 9th-tier golden-winged tiger, the 6-winged thunder centipede finally had the opportunity to launch a counterattack. Its 6 pairs of diaphanous wings quivered, and dazzling silver lightning flashed above, followed by 2 chains of lightning that struck towards Zhang Yi's massive form. The chains of lightning traversed the sky like bolts of wrath, illuminating the atmosphere with a brilliance that momentarily eclipsed the sun. Zhang Yi did not flinch. Instead, he raised his 2 dragon claws to meet the assault head-on. Crack! The lightning chains descended, crashing against Zhang Yi's claws. The blood crystal armor enveloping his dragon claws shattered in an instant. Chu Yang, witnessing this scene, realized there simply wasn't enough blood. The insufficient blood meant that the blood crystal armor forged by Zhang Yi lacked the fortitude to withstand the onslaught. However, as both combatants continued to bleed, the blood crystal armor on Zhang Yi grew increasingly robust. Zhou Feng furrowed his brow and summoned another spirit beast. It was a 7th-tier wood attribute spirit beast, resembling a bipedal goat, the unicorn beetle. As the beetle emerged, its hooves erupted with vibrant green light, radiating a life-filled aura. Chu Yang understood the intent behind this summoning. It was to heal the 6-winged thunder centipede, thereby minimizing its blood loss and effectively diminishing Zhang Yi's offensive capabilities. Yet, just as the unicorn beetle prepared to cast its healing spell, the wounds on the 6-winged thunder centipede burst forth with blinding crimson light. Then, with a thunderous roar, the blood erupted in a catastrophic explosion. Blood meteor. The 6-winged thunder centipede staggered slightly. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Yi lunged forward, his colossal form entwining around the thunder centipede. This is bad. Zhou Feng's heart raced with alarm. The skills wielded by that blood attribute spirit beast were exceedingly peculiar and unpredictable. It had triggered a blood explosion. Nevertheless, he would not yield easily. The 6-winged thunder centipede unleashed a brilliant display of lightning, with countless bolts intermingling with the laws of thunder surging from within. The crackling sounds reverberated as the ferocious power of lightning struck Zhang Yi, causing his entire form to tremble violently. The 6-winged thunder centipede seized this chance to free itself from Zhang Yi's grasp. Lightning surged around it, coalescing into 3 immense orbs of electrical energy before it. The crackling currents echoed, each thread of electricity emanating a terrifying potency, causing the very void to tremble with each discharge. This was undoubtedly a fearsome skill. Yet Zhang Yi, unyielding and bold, charged forward, undeterred by the overwhelming might of the attack. Chu Yang and Zhou Feng each unleashed their soul power to monitor every move, while beneath them, the Wild and the Flame Bird, along with Spirit Beast Sword King, were already locked in fierce combat. The Flame Bird flapped its massive wings, unleashing a colossal fireball aimed directly at the Wild's head. The fireball, several meters in diameter, radiated a terrifying aura, its scorching heat distorting the very air around it. It descended from the sky like a miniature sun. Simultaneously, the Sword King beat its wings, transforming into a golden beam of light, hurtling upward from the ground, emanating a sharp, cutting energy capable of slicing through all. The void shattered in its wake. In that perilous moment, the Wild found itself in a precarious situation. With the Flame Bird's assault from above and the Sword King's strike from below, Chu Yang quickly relayed information to the Wild, who understood the urgency, gathering energy in its mouth as the power of the Wild enveloped it. In an instant, a pitch-black energy beam erupted forth, clashing against the massive fireball descending from above. At the same time, energy coalesced around its dragon claws, forming an enormous obsidian claw. Wild dragon claw. The earth trembled violently. Even the distant Flame City felt the tremors. Is this the battle between the most formidable spirit masters? Everyone was awestruck. It was utterly terrifying. They were no match for such power. Where is the ancestor? The Elder of the Flame Ice Holy Land exclaimed anxiously. It was clear that these two supreme spirit masters were vying for some treasure. If the ancestor arrived too late, it might be seized by the opposition. The Flame Ice Holy Land was not too far from Flame City, and the 9th-tier spirit master ancestor should arrive swiftly. Just as he finished speaking, several powerful spirit beasts flew in from another direction, approaching Flame City at an astonishing speed. The ancestor has arrived. The Elder of the Flame Ice Holy Land exclaimed with joy and hurried to greet him. Yang Ming landed on the city wall, listening to the Elder recount the events while observing the distant battle between the two spirit masters. The more he watched, the more his heart raced. This ISNT 9th tier. It's 10th tier, Yang Ming exclaimed in horror. The tremendous energy released during their clash far exceeded that of 9th tier spirit masters. What? 10th tier? The Holy Land Elder gasped. How could this be? He had heard rumors of a 10th tier spirit beast emerging from the sacred spirit sect recently, but he was unaware of the specifics. Yang Ming was shaken. As the ancestor of the Flame Ice Holy Land, he was aware that the sect master of the sacred spirit sect possessed a 10th tier spirit beast. Yet now, he sensed the presence of 5 10th tier spirit beasts. What on earth is happening? Has the era changed so rapidly? Are we old-timers falling behind? At that moment, a Holy Land elder who had accompanied him spoke up. Ancestor, one of them is undoubtedly Chu Yang, the sect master of the sacred spirit sect. I have visited the sect and met him. Who is the other? Yang Ming inquired. The elder admitted he was unsure. In the distant sky, the battle raged on. With the wild fending off attacks from 2 spirit beasts, the overwhelming energy collisions creating a myriad of cracks in the nearby void that refused to heal. Then, a dragon's roar erupted from its mouth. A resounding wave of sound, like thunder, swept through the surroundings. Soul power attack. Zhou Feng's expression shifted. Although his Sword King was also a supreme spirit beast, it did not possess soul power attacks. However, the Flame Bird was not a supreme spirit beast and lacked a spirit treasure to protect its soul sea. Thus, under the Wild's dragon roar, it fell into a moment of stupor. Seizing this opportunity, the Wild's form darted toward the Flame Bird, energy swirling around it. You dare! Seeing Chu Yang about to strike the Flame Bird, Zhou Feng hastily commanded the Sword King to attack the Wild from the side. The Sword King spun its golden body, unleashing countless sharp golden sword energies. Spiral sword slash. Chu Yang recognized this skill. It was one that Wu Shuang had once comprehended. However, due to the limitations of cultivation, the effects were worlds apart. The Sword King moved swiftly, aiming to strike the Wild's abdomen, a relatively vulnerable spot in its defenses. Yet, just as the attack was about to land, the Wild suddenly turned, its massive dragon claw descending toward the Sword King. Chu Yang grinned widely. He had awaited this very opportunity. Though both were 10th tier spirit beasts, the supreme spirit beasts clearly posed a greater threat. At this moment, Chu Yang's hands deftly performed intricate seals, unleashing a torrent of soul power from his soul sea, which enveloped the formidable entity known as Huang. This is dire. This is one of the 5 ancient auxiliary soul techniques. Zhou Feng, ever the well-informed extraterrestrial, instantly recognized the auxiliary soul technique being wielded by Chu Yang. Such a desolate planet possesses this level of soul technique. Zhou Feng felt his breath catch in disbelief. It is said that during the ancient era, 5 auxiliary soul techniques existed: the strength technique, the speed technique, the fortification technique, the soul technique, and the spirit technique. The strength technique alone can augment a spirit beast's power by 30%. How terrifying is that? The Sword King, receiving this information from Zhou Feng, attempted to evade. But the speed was overwhelming. There was no time to dodge. Boom. With the enhancement of the strength technique, Huang's power surged by 30%, rendering the opponent utterly defenseless. In an instant, the diminutive form of the Sword King plummeted to the ground like a meteor, creating a massive crater. Chapter 121, Zhou Feng's Shock and Dilemma. Although Zhou Feng hailed from the formidable Sword King star, he was merely an ordinary spirit master. The emergence of the Void Fissure led him to believe it was the manifestation of some ancient relic, and in his excitement, he decisively stepped inside. However, the fact that even in the exalted realm of spirit mastery, only dominant forces could wield the 5 ancient auxiliary soul techniques left him perplexed as to why such a technique would manifest on this planet. Meanwhile, the celestial firebird, suspended in the sky, finally emerged from its stupor. Its immense wings suddenly flapped, unleashing a myriad of blazing feathers that shot towards Huang's colossal form below. In that moment, the spectators in Yen City gazed up in awe, as if a meteor shower were cascading from the heavens. The scene was magnificent. Yet, the celestial firebird, despite its formidable attacks, was not a supreme spirit beast and fell short in various attributes, rendering it incapable of contending with Huang. As those meteor-like fiery feathers approached Huang's form, they were instantaneously dissipated by his overwhelming power. Roar! A resonant dragon's roar echoed. And without the protection of a spiritual treasure to guard its soul sea, the celestial firebird fell into a stupor once more, only to be swatted away by Huang's claw. On another front, the six-winged thunder centipede and the golden-winged tiger were similarly suppressed by Zhang Yi. Despite the presence of the unicorn beetle to provide healing, they could not withstand the onslaught of Zhang Yi's assault, especially the pinnacle of the 9th tier, the golden-winged tiger, which was directly approached and had one of its wings torn apart. Roar! A series of dragon roars erupted from Zhang Yi, seemingly proclaiming its victory. Subsequently, its vast form lunged towards the six-winged thunder centipede, which erupted in a dazzling display of lightning, conjuring a colossal silver lightning spear in the sky, brimming with terrifying energy. And then it shot forth to strike Zhang Yi. Chu Yang, suffused with soul power, observed the unfolding events. Upon sensing the ferocious energy contained within that silver spear, he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Should they engage directly, even Zhang Yi, protected by its blood crystal armor, would likely sustain grievous injuries. At last, Zhang Yi began to employ strategy. Its body suddenly split into two, transforming into two blood-colored dragon shadows, with the main body concealed behind its clones to absorb the impact of the attack. Boom! The thunderous sound resonated, akin to the roar of thunder preceding a torrential downpour, reverberating in the ears of all. Yet, the might of the lightning spear was staggering, representing the six-winged thunder centipede's most potent offensive maneuver. Even the Blood Shadow clone, possessing 80% of Zhang Yi's power, could not fully withstand it. The Blood Shadow exploded, dispersing into a myriad of crimson light before vanishing without a trace. Zhang Yi raised its dragon claw, effortlessly shattering the now diminished lightning spear, hurtling towards the six-winged thunder centipede. Chu Yang stood atop Huang's head, gazing down at Zhou Feng, who appeared somewhat disheveled. Unwilling to concede defeat, Zhou Feng, upon seeing Chu Yang approach, immediately formed seals with his hands, conjuring a soul power spear that manifested at his brow. It was, unmistakably, a soul technique. Boy, let us see how you withstand this. Zhou Feng sneered, having discerned that while the opponent's spirit beast was formidable, he himself was merely at the 7th tier of cultivation. Thus, he boldly opted for a direct soul power assault. In response, Chu Yang exhibited no signs of fear, simultaneously enacting the dual sword technique of soul arts. In an instant, two fiery red soul power short swords ignited into existence at his brow, yet upon closer inspection, one would notice a trace of golden soul power intertwined within. How is this possible? Zhou Feng gasped in astonishment. The opponent had actually refined a fire seed. Impossible, utterly impossible. How could a 7th-tier spirit master achieve such a feat? Even he, a 10th-tier spirit master, lacked the confidence to accomplish this. Could it be that a being of divine caliber resided within his spiritual domain? Otherwise, it made no sense. In that moment, Zhou Feng felt a pang of regret, sensing he had acted rashly. What if he had provoked that divine being? But the arrow had been loosed. There was no choice but to release it. The soul power spear trembled violently before slicing through the void and hurtling towards Chu Yang. The latter mirrored the action, as the two fiery soul power swords transformed into twin crimson beams, slashing towards Zhou Feng's spear. Clang! The sound of clashing blades resonated, and the silver soul power spear was instantly severed and shattered. Zhou Feng's eyes widened in shock. How could his 10th-tier soul power be outmatched by the opponent's 7th-tier soul power? This should not be. Even if the opponent's soul power had undergone a mutation, it shouldn't be this formidable. As he beheld the approaching crimson short swords, Zhou Feng's expression shifted to one of alarm. He hastily unleashed two soul techniques in succession to counter the dual short swords. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Zhou Feng felt as though he had narrowly escaped death, his body trembling uncontrollably. Chu Yang snorted coldly, and Huang's massive dragon claw descended with ferocity. Just then, a figure of a spirit beast soared in from the direction of Yin City. Please show mercy, Lord Chu. Yang Ming's voice, imbued with soul power, echoed. Chu Yang looked up to see a middle-aged man standing atop a spirit beast, clasping his fists as he flew closer. Upon landing, Yang Ming offered a brief introduction before stating, Lord Chu, I implore you to show mercy and spare this elder's life. Yang Ming glanced at Zhou Feng as he spoke. Do you know him? Chu Yang inquired. Yang Ming shook his head. This is the first time I've encountered him. Then why plead for him? Alas, Lord Chu, you may not be aware, but our Yin Ice Holy Land has suppressed the demon cave for centuries. Recently, however, that cave has inexplicably erupted with ferocity, and several 9th-tier spirit masters among us are struggling to maintain control. It is only a matter of time before the cave fully explodes, leading to catastrophic devastation. Thus, I beseech Lord Chu to spare this elder's life, allowing him to assist us in sealing that demon cave. Yang Ming spoke gravely. Chu Yang furrowed his brow. Previously, elders from the ocean cover holy land, and the floating pagoda Holy Land had also informed him of the Demon Cave's unrest. Why was the Demon Cave in the Yin Ice Holy Land now also becoming turbulent? Could it be that the creatures from the other world were preparing for a full-scale assault on Earth? Chu Yang felt an immense pressure weighing down upon him. According to his understanding, the 9 great sacred sites are suppressing the infernal caverns where 9th-tier demonic creatures have emerged. If a global outbreak were to occur, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chu Yang cast a glance at Yang Ming and inquired, even if I wished to spare him, would he truly be willing to accompany you to quell the cavern? At that moment, Zhou Feng hastily stepped forward to declare, I swear an oath by contract that I shall exert every effort to assist them in subduing that infernal cavern. He had initially thought that he would meet his demise on this barren planet, yet unexpectedly, a glimmer of hope appeared. Zhou Feng naturally would not let such an opportunity slip away. Who among the living would choose death? Chu Yang nodded, recognizing that the old man was not inherently malevolent. Having spent so long in Luotian City, he had committed no egregious acts, otherwise he would have been infamous long ago. However, before proceeding, I have some inquiries to make of you. Chu Yang led Zhou Feng aside to question him about his origins. Once that was settled, Chu Yang did not linger in Yin City, but returned directly to the Sacred Spirit Sect. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng accompanied Yang Ming to the Ice Flame Sacred Land. Along the way, Yang Ming asked, might I inquire what the esteemed Elder and Sect Master Chu are contending over? This was the purpose of his visit. He had initially assumed it was 2 9th-tier spirit masters vying for treasure, only to discover they were both 10th tier. He did not even possess the qualifications to intervene. The Soul Fire Seed. Zhou Feng replied candidly. Upon seeing Yang Ming's bewildered expression, Zhou Feng elucidated. It is something that can induce a mutation in the soul power of spirit masters. In truth, Zhou Feng himself could not fathom how the Fire Seed could yield such a significant enhancement to attack power. He had not noticed the subtle golden essence contained within that soul power. Hiss, such a thing exists? A chorus of astonished voices erupted. None had ever heard of it. Throughout the journey, Yang Ming inquired about numerous matters, including how Zhou Feng had cultivated to the 10th tier. The latter had already prepared a plausible explanation. He dared not reveal the truth of his extraterrestrial origins, fearing he might be subjected to dissection for research purposes. At the onset of the Spirit Master era, I found myself trapped in a perilous location, unable to escape. Ultimately, I could only continue to cultivate until I recently achieved the 10th tier and emerged. The group from the Ice Flame Sacred Land was enlightened. No wonder they had never heard of such a figure before. Chu Yang strolled leisurely with the 2 women, savoring the breathtaking scenery of the peaks and the gentle murmur of the streams, before finally returning to the Sacred Spirit Sect. Although the 2 women no longer resisted his advances, his aspiration for a harmonious union had yet to materialize. Under Yun Lifei's guidance, the Sacred Spirit Sect had already found its footing and established numerous halls, including the Contribution Hall, Spirit Beast Hall, and Refining Hall, among others. While hardly anyone on Earth currently practiced soul artifact or spirit treasure crafting, it did not imply that it would remain so in the future. Moreover, the inheritance contained within the stone mirror boasted a remarkably comprehensive refining technique. It was merely a matter of time before development ensued. What transpired? Upon Chu Yang's return, Qin Shufeng inquired curiously, as he was currently preparing to construct a spiritual domain utilizing the soul stone resources from the stone mirror. Naturally, it was a success. Chu Yang replied with a smile. Hiss, you truly are impressive. Qin Shufeng exclaimed in astonishment. Even Yun Lifei's eyes flickered with intrigue. She was curious how a 7th-tier spirit master managed to independently refine the Fire Seed. With their group present, Chu Yang was disinclined to concern himself with the mundane affairs of the sect, instead retreating to seclusion. He gazed into the depths of the Sea of Souls, where a pool of golden soul power resided, observing that the transformed golden soul power could be replenished by silver soul power, albeit at an excruciatingly slow pace. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yang endeavored to harness this golden soul power to activate the Sacred Spirit Tower. Since acquiring the tower, he had been unable to unlock its potential beyond passive defense. Yet, he sensed that this golden soul power was extraordinary. At that moment, when he employed the golden soul power to stimulate the Sacred Spirit Tower, it erupted in a splendid display of iridescent light, illuminating the spiritual domain in a breathtaking spectacle. It works. Chu Yang's heart surged with joy. The Sacred Spirit Tower responded. Upon closer inspection, it seemed the first level of the tower began to rotate slowly. Chu Yang entered the tower, where Zhan was still meditating near the droplet of golden blood, seemingly unchanged. Chu Yang furrowed his brow. Subsequently, upon conducting several tests, he was astonished to discover that the flow of time inside the tower differed from that outside. After repeated experiments, he was struck with awe. Tenfold flow rate. Under the influence of the golden soul power, the first level of the Sacred Spirit Tower operated at a rate 10 times faster than that outside. In other words, while a day passed outside, 10 days elapsed within the first level. This would undoubtedly save his spirit beasts a considerable amount of time. Chu Yang was filled with excitement. Although he faced few rivals on Earth, the demonic creatures from other realms loomed menacingly, with the potential for an all-out eruption at any moment. Thus, strengthening his abilities was paramount. Moreover, it seemed he had stumbled upon something even more remarkable. With a gesture, Chu Yang summoned Huang, and with a thought, a bridge of golden soul power manifested, connecting the spiritual domain to Huang. What do you feel? Chu Yang inquired, seeking Huang's impressions. After a brief pause, Huang conveyed a message, sensing an immense force being exerted upon itself. Chu Yang's heart raced with exhilaration. Could this be one of the essential prerequisites for ascending to divine level, as mentioned by his esteemed mother-in-law? To break through to divine level, one requirement was to connect the spiritual domain with the spirit beast, and the second was to facilitate the transformation of energy within the spirit beast from ordinary spirit power to divine energy. Among these two steps, only the first necessitated gradual comprehension by the spirit master, which had long posed a bottleneck for many. Had he inadvertently completed the first condition? This realization left him breathless with anticipation. Above the 10th tier emperor level, a significant portion of a spirit beast's combat prowess would rely on the spirit master's spiritual domain. Thus, if he could locate a divine level spiritual vein, he would be poised to break through. To acquire a divine level spiritual vein, apart from relying on blind boxes, he could also seek it in the ancient battlefield. Chu Yang calmed his emotions. He felt it necessary to venture to that ancient battlefield once his other spirit beasts attained greater strength. Subsequently, he placed all his spirit beasts into the sacred spirit tower, activating the golden soul power and drawing spiritual materials into the tower to create favorable conditions for their cultivation. Outside the sacred spirit sect, numerous spirit masters were stationed near the void passage, fending off demonic creatures. Battles erupted at all hours, with spirit beasts sustaining injuries or even fatalities. No one knew the exact number of demonic creatures on the other side, but the consensus was resolute. They could not allow such inhuman beings to emerge from the battlefield alive. Their brutality was too great. If they were permitted to enter the realm of ordinary humans, the outcome was all too predictable. It was feared that the tragedies of centuries past would repeat. Luotian City had expanded significantly, developing due to the establishment of the sacred spirit sect and the congregation of spirit masters. Yang Hongquan and Mo Chun relinquished the title of a so-called great family, cautiously eking out a living in Luotian City, where an abundance of 7th-tier spirit masters now resided. They were not yet worthy of the great families. Regret gnawed at their hearts when Chu Yang had extended an invitation for them to join the sacred spirit sect. They had declined. Now, the desire to join was thwarted. The rigorous examination of the sacred spirit sect ensnared too many, including their kin, none of whom managed to pass. Were it not for the knowledge of the examination's daunting nature, they might have suspected that Chu Yang was deliberately imposing difficulties upon them. In truth, Chu Yang was far too preoccupied to concern himself with their plight. At this moment, he was immersed in the pleasures of the sacred spirit tower. Why did he remain in the sacred spirit tower? Because the accelerated time there hastened the recovery of golden soul power within his soul sea. It must be noted that this created a peculiar, yet beneficial cycle. The activation of the sacred spirit tower necessitated the consumption of golden soul power, yet within its confines. The recovery of such power was expedited. Of course, the recovery rates still lagged behind, and every 10 days or so, this cycle would be interrupted. However, Chu Yang had alternative methods. He beheld the elegant figure of the Emperor Phoenix appearing beside him, radiating the essence of time. The Emperor Phoenix possessed the ability to manipulate the flow of time, hastening Chu Yang's recovery of golden soul power. Although it did not reach a terrifying tenfold speed, it could still augment the temporal flow around Chu Yang to 5 or 6 times its normal pace. Thus, Chu Yang's golden soul power within the soul sea could recover with remarkable swiftness. Time flew by, and in a blink, a month had passed. 2 royal quality spirit beasts had found their respective masters. After a period of fierce combat, Su Sheng and Chun Sang emerged as the foremost slayers of the magical beasts. Su Sheng boasted the highest cultivation, while Chun Sang possessed a shadow attribute spirit beast, elusive as the wind. During this time, the spirit masters situated near the void rift were left in awe, wondering why these 7 individuals appeared to be frenziedly slaughtering magical beasts. Although their cultivation levels were not particularly high, their fierce determination inspired many. Ultimately, the Tame dragon python was contracted by Su Sheng, while the ethereal bat was bound by Chun Sang. There was no need for the others to envy. They would have their turns in due course. In conclusion, Chu Yang addressed the remaining individuals. Shortly thereafter, Su Zhen returned, a hint of a smile gracing his face. Some members of their family had been taken as slaves by Zhang Tsang of the 10,000 Spirits Sacred Land to mine soul jade. At least a portion of their bloodline had been preserved. Chu Yang seldom managed the affairs of the sect. Indeed, many were aware of his formidable status as a 10th-tier sect master, yet had never laid eyes upon him. Chu Yang immersed himself in the spirit domain, seizing every opportunity to cultivate, and in his spare moments, he diligently researched various elixirs. On one particular day, a resounding clap of thunder reverberated through the cosmos. Startling numerous supreme spirit masters. Had the laws of heaven and earth shifted? All the supreme beings were taken aback, having sensed a distinctive change within the universe. Such rules were rarely altered unless someone accomplished an unprecedented feat. All major powers commenced investigations, seeking the source of this anomaly. In the heart of the universe, upon an ancient continent within a sacred realm, ethereal substances and soul materials swirled in abundance, even settling upon the ground like freshly fallen snow. An elderly man sat cross-legged beside a pond, fishing as if lost in slumber, indifferent even when a fish took the bait. It was only upon the thunderous sound that he was roused from his reverie. Had that fleeting opportunity finally emerged? He opened his weary eyes. Turning his head, it seems not to have appeared yet. It differs slightly from what I envisioned. Slowly, he rose, patting the palm-sized silver turtle nestled in his arms. Nevertheless, it is time for us to venture forth. We must go to fetch that young girl. On Earth, within the spirit domain. Chu Yang's eyes were bloodshot as he erupted into hearty laughter. What a journey it had been. After countless attempts, he had finally succeeded in concocting the revitalization pill. Before him hovered a crimson elixir furnace, a relic previously unearthed from a mystery box. Inside the furnace, a silver pill brimming with spiritual essence rotated gently. Despite adhering to the formula, Chu Yang had faced failure over 100 times, his patience nearly fraying. The precise measurements, combinations, sequence of additions, and timing were all crucial. A single misstep could lead to failure. Yet, gazing at this pill now, his confidence surged anew. He then closed his eyes, reflecting on the entire refining process. After a while, Chu Yang opened his eyes. The next step is to prepare for the crafting of the evolution pill. But from which angle should I begin my research? Just then, Chu Yang's expression shifted slightly as he exited the spirit domain, heading towards the void rift, where an unexpected development had unfolded. Roar. The sound of a dragon's roar echoed as the ruin participated in the fray. Chu Yang, you've arrived. Qin Luoxiue and another approached Chu Yang's side. Qin Luojiao furrowed her brow, stating, the void rift has suddenly expanded, and 9th-tier magical beasts are beginning to emerge. The situation is not looking optimistic. Chu Yang observed the rift, which had indeed widened significantly. A violent roar emanated from beyond the rift, followed by a powerful aura seeping forth. A 10th-tier 8-armed berserker emerged from within. The malevolent energy instantaneously engulfed the surrounding area, casting a shadow akin to dark clouds. The faces of all nearby spirit masters turned pale. The overwhelming aura pressed down upon them, rendering them breathless. However, the formidable 8-armed berserker was met with the colossal claws of the ruin. Yin Lifang had informed Chu Yang that below the divine level, magical beasts of the same tier were comparable to ordinary spirit beasts, yet above the divine level. Typically 3 or 4 spirit beasts were needed to contend against a single magical beast. This was because those above the divine level cultivated the laws of the grand universe, while spirit beasts honed the laws of the spirit domain. The disparity between the two was immense. No matter how vast the spirit domain, it could never compare to the boundless universe, could it? Thus, spirit masters above the divine level sought every means to expand their spirit domain, for only then could their own strength be augmented. At present, however, this 8-armed berserker was no match for the ruin, especially since it was merely 9th tier. As the ruin ensnared it with its draconic coils, it sustained numerous grievous wounds, with its innards visible. In an instant, demonic blood gushed forth. Ugh! Qin Luoxiue witnessed this scene and covered her mouth, gagging. Are you alright? Chu Yang swiftly inquired. I'm fine. Qin Luoxiue waved her hand dismissively. Ugh! Chu Yang found it strange. She had seen such sights numerous times before, yet today she seemed particularly queasy. If you're feeling unwell, it's best to return and rest. I will have a doctor examine you later. At this moment, despite the 8-armed berserker thrashing its massive arms, it struggled to fend off the ruin's relentless assault. The terrifying power of the ruin seeped through its wounds, invading its body and extinguishing its life force. Moments later, it was reduced to a heap of bones. Shortly thereafter, more 9th-tier magical beasts emerged from the void rift, their colossal forms crashing to the ground, causing the mountains to tremble. Despair enveloped the hearts of all. The 9th-tier demonic beasts rendered them utterly unqualified to engage in battle. The ferocious aura emanating from their adversaries instilled a paralyzing fear, preventing anyone from daring to approach. However, upon witnessing the Black Divine Dragon effortlessly vanquish a 9th-tier beast. A collective sigh of relief washed over them. Thankfully, Master Chu was present. Otherwise, we would have been utterly incapable of holding our ground. Yet, no sooner had these words left their lips than a sudden crack echoed through the air, as the rift in the void began to expand once more. Panic gripped their faces, their bodies trembling in trepidation. Could there be 10th-tier beasts as well? A wave of impotence and despair washed over them. Was the tragic history of centuries past destined to repeat itself on Earth? Fortunately, the rift had not fully widened enough to allow 10th-tier beasts to pass through smoothly. Occasionally, a 10th-tier creature would emerge alongside others, presenting a timely opportunity for practice. Chu Yang too exhaled in relief. Should too many 10th-tier beasts appear, even he would struggle to maintain his position. The beast, Huang, emitted a mighty dragon's roar, its massive form lunging towards the 10th-tier foe, engaging in fierce combat. 9th-tier beasts were entirely insufficient to provoke Huang's fighting spirit. Only a 10th-tier adversary could truly ignite its zeal. Subsequently, another dragon's roar resounded, and Zhan's figure materialized from the summoning array. The environment was perfectly suited for its battle prowess. Chapter 124, The Descent of Demonic Beasts. All the spirit masters present were left in awe. Another 10th-tier spirit beast? Not even the well-informed Yin Liffey could comprehend this marvel. How young was Chu Yang? Not yet 17. And even among the powerful factions she knew, it was rare to cultivate such a prodigious talent. They had merely ventured into the endless fire domain, and yet another 10th-tier spirit beast had manifested? Yin Liffey found herself pondering this mystery. She resolved to inquire with her 2 daughters at a later time. Moreover, the earlier thunderclap felt distinctly unusual. Yin Liffey sensed subtle changes that others could scarcely perceive. Did that thunder signify something? It felt as though some cosmic shackles had been unshackled. 2 peak 10th-tier spirit beasts stood guard at the rift, ready to slay any incoming foes. Chu Yang observed that the rift seemed intent on further expansion, though it lacked sufficient power. On the other side, formidable demonic creatures attempted to tear through the chaotic void, yet their strength was insufficient to widen the passage further. Yin Liffey elucidated. Chu Yang replied, "If this is all there is to it, I believe I can hold the line." The sudden changes in the rift had caught them entirely off guard. Thankfully, they had secured a 10th-tier spirit beast cultivation elixir. Otherwise, relying solely on Huang would have made defending the rift quite arduous. At this moment, Zhan was enveloped in a thick layer of blood-red armor, its body completely shrouded. The sheer volume of blood here was overwhelming, causing its blood crystal armor to solidify further. Even when confronting foes of equal rank, Zhan charged recklessly into battle. The clash between the 10th-tier spirit beasts and the demonic creatures unleashed a terrifying force, the collision of the laws of blood and the dark. Otherworldly demonic laws sent ripples through the void. These demonic beasts, undaunted by death, surged forth in waves, determined to carve a bloody path. However, the rift could not sustain too many 10th-tier creatures, allowing only one to emerge at intervals. Huang and Zhan stood resolute like gatekeepers, delivering lethal strikes against the 9th to 10th-tier beasts. Once Chu Yang observed the situation stabilize, he resumed his cultivation. With each repeated use of the golden soul energy, its upper limit steadily increased. Within the spirit domain, the sacred spirit tower slowly rotated, the power of time swirling around it. Inside, several spirit beasts immersed themselves in their training. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a sacred-grade spirit beast evolution elixir. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed as Chu Yang opened a blind box. He was momentarily taken aback. Then an overwhelming joy surged within him. He had actually obtained a sacred-grade spirit beast evolution elixir. Ever since the emergence of the chaos ancient tree in the endless fire domain, it seemed as if his luck had run dry, yielding no more treasures. Now, unexpectedly acquiring a sacred evolution elixir left him momentarily dazed. Within the blind box space, a solitary elixir floated serenely. Chu Yang trembled with excitement. Was he about to possess another sacred-grade spirit beast? Who should he bestow it upon? After careful consideration, adhering to a principle of impartiality, he decided to give the elixir to Yi. Although Yi had only recently broken through to the 6th tier and its cultivation was still low, it had saved Chu Yang's life on multiple occasions during crises. Thus, this sacred-grade evolution elixir was rightfully its due. Upon perceiving the elixir, Yi's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Perhaps it too sensed the elixir's extraordinary nature. After consuming the elixir, an immense power enveloped Yi, forming a black cocoon around it. The transformation had officially begun. Evolving from a king grade to a sacred grade was a lengthy process, so to expedite it, Chu Yang placed Yi within the sacred spirit tower. Recently, the area behind the rift had been anything but tranquil, with furious roars echoing through the air. It seemed that Chu Yang's efforts to impede the advance of these demonic beasts had incited the wrath of the formidable being that had opened the rift. Yet, They were powerless to intervene. Subsequently, the area behind the rift at the Sacred Spirit sect began to fall into silence, with noticeably fewer demonic beasts present. What was happening? Chu Yang furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the rift. Why had there suddenly been a cessation of activity? Had the enemy retreated? Half a month later, news suddenly broke. The 10,000 spirit sacred ground had fallen. Everyone was taken aback. The rift guarded by the 10,000 spirits had violently expanded one day, allowing several 10th-tier demonic beasts to emerge. Not a single elder from the 4 sacred grounds had survived. They were all slain. The number of disciples who managed to escape the 10,000 spirit sacred ground was alarmingly small. What? The demonic beasts were heading straight for Kunlun Mountain? Chu Yang rose to his feet. What is the situation in Linghai City? Su Jin replied. The people of Linghai City are already beginning to converge towards Luotian City, but I fear many will still perish at the hands of the demonic beasts. I will go personally. Chu Yang decided to leave Zhan behind to defend, while he took Huang to Linghai City for support. The figure of the Emperor Phoenix materialized, and as Chu Yang mounted its back, he abruptly vanished into the void. Void traversal. This was a spatial skill mastered by the Emperor Phoenix. Although its cultivation was not high, its terrifying spatial attributes had begun to manifest. In Linghai City, chaos reigned supreme. Everyone, faces etched with panic, hurried towards Luotian City. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the rear of the fleeing crowd as a dark mass of demonic beasts surged toward Linghai City. This is bad. Had I known these creatures would arrive so swiftly, I wouldn't have wasted time packing. One person exclaimed, their face pale. Those who remained were either the elderly, the weak, or those still gathering their belongings. As the monstrous horde drew closer, panic-stricken cries filled the air, and people scattered in all directions. At that moment, they understood what it meant to be lambs to the slaughter. Once these beasts arrived, they were nothing but prey. Suddenly, the sound of a dragon's roar reverberated, and the imposing silhouette of a colossal black dragon descended abruptly, looming before the crowd. A spirit master? Has a spirit master come to our rescue? A glimmer of hope ignited within everyone. Seizing the moment, they hastily retreated. Chu Yang observed the monstrous entities. Their objective was indeed Kunlun Mountain, wasn't it? The purpose of these creatures was unmistakably directed towards Kunlun Mountain. What lay within that drove them to such madness? Curiosity stirred within Chu Yang. Yet he refrained from acting impulsively. The massive figure of the dragon loomed before the crowd, and upon sensing the formidable aura emanating from it, the monsters instinctively recoiled. These creatures, lacking in intelligence, could only rival human wisdom upon reaching the divine tier. Ultimately, Chu Yang refrained from intervening. He merely led a group of individuals back to Luotian City. Upon returning to the Sacred Spirit sect, Chu Yang promptly approached Qin Luoxue. How did it go? Were there any issues? She inquired gently. No, everything is fine. Chu Yang replied, his hand brushing over her abdomen, where a new life was blossoming. Qin Luoxue was pregnant. This revelation filled Chu Yang with joy. He was to become a father? If he were on technologically advanced Earth, he would likely still be in high school. However, this world was different, and societal norms varied. People tended to marry and have children at a younger age. According to Su Jin, individuals like Chu Yang were already considered late marriages. Chapter 125, The Arrival at Kunlun Mountain. Subsequently, Chu Yang informed his mother-in-law about the monstrous entities. These creatures exhibited a remarkable level of organization, evidently acting upon some directive. Their singular focus was Kunlun Mountain, with little inclination to expand in other directions. It is likely that there is something of great significance atop Kunlun Mountain, Yun Liffey speculated. However, she expressed her curiosity, pondering what could possibly captivate the attention of these monsters in a world as desolate as Earth. The most effective course of action would be to personally journey to Kunlun Mountain. Even if something were amiss, they could not allow the monsters to succeed. Ultimately, Chu Yang resolved to venture to Kunlun Mountain. If he could thwart their objective, it would be all the more advantageous. The endeavors these creatures pursued would hardly be simple. Moreover, with the void passage of the myriad spirits' sacred land fully opened, the pressure on other passages on Earth had significantly diminished. It was as if, on the side of the Sacred Spirit sect, high-level monsters had virtually ceased to appear. Moreover, their numbers had dramatically decreased. Could it be that all the void passages had emerged solely to unveil a route to Kunlun Mountain? This further piqued Chu Yang's curiosity regarding what lay within Kunlun Mountain. He even contacted the Ocean Cover Sacred Land and the Floating Pagoda Sacred Land, discovering that the other sacred lands guarding their respective passages experienced a similar reduction in monstrous entities. It was imperative to investigate. Chu Yang resolved to embark immediately. We shall accompany you. Qin Luoxue and her sister expressed their concerns. I have felt an unsettling premonition these past few days, as though something significant is about to transpire. Therefore, Chu Yang, allow us to join you. Chu Yang initially intended to decline, especially since Qin Luoxue was with child. Any misstep could lead to a lifetime of regret. Yet, upon witnessing the anxiety etched on their faces, coupled with Yun Lifei's assurance that she and Qin Shufeng intended to accompany them, he ultimately acquiesced, comforted by the thought that their presence would ensure safety. After arranging matters within the sect, he set forth with his companions towards Kunlun Mountain. The Phantom Island had yet to surface. The ocean remained tranquil. In the wake of the monsters, the coastal city had succumbed to desolation. A swarm of dark creatures soared across the sea toward Kunlun Mountain. In the face of such a multitude, the sea's fierce beasts had long scattered, unwilling to reveal themselves. Should they appear, they would become mere prey for the monsters. Chu Yang and his companions rode upon the dragon's back, disregarding the monstrous entities, soaring directly towards Kunlun Mountain. Kunlun Mountain towered majestically, standing resolute amidst the sea. Though dubbed a mountain, it resembled an enormous island. Countless peaks jutted into the clouds like swords, exuding an awe-inspiring grandeur. The density of spiritual essence within Kunlun Mountain surpassed that of any other location on Earth. Yun Lifei had never visited Kunlun Mountain, yet she felt that the concentration of spiritual essence here was on par with the ancient battlefield she was familiar with. What, then, was the objective of the monsters? Once they ascended Kunlun Mountain, the creatures dispersed, seemingly in search of something. The mountain was teeming with formidable beasts, and even 10th-tier beasts could occasionally be glimpsed. No wonder it was said that only 7th-tier spirit masters could enter Kunlun Mountain, given the strength of the beasts within. Even a 10th-tier spirit master would not dare act recklessly. Encounters between fierce beasts and monsters naturally erupted into cataclysmic battles. However, Chu Yang and his companions had no inclination to engage with their conflict. What a rich concentration of soul essence! Qin Shufeng exclaimed in astonishment. As a naturally mutated soul power wielder, he possessed a high affinity for soul essence, making him particularly sensitive to it. Under his guidance, Chu Yang and the others proceeded towards the heart of Kunlun Mountain, where the emanation of soul essence was most potent. Chaos reigned within Kunlun Mountain, as all beasts and monsters clashed, unleashing powerful energy that surged skyward, accompanied by the thunderous sounds of collapsing peaks. Roar! Suddenly, a monster's roar echoed from the center of Kunlun Mountain, followed by a surge of countless monsters converging. Let us go. Those creatures must have discovered something, Yun Lifei whispered. From the moment they stepped onto Kunlun Mountain, she had sensed an elusive presence watching them, yet she could not discern its source. With a powerful swipe, the dragon dispatched a monster, propelling itself toward the center. As they drew nearer, the concentration of soul essence intensified. What is that? Qin Luoxue pointed toward a radiant area nearby. A dazzling light erupted, accompanied by rampant thunder, illuminating the vicinity so brightly it was blinding. Countless bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, transforming the area into a tempestuous ocean of thunder. Yet amidst the chaos of lightning, brilliant light radiated, casting the surroundings in a glow akin to daylight. Roar! A fierce roar resonated from the thunderous ocean. Moments later, a gigantic white ape burst forth from the tempest, charging towards a nearby 10th-tier monster. Towering several meters high, the white ape was entwined in lightning, exuding an unparalleled ferocity. The 10th-tier monster, equally terrifying, radiated an overwhelming aura of demonic energy that surged skyward, shrouding the sky like dark clouds. The clash between the fierce beast and the monster unleashed a terrifying force that shattered the void. The laws of thunder and the laws of the demonic clashed, producing crackling sounds. The pure, radiant power of thunder swiftly dissipated the demonic energy. Was this the natural counterbalance of thunder against demonic energy? Chu Yang gazed at the formidable white ape, his desire for a thunder attribute spirit beast intensifying. Perhaps here, he would find the thunder attribute spirit beast he sought. Chu Yang mused. Not only were there thunder attribute spirit beasts, but also powers of light within. Yun Lifei gazed at the ravaged realm of thunder and lightning and inquired. Mother-in-law, do you know how such a place is formed? Chu Yang asked. Qin Luoxue, now with child, had altered her address for Yun Lifei. The latter pondered. It could be a naturally occurring peculiar environment, or perhaps it is the result of the long passage of time following the demise of formidable spirit beasts or fierce creatures. However, I tend to lean towards the latter. She pointed towards the other side of Kunlun Mountain, where an endless glacier of ice had formed. Such a natural environment is unlikely to create such terrain. Perhaps this area once witnessed a great battle, resulting in the fall of a formidable spirit beast, thereby shaping this landscape. Yet, Kunlun Mountain boasts numerous such peculiar terrains. Does this not imply that many formidable spirit beasts have fallen here? Chu Yang recalled the endless fire domain, which harbored many spirit beast carcasses, some of which were remarkably well preserved. Do not underestimate this planet, Yun Lifei asserted. I have traversed ancient battlefields, and the overwhelming aura of malevolence there was utterly terrifying. If my conjecture is correct, Far too many spirit beasts must have perished there to generate such a sinister energy. At this moment, Yun Liffey also recalled the former Imperial Sphere. In her faction, there was a deep-seated taboo regarding this planet. The ancient elders, who had survived for eons, scarcely mentioned it, and the scant references in literature about this planet were few and far between. Had it not been for the old man with the tortoise of heavenly secrets sharing certain matters with her, she would not have paid much heed to this planet. Yet, from her discoveries since arriving on Earth, it was evident that this planet was far from an ordinary realm of fallen spirit masters. It likely concealed unspeakable secrets. Chapter 126, The Chosen One of Destiny. That realm where thunder and light intertwined became a forbidden ground for monsters. The unyielding and radiant thunder, combined with the purifying power of light, deterred even 10th-tier monsters from approaching. Chu Yang resolved to seek a thunder attribute spirit beast here, certain that, when paired with his luminous alligator, they would become the bane of all monsters. Eventually, Chu Yang and his companions continued their journey towards the heart of Kunlun Mountain. Their mission was to investigate and thwart the monster's actions. Unexpectedly, that very night, Qin Luojiao's body also reacted. Yun Liffey shot a glare at Chu Yang, who had somehow managed to impregnate both of her daughters. However, Chu Yang secretly delighted in this. His abilities were indeed formidable. Truly, he was deserving of his reputation. In the following days, the number of monsters converging towards the center of Kunlun Mountain increased dramatically, until eventually, the entire mountain was nearly overrun by them. Left with no choice, Chu Yang and his companions retreated to the area where thunder and light intermingled. The sheer number of monsters was overwhelming. A dark mass that loomed ominously. Even Chu Yang and his companions dared not confront their ferocity directly. They could only take refuge nearby and await the opportune moment. The monsters were merely gathering for now, and their next course of action remained unclear. However, they could see from a distance the center of Kunlun Mountain. There, 9 towering peaks arranged in a circular formation reached for the heavens, and from the center of these peaks emanated powerful fluctuations of soul energy. Faintly, Chu Yang and the others perceived what seemed to be a lotus flower slowly unfurling. That night, the group entered Chu Yang's spirit domain, while he alone remained outside. Wandering through this sea of thunder and light with the wild beast, Huang, he was on the hunt for a spirit beast that captured his fancy. Suddenly, a roar pierced the air ahead, one that felt oddly familiar. Was it that white ape? Chu Yang, perched upon Huang's back, leaned closer to the source of the sound. This white ape was remarkably powerful, effortlessly slaying a 10th-tier monster without sustaining any injuries. Yet, it appeared quite distressed, as a small creature incessantly disturbed it, making rest impossible. This small creature was also a white ape, but unlike its larger counterpart, which was adorned in pure white fur. This little one sported silver fur with a tuft of golden hair at its brow that crackled with electricity. A thunder attribute spirit beast, perhaps? Chu Yang felt a stirring within him at the sight of the small white ape. In truth, he was equally intrigued by the larger white ape. But he understood that subduing a 10th-tier spirit beast was nearly impossible. The creature was already well-trained. Unless it consented willingly, a forced contract would be exceedingly difficult. At that moment, the playful little white ape continued to frolic around the larger one, much to its annoyance. With a gentle sweep of its massive hand, the little white ape was sent flying. Chu Yang was taken aback, for the little white ape soared directly towards him. By the heavens! Could it truly be the influence of the Chosen One at work? Chu Yang was astonished. What he desired had come to him. This was beyond mere luck. It was as if the universe were conspiring to assist him. Even as a transmigrator, such extraordinary fortune was unexpected. His previous excursion to the endless fire domain had been remarkably smooth, and this one was proving to be no different. During his time in the endless fire domain, had it not been for the phoenix's phantom descending, the fire spirit might have awakened due to his battle with Zhou Feng. If that had occurred, he wondered if he would have been able to acquire it. And now, this little white ape was flying right into his arms. The little white ape landed on Huang's back, displaying an audacious spirit. Even upon a creature it had never met, it bounded about without a care. Suddenly, Chu Yang's eyes sparkled. Was this a dual attribute spirit beast? He noticed that the silver fur of the little white ape emitted a radiant light. This was a light attribute. Until now, among all his spirit beasts, only the little turtle possessed dual attributes, and now he encountered another. Moreover, this one was a fusion of thunder and light attributes. Overjoyed, Chu Yang wasted no time in drawing it into his spirit domain. How fortuitous. The ease of it all was almost unfathomable. Chu Yang felt a sense of disbelief. He was now certain that this was undoubtedly due to the Chosen One's destiny. Such blessings could not occur without reason. It felt as though the heavens themselves were aiding him. Within the spirit domain, Chu Yang concentrated the power of the spirit domain's laws to form a sea of thunder, amidst which trees, flowers, and grasses were all constructed from the principles of thunder. Meanwhile, the fire spirit remained in a deep slumber, showing no signs of awakening. Its form continued to shift, sometimes resembling a bird, other times a beast, even transforming into the likeness of a phoenix. This was the first time Chu Yang had witnessed such a manifestation of a spirit beast. At present, he still had 3 contract positions available, but it seemed insufficient. The remaining 8 or 9, each at the 3rd tier, could potentially yield an extra position, yet only 3 were available. Chu Yang surveyed his remaining spirit beasts, the ghostly skeleton warrior, the luminous alligator of light, the fire spirit, and the thunderlight attribute monkey. Thus, he still lacked 1 position. He could only hope that the blind box would yield a precious soul medicine capable of increasing his contract positions. However, if he truly had to choose 3 from these 4 spirit beasts, it would undoubtedly be the skeleton warrior, the fire spirit, and the monkey. Regarding the luminous crocodile of the light attribute, should the situation become truly dire, Chu Yang would not hesitate to abandon it. Outside the spirit domain, more malevolent entities gather. Even the ferocious beasts within Kunlun Mountain begin to shy away from its brilliance, unwilling to confront it head-on. Chu Yang's heart races with trepidation as he scans the area with his soul force, discovering that there are hundreds of Tier 10 monsters in his line of sight. A weighty sense of foreboding settles in his heart. Should these creatures escape Kunlun Mountain, the calamity they could unleash upon the beings of Earth is unimaginable. Even he possesses merely 2 Tier 10 spirit beasts, barely sufficient to maintain a semblance of peace in one area. Days later, hundreds of Tier 10 monsters surround the 9 peaks in a specific formation. Chu Yang calls upon his mother-in-law, whose extensive knowledge might allow her to discern the true purpose of these creatures. They appear to be arranging some sort of formation. Yun Liffey is somewhat uncertain. To be precise, her research on these monsters is not profound. The hundreds of monsters, aligned in a specific sequence, babble incomprehensible demonic tongues. Gradually, a sense of bloodlust seems to surge from their bodies, reaching skyward. Yun Liffey's expression shifts. They are performing some sort of sacrificial rite. She then exclaims in alarm, "This is dire. They are offering sacrifices to summon an otherworldly demon god, intending to bring it to Earth. Quickly, disrupt their ritual." Yun Liffey states darkly, "Should the demon god descend, the entire Earth would be irrevocably transformed into a barren wasteland." Witnessing Yun Liffey summon her spirit beasts, Chu Yang grasps the gravity of the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he directly summons Zhan and Huang to join the fray. A resounding dragon roar reverberates through the heavens. Despite the overwhelming numbers of their adversaries, Huang and Zhan exhibit no fear. Charging directly into the midst of the Tier 10 monsters, Yun Liffey is taken aback. Her son-in-law is excessively powerful. Moreover, he is overly reckless. As someone on the verge of fatherhood, how can he behave so chaotically? As Chu Yang plunges into the horde of monsters, he immediately attracts the ire of several Tier 10 beasts. In this precarious situation, Chu Yang holds nothing back, swiftly executing hand seals. An auxiliary soul technique is instantly cast upon Huang. In an instant, a more ferocious onslaught erupts from Huang's form. Chapter 127. The Monster's Sacrifice, the Blood-Red Array. Chu Yang is reluctant to let Qin Luoxue and her sister join the fray, considering their pregnancies. However, the 2 sisters refuse to stand idly by as Chu Yang and the others battle, joining the hunt against the monsters. Yet, they confine themselves to slaying lower-tier beasts on the periphery, with Yun Liffey keeping a watchful eye. As Chu Yang, Huang, and Zhan penetrate the ranks of the monsters, they disrupt part of the sacrificial ceremony. Yet many monsters continue to chant incantations, their immense bloodlust rising to the heavens, intent on summoning the demon god. Although Chu Yang is unaware of what precisely draws the demon god to Earth, he understands that if it truly descends, as Yun Liffey warned, the entire planet would plunge into despair, becoming a dead star. The destructive capability of Tier 10 monsters can easily raze cities and annihilate nations, let alone that of a demon god surpassing Tier 10. Huang, as a supreme spirit beast, possesses formidable combat prowess. With Chu Yang's auxiliary soul technique enhancing his strength, his power intensifies significantly. The dragon's roar echoes, and waves of sound ripple outward, overwhelming the largely unintelligent monsters, who are utterly unable to withstand Huang's potent soul force assault. In an instant, several monsters are left dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Huang strikes mercilessly with his claws against the monsters, followed by a breath of dark flame. However, the Tier 10 monsters are not to be underestimated. A dense, malevolent aura converges above Kunlun Mountain, resembling a dark cloud looming over a city. Chu Yang recognizes these monsters as identical to those he encountered during his trials in the Stone Mirror. Now, faced with an interruption to their sacrificial ritual, the monsters erupt in furious rage. The swirling malevolent energy manifests various forms of attack, some taking the shape of broad blades, others transforming into black spears. Striking from all directions, Suddenly, Chu Yang's gaze sharpens. He notices one of the monsters wearing a smile. This creature is humanoid in shape, and astonishingly, it is a female monster. Chu Yang finds this curious. Among the multitude of monsters present, this one alone exhibits such an expression. According to Yin Liffey, these beings belong to a peculiar race. They possess little intelligence until they reach the divine level, often acting according to their primal instincts. They are brutal and given to slaughter, frequently devouring one another, even within their own kin, as part of their survival instinct. Yet, the humanoid female monster he observes reveals a hint of anthropomorphism. What astonishes Chu Yang further is that this monster bears a striking resemblance to the Qin sisters. It is not just a likeness. The more he looks, the more similar they appear. Unconsciously, Chu Yang hesitates in his assault against Huang. At that moment, Yin Liffey's voice, laced with soul force, jolts him back to reality. Do not be deceived. This is a succubus among the monsters. They are born with potent soul force and possess intelligence that surpasses other monsters. I suffered severe injuries due to such a creature in the past. Yin Liffey's gaze turns fierce as she regards the succubus. It was this type of monster that had severely wounded her soul sea, bringing her to the brink of death. Succubi excel in soul force attacks and possess a myriad of mysterious abilities, including illusions. High-ranking succubi wield soul force that can even surpass that of spirit masters of the same tier. Thus, Yin Liffey had been caught off guard and injured by the succubus. However, the monster before them is of a much higher realm than the one Chu Yang faces. Awakened from his reverie, Chu Yang sees the succubus's eyes glowing with a haunting light as it reaches for him in midair. Twin sword slash. Chu Yang urgently shouts, and two flame-imbued short swords materialize above his brow, infused with a hint of golden soul force. The succubus, caught off guard by Chu Yang's sudden attack, shrieks as the assault strikes her soul sea. The combination of golden soul force and the mutated fire attribute soul force renders Chu Yang's attack immensely powerful. With a single strike, he severely injures the succubus's soul sea. Immediately, he commands Huang to engage her. Zhan follows closely behind Huang. The abundant bloodlust in the area significantly amplifies his strength, whether from the monsters Huang slays or the bloodlust generated by their self-sacrifice. Zhan is now enveloped in a thick layer of crimson armor, which continues to grow denser. Blood attribute spirit beasts are renowned for their combat prowess, and Zhan's might is now evident. Boom! The sound of explosions erupts as Zhan unleashes the skill bloodfall explosion. Countless blood droplets detonate upon the monsters, particularly those at their wounds, inflicting catastrophic damage. The dragon claws, encased in blood crystal armor, slash through the monsters, sending blood spraying in all directions. Suddenly, the blood coalesces beside Zhan, emanating a red glow. As the crimson light bursts forth, Zhan's aura skyrockets. In every subtle action and movement, the intensity of the attacks has significantly escalated. Towering above the desolation, Chu Yang has naturally observed the transformation of Zhan Yi. Is this an indication of skill comprehension? Zhan Yi's metamorphosis bears a striking resemblance to the herald of mastering a new ability. Meanwhile, Yin Liffey, accompanied by her spirit beasts, has plunged into the fray against the 10th-tier demonic entities. However, unlike the clumsy Chu Yang, she steadfastly remains by the side of her two daughters. Until now, Yin Liffey had never unveiled her prowess, and today marks the first occasion that Chu Yang witnesses the formidable strength of his mother-in-law. Since her awakening, Yin Liffey has been in the process of regaining her power, and although she is still injured, her spirit beasts exhibit a combat prowess that is no less than that of the 10th tier. While Chu Yang has long been aware of his mother-in-law's extraordinary capabilities, witnessing it firsthand still leaves him deeply astonished. Chu Yang and his companions are engaged in the annihilation of the demonic creatures, but they constitute merely a fraction of the overall assault. A greater number of demons remain indifferent to their plight, singularly focused on their self-sacrifice. Above Kunlun Mountain, an endless surge of blood energy churns and converges. Ultimately, it subtly coalesces into a colossal crimson formation. Gazing upon the blood-red array that nearly envelopes the entirety of Kunlun Mountain, an ominous sensation swells within Chu Yang's heart. A profound oppressive force emanates from the array. Ah! Chu Yang cries out, and he begins to unleash his soul techniques, proactively targeting those demonic beings. The 10th-tier demons, at this moment, resemble dutiful reapers, entirely absorbed in their self-immolation, disregarding everything else. They even show apathy towards Chu Yang's assaults, perhaps deeming resistance a futile expenditure of time. However, the demonic entities are inexhaustible, and their slaughter knows no end. Beyond Kunlun Mountain, an unceasing tide of demons continues to surge forth, joining in the sacrificial rite. A weighty concern burdens Chu Yang. There are far too many demons for them to possibly contain. The blood-red formation in the sky grows ever more substantial, and a terrifying aura begins to emanate from within. Energy converges between the horns of the Desolate Dragon, and the Tianji Desolate Dragon Jade is summoned forth, forming a massive black sphere, several zhang in size. The terrifying laws of desolation resonate, with the immense energy contained within the sphere shattering the very void around it. With a sudden jolt, the sphere trembles violently, akin to a thunderous bolt of lightning streaking across the sky, hurtling toward the blood-colored array being formed above. Yet, to Chu Yang's dismay, the sphere, brimming with such formidable energy, is utterly consumed by the crimson formation without stirring a single ripple. After the sacrifice of several hundred 10th-tier demons, the blood-red array suspended above Kunlun Mountain finally solidifies to a certain extent, and then, the entire formation quivers violently. An immense presence suddenly descends from the blood-red array. Chapter 128. Soul Lotus. Chu Yang's expression shifts dramatically. The aura is overwhelmingly potent, rendering even the 10th-tier Desolate unable to move. Following closely, to Chu Yang's horror, a gigantic hand gradually manifests from the blood-red array. What manner of hand is this? Entirely covered in obsidian scales, it is so colossal that it defies imagination. Emerging from the array in the sky, it appears poised to grasp the entirety of Kunlun Mountain within its grasp. An overwhelming surge of demonic energy radiates from the palm, causing the void around it to hum incessantly. A presence of unparalleled strength emanates from the hand, instantly forcing all the ferocious beasts and demons on Kunlun Mountain to the ground, immobilized. The Desolate and Zhan Yi are no exception. Despite their unwilling roars, they too succumb to the oppressive force, pinned helplessly to the ground. Chu Yang, likewise, is crushed under the weight of this aura, rendered unable to move. Pressing against the head of the Desolate Dragon. Is this the demon god? He is filled with dread. The intensity of this aura is truly terrifying, making him feel utterly feeble as a 10th tier in the presence of such a being. Yun Liffey trembles slightly as well. This is a creature that could rival her at her peak. The horrifying aura emanating from the demon's palm is as formidable as she was in her prime. Yet, her current strength remains unhealed, leaving her incapable of resisting this overwhelming presence. The enormous demonic claw descends from the blood-red array, and as it nears Kunlun Mountain, its four fingers curl, leaving only the forefinger extended like a colossal pillar, descending toward the center of the 9 peaks. What is its intention? Chu Yang strains to lift his gaze, watching as the finger, covered in black scales, descends toward the center of the 9 peaks. Crack! A crisp sound resonates, as the finger seems to encounter some form of obstruction. Suddenly, an array radiating with sharp golden energy appears above the previously vacant 9 peaks. As if responding to an external stimulus, this soul power array erupts with formidable momentum, reminiscent of a sword's ringing. Boundless golden sharp soul energy bursts forth from the array, piercing toward the descending demonic finger. The soul power array. Chu Yang is taken aback. Concealed atop the 9 peaks is a soul power array? Not even he, nor the extraordinarily perceptive Yun Liffey, had been aware of its existence. What caliber of formation is this? Yun Liffey momentarily struggles to comprehend. Humph. A disdainful snort emanates from the blood-red array, reverberating with a thunderous resonance that echoes in Chu Yang and the others' ears, despite originating from another realm. Chu Yang feels as if his eardrums are vibrating, and the entire sea of souls is engulfed in a tempest, stirring up waves of soul energy. Subsequently, the demonic claw transforms into a fist, unleashing a terrifying explosion of demonic energy, crashing down from the sky like a meteor from the heavens. Boom! A deafening sound reverberates, causing the entirety of Kunlun Mountain to tremble. The massive demonic fist, akin to a meteor, collides violently with the soul power array radiating sharp golden energy. The terrifying demonic energy enveloping the fist intertwines with the laws of the demonic realm, instantaneously clashing with the sharp golden soul energy. Crackle! The surging energy quakes, fracturing the void. The immense force engulfs the surroundings, sweeping the immobilized Yun Liffey and her companions away into the distance. Xiaoxua! Chu Yang cries out, desperately attempting to approach the four, but the power generated by the collision of the demonic fist and the soul power array is insurmountable, leaving him utterly at their mercy. He can only be carried by the tempest of energy. Amidst the clamor, he seems to hear the 2 women calling out to him. This soul power array, its construction shrouded in mystery, has existed for countless ages. Finally, under the relentless assault of the demonic fist, that soul power array is shattered, leaving a gaping hole. In an instant, a vast torrent of soul energy surges forth from within the 9 peaks, sweeping across Kunlun Mountain. A golden lotus gracefully emerges from the depths of the 9 peaks. Such pure soul energy. As Chu Yang is astonished by the drifting energy, the golden lotus appears as if it is entirely composed of soul energy. He has no doubt that if he could refine this object, his soul power would undoubtedly experience explosive growth. Yet, beside him, Yun Liffey's expression turns to one of horror. Someone has cultivated a soul lotus using the soul energy of a spirit master? In her realm, the continent of spirit masters. This is a forbidden practice. Cultivating a soul lotus with soul energy is an act of extreme cruelty. The soul lotus absorbs all the soul energy of the spirit master, transforming it into the purest of soul elixirs. If someone were to consume it, their own soul power would rapidly ascend. The energy wielders, ultimately destined to perish due to the depletion of their soul power, serve as mere sustenance for the cultivation of the soul lotus. Yun Liffey never anticipated encountering such a fabled and forbidden technique in this place. A precious treasure indeed. Voices of astonishment echoed from within the blood-red formation, as it became evident that the demon god also sensed the profound intricacies of the soul lotus and yearned to possess it for itself. To it, this item was an exceedingly rare gem. Within the formation, an arm belonging to the demon god emerged, reaching toward the delicate golden soul lotus. Yun Liffey's eyes widened in horror. Although this method was deemed forbidden, and no energy wielder was permitted to utilize it, now that the soul lotus had been cultivated. If she could consume it, her soul power might very well be restored to its zenith. However, the aura emanating from that arm was far more formidable. Yun Liffey felt powerless, forced to watch helplessly as the soul lotus fell into the hands of the monstrous entity. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. From the depths of the boundless Kunlun Sea, a radiant golden light erupted, dazzling like a pearl in the darkness. The golden luminescence expanded, illuminating the entire ocean in a golden hue. Then, an infinite surge of golden light shot skyward. In that instant, the very fabric of this realm transformed into a resplendent golden kingdom, as if everything had been gilded. Chu Yang gazed at the golden light piercing the clouds and shattering the malevolent energy, suddenly recalling the time when the ghost island appeared. As this golden light had also manifested then. Yet, he had never discerned the true nature of this golden radiance. Now, as it reappeared, a thunderous roar erupted from beneath the sea as the golden light began to writhe, stirring the waters into a tumultuous frenzy. A cacophony of waves echoed, and anyone situated near the coastal city would surely feel a chill run down their spine. The ocean roared like a tempest, with towering waves surging toward the shore, crashing into the distant coastal city of Linghai, ultimately engulfing it. A violent tremor reverberated through the air, and Chu Yang's expression turned to one of terror. What powerful force was disturbing the very foundation of Kunlun Mountain? He glanced skyward at the claw reaching for the soul lotus, dismissing it as the source of his unease. With a resounding explosion, a colossal being, radiating endless golden light, suddenly rose from the ocean's depths. A deep voice reverberated through the heavens, causing Chu Yang to shudder. He recognized it all too well, the roar of the dragon of ruin. Could it be? Before he could ponder further, he beheld an enormous dragon claw, covered in shimmering golden scales, emerging from the golden brilliance. Chu Yang's heart raced. Could it be that the golden light from the seabed emanated from a colossal golden dragon? He found it difficult to believe. As the golden claw materialized, a powerful aura was unleashed without restraint. The dragon of ruin appeared minuscule in comparison, its 30-meter frame dwarfed by the mere size of a single dragon scale. What caliber of true dragon was this? In the midst of his thoughts, the golden dragon claw collided with the descending demonic claw. Just before their clash, Yun Liffey's pupils constricted as she noticed the formation beneath the golden soul lotus, from which a force of void energy emanated, accompanied by a familiar aura, the aura of the energy-wielding continent. Yun Liffey finally comprehended why these monstrous entities sought to attack Kunlun Mountain. They aimed to utilize Earth as a conduit to reach the core of the energy-wielding continent. If they succeeded, the continent could potentially erupt into internal conflict, and the consequences would be unimaginable. At that moment, as the demonic claw reached for the soul lotus, the golden dragon claw emerged from the depths. The two collided. Thunderous roars erupted like muffled thunder, and the heavens trembled. A colossal energy storm formed above Kunlun Mountain, spiraling skyward with terrifying force. This was dire. Luo Shui and Luo Jiao. The immense energy storm coalesced into a tornado, sweeping up nearby vegetation and stones into the air. The ground was uprooted by several dozen meters, resembling small islands soaring skyward before being torn to shreds by the energy storm. Amid the clash of beings of unknown power levels, even Chu Yang, a 10th-tier energy wielder, found it impossible to unleash his soul power. He could only channel his golden soul energy in search of the two women. Were they swept into the heart of the Nine Peaks? Chu Yang's heart clenched. Both women were pregnant. How could they withstand such turmoil? But the dragon of ruin beneath him could not move freely within the powerful energy storm, merely drifting along with the currents. Chu Yang could only pray for their safety. With a resounding crash, the golden dragon claw met the demonic claw, unleashing a horrifying force. The formation imbued with void energy above the Nine Peaks revealed even greater fissures. The golden soul lotus was fully exposed, its pure and potent soul energy radiating outward. The earth quaked, and the vast majority of the monstrous entities perished due to the surging energy unleashed by their clash. Chu Yang, shielded by the dragon of ruin and the fierce battle, remained unharmed. A voice echoed, and as Chu Yang turned, he let out a great roar, his hair billowing wildly. Qin Luoxue and the others had been swept into the void formation by this wave of energy. Ah! Chu Yang bellowed, urging the dragon of ruin to hasten toward the center. Yet the strength of the energy storm surpassed imagination. Even the dragon of ruin could not reach them, helplessly watching as they plunged into the void passage. No! Chu Yang's eyes blazed with fury as he uttered a cry of despair. He saw the two women reaching out to him in helplessness. Roar! The deaths of countless monsters released a deluge of blood, and the dragon of war resonated with a clattering of scales, its body enveloped in blood, significantly enhancing its battle prowess. Blood frenzy. This was a new skill that the dragon of war had comprehended, relying on the blood surrounding it to augment its attacks. At this moment, bolstered by the endless blood, its power even surpassed that of the dragon of ruin. Chu Yang swiftly altered his strategy, channeling the force character technique onto the dragon of war as they rushed toward the heart of the Nine Peaks. But it was too late. With a thunderous roar, the golden dragon claw and the obsidian demonic claw collided multiple times, and the formation emanating void energy shattered with a resounding crash. Endless gray chaotic energy surged forth, engulfing the figures of those present. No, Luo Shui, Luo Jiao. Chu Yang cried out. Yet, he found himself swept away by the resurgent tempest of energy. After several collisions, the formidable claw was forcefully repelled back into the array, and with the cessation of further sacrifices from the magical beasts, the array began to dim. A familiar aura. A faint voice resonated from within the array. The golden dragon claw seemed to have exhausted all its strength, listlessly plunging into the sea. Chu Yang stood atop the desolate creature, instantly propelling himself towards the source of the void energy. However, there was no trace left, only the ceaseless churn of chaos. Even his golden soul power could not uncover the whereabouts of the few individuals. How could this be? Chu Yang collapsed helplessly onto the ground, his expression vacant. After a moment, he clenched his fists tightly, resolved to plunge into the endless chaos alongside the desolate creature. You will die? Suddenly, a chilling voice broke through the silence. Chu Yang's expression changed. In his concern for the two women, he had failed to notice the presence of another behind him. Who are you? Chu Yang spoke coldly. The disappearance of the two women had left him in a dismal mood. Expanding his soul power, he discerned a figure standing in the center of the Nine Peaks. Do not worry. They are not dead. They have merely ventured to another world. The figure spoke, its tone laced with exhaustion. Chu Yang hurried forward, only to discover that this figure appeared to be imprisoned above a circular altar, its limbs bound by four sturdy chains. The other ends of the chains led directly to a golden soul lotus. Ignoring everything else, Chu Yang inquired, how do you know they are safe? Because this void array is merely a shortcut from Earth to another world, the figure replied. At that moment, Chu Yang finally discerned the identity of the individual. It was an elderly man with flowing white hair, or perhaps a middle-aged man, though the weariness etched across his face betrayed years of neglect. His disheveled white hair cascaded over him, lying upon the ashen altar, a clear indication that it had not been tended to in many years. Another world? Are you referring to the Spirit Master continent? Chu Yang asked. Yun Lihui had once mentioned it, proclaiming it to be the paradise for spirit masters. It was that woman in the plain attire who told you, wasn't it? Hee. She must be from the Spirit Master continent, bearing an aura I recognize. The white-haired middle-aged man chuckled, his laughter tinged with a hint of coldness. Who would have thought that even in this long-sealed imperial sphere, a spirit master from the Spirit Master continent would arrive? What? Are they here to inspect? To see if the seal on Earth has been broken? Chu Yang listened in confusion to the man's cryptic words. What inspection? What seal? My mother-in-law fell into a void rift while battling magical beasts, inadvertently arriving on Earth. What do you mean by inspection and the seal on Earth? Chu Yang questioned. Is that so? So it is. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's expression shifted slightly, as if he had realized something, and he sighed deeply, saying, I never expected that old fool to be so accurate, predicting the events of today thousands of years ago. Someone once told him that the imperial sphere would face cataclysm, and the legacy of the spirit masters would be severed. Yet that person also spoke of a potential eternal brilliance following profound decay. Although he had exerted every effort to alter the fate of the spirit master's legacy, the inevitable had still transpired. Everything unfolded just as the other had foreseen. Moreover, that person had once told him that one day, a woman would come from the Spirit Master continent to the Imperial Sphere, and that would also mark his day of liberation. He had awaited for countless years, originally believing that old fool had erred, yet everything remained true to his words. Youngster, assist me in my escape. The middle-aged man boldly declared, with no pretense. Who you are is unclear to me. Why should I help you? My name is Xian Song, and as for why you should assist my liberation, do you not wish to journey to the so-called Spirit Master Continent? Chapter 130, Destroying the Altar. Chu Yang's gaze sharpened. Do you possess a method to reach the Spirit Master Continent? The man claiming to be Xian Song replied in a low voice. Naturally. How can I save you? Without hesitation, Chu Yang expressed his concern for the two women who were with child. Xian Song looked up at the soul lotus above, saying, this soul lotus was cultivated by absorbing my soul power. As long as I can absorb the powerful soul energy from the lotus, I can naturally break free. His limbs were bound by chains forged from soul stones, which Chu Yang, with his 10th tier strength, could not sever. Only by absorbing the soul power extracted from his soul, could he regain some strength to escape. Chu Yang gazed at the pale golden lotus suspended in midair. A powerful wave of soul energy emanated from the lotus, and below it, for chains of soul stones connected it. An unending stream of soul power was being absorbed from Xian Song's soul sea into the lotus. Chu Yang commanded the desolate creature and Zhan Yi. Yet they struggled to budge the lotus even slightly. Your strength is too low, you cannot move it. Chu Yang retorted in exasperation. Then how do I save you? The altar beneath me is the key. Simply destroy the altar. Xian Song explained. This altar is not made of soul stones. It merely bears numerous peculiar soul power runes inscribed upon it. These soul power runes are the essence of the soul power array. Without hesitation, Chu Yang summoned his golden soul power from his soul sea, transforming it into two blazing golden short swords, and struck at one of the soul power runes. That soul power? Xian Song's eyes widened in shock. He was not concerned about the flames entangled within the soul power, but rather the unique golden soul power itself. How is this possible? At such a young age, how could he possess such soul power? Chu Yang summoned forth a substantial amount of golden soul power this time, and with one strike, he shattered one of the soul power runes. Boom. As this rune shattered, the soul power runes upon the altar began to flicker erratically. Xian Song's breath quickened. Was he finally about to be freed after such a long imprisonment? His heart raced with excitement, his hands trembled, and the chains binding him rattled in response. Chu Yang continued to channel golden soul power, unleashing soul techniques to assault the altar. Bang! Suddenly, the entire altar crumbled into ruin. Chu Yang was taken aback. Had his soul power attack truly shattered the altar? How could this be? He found it difficult to believe. Logically, soul power should only be capable of damaging the soul power runes on the altar, so why could it now harm the altar itself? In the understanding of spirit masters, spiritual energy cannot inflict physical harm. The current situation seemed rather bizarre. Young man, you underestimate the potency of your golden soul power. Xian Song remarked from the side. This golden soul power is extraordinary. Even in my former days, I could only refine my soul power into a pale gold, far inferior to the purity you possess. The refinement of soul power is a matter reserved for the most exalted spirit masters who have reached the pinnacle of their craft. Xian Song was perplexed. How could this relatively youthful boy have honed his soul power to such an extraordinary degree? As the altar shattered into fragments, the soul power chains binding his limbs ceased their relentless absorption of his essence, and the runes upon them began to dim. In a sudden outburst, Xian Song threw his head back and roared to the heavens, his white hair billowing wildly. Moments later, a surge of purple soul power, crackling with electricity, erupted from his soul sea, coalescing into an expansive net that enveloped the golden soul lotus. It was then that Chu Yang witnessed the immense soul power within the golden lotus being drawn into Xian Song's being. Perhaps due to the inherent connection, there was no resistance in this absorption. Did you ever imagine, old Yuan Xiang, that the soul power you so diligently collected from me would ultimately return to its rightful owner? Xian Song remarked coldly. As he absorbed this power, his soul sea began to replenish, akin to a parched river once again being filled by the sea. In that moment, his soul power transformed into a long blade, cleaving through the chains that bound his limbs. With a resounding clang, all 4 chains were severed. Ha! I, Xian Song, have finally emerged. He laughed heartily. At that instant, a brilliant golden light erupted from the depths of the sea, and a colossal golden dragon slowly ascended to the surface. The ocean roiled, revealing the spectral island beneath the waves. From the boundless realm of fire, a resounding phoenix cry reverberated, shaking the heavens. Chu Yang, alongside Xian Song, stood upon the back of a wild beast, astonished at the spectral island that had manifested before them. He surmised that the golden dragon was a spirit beast. Yet he had not anticipated that the spectral island was also a spirit beast, and one belonging to Xian Song at that. A look of sorrow crossed Xian Song's face as he lamented, once I had 10 spirit beasts, yet now only 3 remain in this world. Subsequently, he gestured with his hands, drawing both the golden dragon and the spectral island into his spirit domain. What manner of spirit beast is this island? Chu Yang inquired with curiosity. The Tai Xian dragon turtle. Xian Tsang replied, his voice tinged with nostalgia. It was my first spirit beast, discovered beside a foul ditch. At that time, I had just become a spirit master and lacked the funds to purchase a spirit beast. I stumbled upon this filthy turtle and casually formed a contract with it. Who could have imagined that this inconspicuous creature would possess supreme quality? Xian Tsang had relied on the Tai Xian dragon turtle to ascend to extraordinary heights. In my final battle, it single-handedly endured the assaults of 8 spirit beasts of the same realm, granting my other 2 spirit beasts a sliver of hope. Unfortunately, due to its grievous injuries, the Tai Xian dragon turtle had fallen into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, his supreme golden dragon, though not entirely in a state of oblivion, was gravely wounded, particularly after expending its energy in the battle against the demon god. And what of the other spirit beast? Chu Yang asked. Xian Tsang, remarkable in his own right, boasted 3 supreme quality spirit beasts. A single supreme spirit beast could establish a dominant force, and it was evident that Xian Tsang was a figure of unparalleled prominence in his era. Another is the 6-winged evil phoenix, which is currently undergoing rebirth. The 6-winged evil phoenix? Could it be the one from the boundless realm of fire? Chu Yang recalled having seen a phoenix's silhouette in the boundless flames, and it dawned on him that the apparition had gazed towards Kunlun Mountain, likely aware that its spirit master was present. Xian Tsang turned to Chu Yang and declared, if you wish to venture to the spirit master continent, you must possess at least celestial level strength. Otherwise, you will be unable to traverse the infinite skies. Celestial level? Chu Yang felt a pang of anxiety. Above the 10th tier emperor level lay the divine level, followed by the stellar level, and then the celestial level. If he were to rely solely on his cultivation, how long would it take to break through to the stellar level? Now that the void transmission array had been destroyed, the only way to reach the spirit master continent was through his own strength. However, you need not worry. That girl in white is indeed from the spirit master continent, and she will encounter no danger there, Xian Tsang reassured him. He intended to head to the boundless realm of fire to await the rebirth of the 6-winged evil phoenix. Although most of his spirit beasts had perished, the 3 strongest had been preserved. As long as they remained, Xian Tsang would inevitably ascend once more to the apex of the universe. Old fellow, did you not proclaim that the Emperor's sphere would shine with eternal brilliance from now on? I shall witness how this lifetime shall unfold the eternal radiance of the Emperor's sphere. Xian Tsang mused, reminiscing about the past while gazing at Chu Yang's retreating figure. Chu Yang returned to the sacred spirit sect in silence. Observing the bustling sect, he felt an overwhelming sense of desolation. Let us commence today's blind box. Chu Yang said listlessly. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a sacred grade spirit vein. A sacred grade spirit vein? Chu Yang's previously languid demeanor straightened in an instant. Chapter 131, The Birth of a King. Chu Yang had opened a sacred grade spirit vein, yet his spirits were not particularly elevated. Upon returning to the sacred spirit sect, he fell into a state of quietude. 5 had set out, yet he returned alone. The spirit master continent, was it? According to Xian Tsang, one must reach celestial level to qualify for traversing the starry expanse. If that is the case, then a breakthrough to celestial level is imperative. In the days that followed, Chu Yang utilized the sacred spirit tower to grant his spirit beast time for cultivation while he delved into the methods of spirit beast evolution. Meanwhile, chaos began to engulf the earth. The otherworldly entities, enraged by the failure of the Kunlun Mountain endeavor, dispatched a multitude of fiends to assault the earth. Many of the void channels guarded by the sacred lands exhibited a worrying increase in activity. During this turmoil, Chu Yang received distress signals from various sacred lands, including the sea overturning and the floating pagoda, pleading for assistance. Yet, Chu Yang found himself unable to contend with the overwhelming forces as the fiends erupted across the earth, including the sacred spirit sect, leaving him with no time to spare. At a critical moment, Xian Tsang intervened, destroying several void channels while the supreme golden dragon awakened, sparing the earth from devastation. The people finally realized that such a formidable being was hidden among them. Numerous sacred lands extended invitations to Xian Tsang, hoping he would join them to guard the void channels, but all were met with refusal. He began to traverse the earth, observing the once resplendent planet now reduced to this state, his heart heavy with sorrow. As he wandered, it was as if he were reminiscing about the past. In the end, only the sacred spirit sect remained as a solitary void channel on the entire earth. According to Chu Yang, he intended to train an army using the otherworldly fiends. At that moment, within the spirit domain, 2 drops of blood floated before Chu Yang. One was the blood of the Qingmu angel prior to its evolution, and the other was its blood following evolution. Chu Yang's golden soul power emanated, beginning to analyze the differences between the 2 drops of blood. This golden soul power possessed myriad wondrous applications, Not only was it immensely powerful in offense, but it could also effortlessly discern the distinctions between the two samples of blood. Chu Yang's golden soul power transformed into countless fine threads, delving into the two droplets of blood to analyze their differences. This pathway was one he had painstakingly discovered through extensive exploration of his golden soul power. The most significant distinction before and after the evolution of a spirit beast lies in its essence, with the most direct manifestation being the divergence in blood. In essence, as long as the discrepancies between the two could be identified and supplemented with medicinal materials, it would enhance the strength of the spirit beast's essence. In the days that followed, Chu Yang immersed himself in the study of spirit beast evolution. A year swiftly passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Chu Yang gazed expressionlessly at the cracked pill before him and muttered calmly, "It still isn't right." Despite a whole year of effort, he had yet to concoct a single evolution pill capable of successfully evolving a spirit beast. Over the course of the year, he had attempted countless times. Even when he managed to create a pill, it lacked the efficacy for evolution. The medicinal materials were flawless, specifically tailored for enhancing what attribute spirit beasts. What could possibly be the issue? Chu Yang was utterly perplexed. He produced a formula for the revival pill, the same one he had previously used. He had opened an entire year's worth of blind boxes, acquiring numerous treasures, including divine grade, celestial grade, and even supreme quality spirit beasts, as well as various evolution pills. Yet, he had failed to obtain the formula for the evolution pill. Chu Yang had also crushed lower-tier evolution pills into powder, using his soul power to analyze them in hopes of gaining insight. At this moment, he held the revival pill formula in one hand while a cloud of powdered substance, the remnants of a silver-grade evolution pill, floated in the air beside him. What could possibly be the problem? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed in his mind, and he captured a strand of peculiar energy within the powder. It was the essence containing what attributes. In truth, various medicinal herbs contained a trace of essence. Yet they could not serve as the primary materials. Since it was a silver-grade evolution pill, he should seek silver-level wood attribute materials. 3 more years elapsed. On this day, a thunderous roar reverberated through the cosmos, shattering the heavens and echoing across the universe. At the center of the universe, an expansive continent floated amidst the starlit sky. The Spirit Master continent, encircled by celestial bodies, appeared diminutive in comparison. At this moment, as the thunder cracked, all Spirit Masters gazed upward, their hearts swelling with an inexplicable emotion. In that instant, across the universe, all ferocious beasts and spirit beasts emitted a collective roar, bowing in reverence toward a specific direction. What was happening? All Spirit Masters were profoundly shocked. What event could provoke such a cacophony and worship from thousands of beasts? Among the ferocious beasts, many were entities that even the mightiest of sovereign forces dared not provoke. Yet, they now lay prostrate, seemingly paying homage to something. Has your king been born? All Spirit Masters' expressions shifted dramatically. They received this message from the spirit beasts. The reason for the bowing of all spirit and ferocious beasts was to welcome their king. The supreme force of the Spirit Master continent, the Supreme Alliance, had its leader, Yuan Xiang, abruptly rise. Clad in black, with piercing eyes and clenched fists, he seethed. Your king has been born. Then what am I? The Supreme Alliance was the foremost force in the Spirit Master realm, and he considered himself the king of this domain. Now, his spirit beasts transmitted the revelation of a king revered by all spirit and ferocious beasts across the universe? Who could it be? Yuan Xiang roared furiously. Come forth. Has there been any significant events occurring in the universe lately? His voice was icy. In the next moment, someone appeared behind him, bowing respectfully, reporting to the Alliance leader. Aside from the demonic realm continuing its assault on the universe's borders, there are no other major occurrences. However, the fated turtle you sought has shown signs of appearing. Yuan Xiang's gaze ignited with fervor. Has it finally emerged? I have waited for this moment for tens of thousands of years. Additionally, there is one more matter. Speak. It has come to our attention that the esteemed Elder Tianjizi has 2 young children by his side, 1 male and 1 female. Yuan Xiang snorted coldly, his expression turning frosty. What does this matter signify? Does he need to report such trivialities to me? The man shivered, hastily adding, they are not mere children. According to our inquiries, Elder Tianjizi holds great respect for them, even addressing them as young masters. Yuan Xiang halted, astonished. The Elder Tianjizi had lived for an incredibly long time, far surpassing his own age. How could he possibly lower himself to acknowledge others as his masters? Moreover, this old fellow was a peer in strength. Who could possibly qualify to command his respect? What trickery was this old man up to? The mere mention of him incited Yuan Xiang's ire. In recent years, he had frequently dreamt of that former rival, who seemed to mock him. Once upon a time, he could have utterly destroyed the Emperor's sphere to resolve his inner demons, but the Elder Tianjizi intervened, claiming the Emperor's sphere would play a vital role in the future against demonic entities. This forced him to seal the Emperor's sphere, believing it would remain under his control, only to discover it had gone rogue and vanished, taking with it his meticulously arranged altar and soul lotus. Yuan Xiang harbored grave suspicions that the elder Tianji had meddled in this. Yet, he had no evidence. Something is amiss. This old fellow must have foreseen something. However, he decided to postpone this matter for later, intending to delve deeper into it once he acquired the fated turtle. Chapter 132. Time flies. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tianji, accompanied by the two children, gazed at the astonishing spectacle of spirit and ferocious beasts worshipping on the Spirit Master continent, a wide grin illuminating his face. It has finally appeared. The glimpse of destiny he had once witnessed was now manifesting. Grandpa, what has appeared? Inquired the boy named Chu Yang, who, though only 3 years old, possessed an extraordinary appearance, handsome and striking even at such a tender age. Beside him, the girl named Chu Mingyu also looked on with wide-eyed curiosity. Although Tianji referred to them as young masters, his eyes bore the weight of experience, and he seldom exhibited such joy. The one revered by all beings in the universe has emerged. However, in just a moment, his expression returned to its usual placidity, and a hint of sorrow crossed his features as he murmured, "But is it still in time?" He gently patted the heads of the two children, both of whom were born with the innate ability to bond with spirit beasts, extraordinary talents in any era. Yet, the time allotted to them in this age was fleeting. Tianji was uncertain how much time remained for their growth. "Let us go. I shall take you to the marketplace for some fun." Meanwhile, on Earth, all spirit masters were utterly astounded. In the sky, various spirit beast phantoms danced, with true dragons soaring, divine phoenixes screeching, and cheilants roaring. The overwhelming spectacle enveloped the earth. Outside the Holy Spirit sect, a throng of ferocious beasts gathered, encircling the sect tightly. They lay prostrate upon the ground, their demeanor reverent as they gazed towards the central position. A resounding roar echoed through the heavens as a magnificent blue dragon soared across the sky, coming to rest before the gates of the sacred spirit sect. "It is a true dragon," exclaimed a disciple of the sect. Although, over the past few years, the 3 divine dragon spirit beasts of the sect master had occasionally manifested at the void passage, the sight of this azure dragon still evoked a profound sense of awe. If Chu Yang were present, he might recognize it as the very blue dragon tail he had encountered by the seaside after the beast tide. A ferocious roar erupted, heralding the arrival of a colossal purple cheilin, crackling with lightning, which appeared from an unknown source at the entrance of the sacred spirit sect. An ever-growing multitude of ferocious beasts congregated here, paying homage to this singular place. Xiansong watched in astonishment at this horrifying spectacle, his heart tumultuous. Even at his peak, he could compel all spirit masters to bow before him, yet he could not command these savage beasts to prostrate in reverence. Could it be that the commotion was instigated by that rascal Chu Yang? He felt uncertain, but it was the only explanation that came to mind. Within the entirety of the sacred spirit sect, or perhaps the whole earth, only Chu Yang remained an enigma to him. Observing the otherworldly phenomena that filled the sky, he could scarcely fathom what Chu Yang had accomplished. A king? His expression was one of utter astonishment as his spirit beast conveyed such information. While he could assert dominance among spirit masters, commanding the acknowledgement of kingship from all spirit beasts and ferocious beasts was beyond his capabilities. What on earth had that fellow done? So many aspects of Chu Yang eluded his understanding, particularly his cultivation. While others climbed steadily, Chu Yang leaped upwards with remarkable rapidity. Each encounter revealed significant advancements in his prowess. Even the most powerful spirit masters among the dominant factions could not boast such extraordinary growth. "Xiansong, is this phenomenon a result of the sect master's breakthrough in strength?" inquired Yi Qingtian, who had joined the sacred spirit sect 2 years prior after the destruction of the void passage at the Sea of Oblivion by Xiansong. Thanks to his innate mutated soul power and the conducive cultivation environment of the sacred spirit sect, his progress had been remarkably swift, and he now held the position of elder. No, a breakthrough in strength could not possibly induce such a transformation. Although Chu Yang is indeed formidable now, even crossing the void passage to engage in battles with demonic entities from the demon realm, he is yet to surpass his peak form, Xiansong replied. Meanwhile, deep within the sacred spirit sect, Chu Yang sat cross-legged in his chamber, a soul artifact alchemical furnace before him. Within the furnace, a golden elixir spun smoothly. Ethereal figures of spirit beasts emerged from the elixir, swirling around it in a graceful dance. Chu Yang was filled with elation. After extensive research, numerous experiments, and various combinations of spiritual herbs, he had finally achieved success. Though he had yet to administer the elixir to any spirit beast, he felt an instinctive assurance of its efficacy. Subsequently, he administered the elixir to a spirit beast of ordinary quality, and to his delight, the beast was enveloped in a cocoon of light, embarking on its evolutionary journey. Each spirit beast exhibited distinct states, necessitating unique combinations of spiritual herbs during the concoction of evolutionary elixirs. This was the most challenging aspect. If all spirit beasts of the same quality required identical proportions of herbs, the process would have been considerably simpler. However, based on his explorations, he discovered that each spirit beast's condition varied slightly, resulting in different herb ratios required. Thus, the crux lay in how to analyze the current state of each spirit beast. Consequently, only a select few would be destined to tread the path of an evolutionist. In the ensuing days, Chu Yang delved into the formulation of other spirit beast evolutionary elixirs. His mind began to calm. Over the years, he had unveiled countless treasures from blind boxes, elixirs of varying qualities and cultivation elixirs galore. Now, all of his spirit beasts had evolved beyond the divine grade. Most gratifyingly, he had finally produced fruits that could expand his contract capacity. Not only had he successfully contracted the skeletal warrior, the radiant crocodile, the fire spirit, and the lightning monkey, but he also had an additional contract slot. Thus, even as he immersed himself in the research of spirit beast evolutionary elixirs, his cultivation and prowess surged dramatically. According to Xin Song, with his current strength, he would be considered a formidable force even in the spirit master continent. However, he did not venture there. Both he and Xin Song sensed a malevolent gaze imbued with demonic essence fixated upon Earth. It was an observation from the demon realm's creatures. Chu Yang and Xin Song had once traversed the void passage to confront this hidden threat, but they were powerless against the formidable demon guarding the entrance to the demon realm. Moreover, they were further disheartened by the fact that their adversaries seemed determined to invade Earth, even if they destroyed the void rift before the sacred spirit sect. The enemy would still forge a path connecting to other parts of the planet. Thus, as time passed, Chu Yang found himself unable to leave Earth. He could not abandon the planet to peril due to his departure. Consequently, he devoted himself to the study of various spirit beast evolutionary elixirs. Years slipped by, and over a decade had passed. The sacred spirit sect had become the undisputed premier sect on Earth. Due to the initial phenomenon, heavenly rain fell as a boon, enriching Earth with spiritual and soul matter, resulting in a proliferation of powerful beings. The sacred spirit sect thrived, with Chu Yang uncovering numerous spiritual and soul veins, even a sacred soul vein. Furthermore, by rewarding the extermination of demons, he had distributed several divine and celestial-grade evolutionary elixirs. Now, aside from Chu Yang and Xin Song, the sacred spirit sect had begun to witness the emergence of god-level and star-level spirit masters. Undoubtedly, the critical factor was Chu Yang allowing certain spirit masters to enter the sacred spirit tower for accelerated cultivation. Presently, he had unlocked 7 layers of the 9-layered sacred spirit tower, with time acceleration reaching astonishing levels. In the ensuing years, Chu Yang explored increasingly diverse methods of evolution. Having established a mature system, he finally disclosed the secrets of spirit beast evolution to the world. Witnessing ordinary quality spirit beasts evolve to elite quality after consuming a single elixir sent all spirit masters into a frenzy. Moreover, Chu Yang declared that any spirit beast could evolve to superior quality. This news spread like wildfire across Earth, and in no time, spirit masters flocked to the sacred spirit sect to pay homage to Chu Yang, reverently referring to him as the spirit ancestor, signifying the progenitor of all spirits. He had forged a pathway to higher realms for countless spirit beasts. Years passed once more, and the malevolent gaze lurking in the shadows was finally located and vanquished by Chu Yang, utilizing the time-space power of the Imperial Phoenix. The adversary was a heartless demon that had transformed into a spatial entity, concealing itself above Earth and guiding the forces of the demon realm. After eliminating this threat, Chu Yang finally set forth on his journey to the Spirit Master continent. However, he felt little yearning for that land, save for the longing for his 2 wives and children. This time, he departed alongside Xuanzang, who was intent on settling accounts with certain individuals. After inquiring, Chu Yang learned that in ancient times, Xuanzang had once dominated an entire era. However, it was during this period that the demonic realm launched an assault. As the paramount powerhouse of that age, Xuanzang unhesitatingly led a group of followers into battle against the demons. Although he ultimately succeeded in defending against the demonic invasion, he sustained severe injuries in the process. Eventually, he was ambushed by an individual named Yuan Xiang, who sought to subdue him and exploit his soul power to forge a soul lotus, aiming for a breakthrough into a higher realm. Thus, the subsequent events unfolded. Upon arriving at the spirit control continent, Chu Yang formed a contract with his final spirit beast, the all-phenomena beast, resembling a cat with a coat of pure white. When Chu Yang first encountered it, despite its mere first-tier cultivation, it possessed an astounding array of skills. However, this prowess also rendered it a target for relentless pursuit by the Supreme Alliance. It was only through a fortuitous encounter with Tianjizi that Chu Yang discovered the truth. The all-phenomena beast possessed only a singular skill, the all-phenomena divine induction, with all other skills being pilfered through this ability. This creature had the uncanny ability to steal the skills of other spirit beasts, ferocious beasts, and even demonic entities. Once successfully stolen, the original owner's skills would vanish entirely. The reason for the Supreme Alliance's pursuit stemmed from Yuan Xiang's past desire to contract the all-phenomena beast, intending to subjugate it with the aid of spirit beasts. However, after a fierce battle, the contract was never formed, and the all-phenomena beast managed to steal away Yuan Xiang's primary spirit beast skill, the 9 Lives Rebirth technique. Enraged, Yuan Xiang commanded the Supreme Alliance's spirit masters to embark on a relentless hunt against the all-phenomena beast for thousands of years. He understood the implications of the 9 Lives Rebirth technique, which allowed a being to reincarnate after dying 9 times, erasing all memories of its past existence. Yuan Xiang was resolute in his intention to contract the all-phenomena beast, only to be thwarted by Chu Yang, who successfully formed the contract instead. Subsequently, Chu Yang found himself besieged and, leveraging the all-phenomena beast's thieving skills, enchanted himself to enter the demonic realm, even infiltrating a sect within it. Here, he learned that the supreme existence of the demonic realm was the demon sage, a being surpassing the ancient-level spirit masters. Within this demonic sect, he had the opportunity to listen to the teachings of the ancient-level demon god, Tian Tu, and even inquired about the path to transcending into a demon sage. Tian Tu candidly stated that to achieve such a breakthrough, one must gain the recognition of the spirits of heaven and earth. Ultimately, while gathering evolution materials for spirit beasts in the demonic realm, Chu Yang's identity was uncovered by a demonic entity, prompting his escape from the realm. Upon returning to the spirit control continent, he attempted to communicate with the spirits of heaven and earth, but received no response. At this juncture, Yuan Xiang, having returned from his quest for the Destiny Turtle, learned of Chu Yang's contract with the all-phenomena beast. Without hesitation, he unleashed the Great Rebirth technique, casting Chu Yang into the cycle of reincarnation. Within this cycle, Chu Yang found himself in a dire predicament. However, in this state, he merged his soul power with the spirit domain, forming the spirits of heaven and earth within it. Yet, this was but a step toward his goals. During the protracted cycle, he discerned that to rival the demon sage, he required 3 conditions. First, his soul power must be fully refined into golden soul power. Second, his spirit domain must be comparable to a great world. And third, he must possess a holy grade spirit beast. Ultimately, he shattered the cycle and returned to the spirit control continent using the temporal power of the Imperial Phoenix. From there, he traversed the cosmos, delving into the chaos to seek various materials to enhance his spirit domain. During this time, he learned that the demon sages refrained from invading this realm because they were uniting their efforts to refine other worlds. Once a world was refined, all living beings within would be assimilated into demonic entities. Thus, Chu Yang hastened his endeavors. In the end, he discovered numerous cosmic remnants within the chaos and integrated them into his spirit domain. Over an extensive period, utilizing blind boxes and self-crafted evolution pills, all his spirit beasts evolved to the holy grade. Aside from Huang and the Imperial Phoenix, Yi transformed into the Night Emperor. The little turtle evolved into the primordial 8 trigrams turtle. Wushuang became the 9 absolute sword saint. The giant panda evolved into the Hunyuan Wujiex beast. Zhan evolved into the celestial blood dragon, and the chaos Tsang Jiao evolved into the chaos celestial Tsang dragon. Furthermore, the holy spirit fairy from the Qingmu angel, the dreaming holy butterfly from the dreaming butterfly, the Tai Xian bright dragon from the bright crocodile, the phantom sovereign from the skeleton warrior, the flame emperor from the fire spirit, and the indestructible bright thunder monkey from the thunderlight monkey all achieved their evolutions. After a long passage of time, Chu Yang finally perfected his spirit domain to the extent of a great world, largely thanks to the chaos ancient tree, which, upon maturing, could expand the spirit domain with each breath. With the aid of the 7-colored heavenly heart lotus, his soul power was completely refined into golden energy. Subsequently, Chu Yang reached the level comparable to the demon sage, aware that a new demon sage would emerge following the assimilation of another world by the demonic realm. He left the 7-colored heavenly heart lotus with Xuanzang, whose spirit domain, composed of world stones, held the potential to break through to the level of a demon sage. As tens of thousands of years passed, the universe trembled, and war erupted as the demonic realm launched a full-scale assault on the spirit control realm. Yet, Chu Yang and Xuanzang were the first to charge into the demonic realm, accompanied by Chu Yang's 14 spirit beasts and Xuanzang's 3, all unleashing furious roars. The demon sages turned pale at the sight. The spirit masters of the spirit control realm, empowered by world stones, had spirit beasts capable of matching each demonic creature of the same tier. This meant the spirit control realm possessed 17 entities with the combat prowess of a demon sage. Coupled with Chu Yang and Xuanzang, The demon sages trembled in fear. It was as if they were destined to be outmatched. As the battle erupted, the demonic realm ultimately crumbled, assimilated by the rules of the spirit control realm. Following this, the demonic entities transformed into demonic beasts, becoming a branch of spirit beasts. After the war's conclusion, Chu Yang relocated the imperial sphere above the spirit control continent, transforming it into an ancient blue star. Thus, a figure revered as the holy ancestor among all spirit masters became immortalized in the annals of history.